Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the 4th annual Houston Cyber Summit. Hope everyone's doing well. We had a great day 1. So if you were here yesterday, let us know. Put day 1 in the chat. Love to hear from you to see where you are coming in from. Anyway, October is Cybersecurity Month, and we cannot get together in person this year. So we are bringing this summit to you as a virtual event, and it's all free of charge. 3 full days with great speakers, great content. Yes, 3 full days, 25 sessions, 50 expert speakers. I'm sure you got many of you joined in yesterday. And as people are joining in, let's keep hearing you. Tell us where you're joining us from today. I'm Umesh Verma, CEO of Blue Lance and the founder of Cyber Houston and the Houston Cyber Summit. Now, events such as these would not be possible without the generosity and support of our sponsors, who are listed on the sponsors page at houstoncybersummit.com. Today, our social media sponsor and website sponsor is Reneka Digital. Reneka Digital is providing all of today's social media and live streaming. Thank you, Reneka Digital. When tweeting, please use the hashtag Houston Cyber Summit and share your photos, share your comments. Okay, let's get day 2 started. With a $25 Amazon e-gift card. Those of you who attended yesterday know how this works. Those that today is your first day, all you got to do is tell us in the morning, tell us in that chat, drop something in the chat. Tell us that you were here for day 2. Tell us something that you was an aha moment for you yesterday. Tell us about which session you liked the most. Just drop it into the chat. We're looking, we're watching, and we're going to start calling out some names over here, or picking at least 1, maybe even 2, depending on how much interaction I'm able to get out of you. Okay, I see a lot of people logging in. I see a lot of people beginning to give us we got a like coming in. That's very nice. Thank you for the like. So we're getting started, folks. Tell us where you're joining us from. Tell us what was the best thing that you heard yesterday. Give us the names of who you wanted, who you think was the rock star yesterday. Just whatever you want, aha moments, etc. So while that's happening, I'm going to quickly give you a rundown. I'm watching for that $25 Amazon gift card that we're going to pull a winner for here in a moment. So while we're doing that, I want to walk through today's agenda with you. So we're going to start off right at about 10 o'clock Central, which is about 8 minutes from now. And we have a full day planned for you. We have right up at the very top of the day, we have a regional cybersecurity overview being provided by Jack Hannegriff, who's the coordinator of regional risk and critical infrastructure at the mayor's office here with Mayor Sylvester Turner's office. And then we will move on to a special presentation on how well your business might be prepared to deal with the wave of edge connected devices and IoT. With Wayne Doris of Access Communications. And then we will move right into an information sharing and analysis organizations update, as we had spoken about yesterday. And ISAO, Cyber Houston is a Department of Homeland Security recognized ISAO, and an ISAO stands for a information sharing and analysis organization. There was quite a bit of discussion around ISAOs, and there will be a bunch of discussion, especially in Texas, as the Texas state coordinator, the cybersecurity coordinator for the state of Texas, Daniel Hankins, stated yesterday, and he will be on this panel along with Greg White, Mary Dickerson, Tahar Bick, and Steve Brown. So we're looking forward to that discussion, and then we will have a in-depth look at incident response considerations and case studies by the state of Texas cybersecurity coordinator Daniel Hankins. Then we will move on to healthcare and have a session on privacy and security considerations in the post-pandemic era that will be moderated and led by Deepak Chowdhury, who's the head of the healthcare practice at BDO, as well as the president of the HIMSS chapter, the Health Information Management Society. And then we will round out the day with, there were a lot of questions coming in yesterday about how do you show the value and how do you sell value in cybersecurity to the board of directors and to leadership. And so there's a whole session on that coming up today, organized by our good friends and sponsors, Meriplex and Andres Rus, and that is at 4 p.m. And then we will sprinkle $25 e-gift cards, Amazon gift cards throughout the day and see who's keeping up and who's got what to say. So be interactive. The more you interact, the more you keep things going, the more we are going to be able to get more and more out of this conference for all of you. So what do we have over here? We have people beginning to sign in. We're seeing, let's see, we've got Phil Beckett saying, looking forward to today's presentations. Hi, Phil. We responded. We have Mesmer saying good morning. Then we have, let's see, going along, picking a few. Secure Apps, hi Secure Apps, how are you doing? Good morning. Then we've got Vic Malloy from San Antonio. Hi Vic, good to see you on. Tell me something, folks. Tell me something that you remember from yesterday, or give me an aha moment, or give me something that you are going to be looking forward to today. Anything that comes in your mind, and I'm going to pick a winner here in a couple of minutes when we get our next panel ready and on air at 10 a.m. Okay, and then we've got Keith saying day one was a great session and was my first day at a new job in a cybersecurity role. Looking forward to day two. Keith, go ahead, give your company a plug. Throw your company name in the chat box, and we'll see what we'll see if we can get our production crew to push that up for you. Andy, hi Andy, good to see you on. Looking forward to your session later today. And then Vic says, we love ISAL. And you do not have to put in just one comment. The more you put in, more comments you put in, the more your name pops up, the more prone we are to pick those that have a lot of comments. So, we are talking about picking for a $25 Amazon e-gift card. How that works is that we'll draw your name, we'll announce it, and then we'll ask you to send in your information to info@houstoncybersummit.com. Can we pull that email address up, please, on the screen? It will be info@houstoncybersummit.com. So when we pull your name, send your full contact information to that address, and then we will be able to process an electronic e-gift card for you. Give that about 48 to 72 hours for it to deposit into your account. If you do not get that for some reason, follow up again at info@houstoncybersummit.com. We've done this a few times. We've never had any problems, so we hope we don't see any problems with getting you your gift card. So anyway, let's keep going. Vic says, we love ISALs. Catherine says, Mary D from Texas is famous. She's talking about the famous Mary Dickerson from the University of Houston. She serves on just about every panel statewide, and and she was on a couple of panels yesterday. Okay, well, hi. I'm having trouble figuring out who Katie Quack is, but thanks for saying hi, Umesh. Hi, Katie Quack. If you can, tell me who you are. That would be good. Oh, we've got someone joining us from the Ivory Coast, St. Clair. Hi, St. Clair. How are you? Welcome. And there we go. Hola, amigos, Andres. Okay, Paige Heller says, I learned from Bob Moore that edge devices are still vulnerable. And since they are growing in numbers, this is huge. You're right, Paige. And we have a whole session on the coming wave of edge devices and the problems. Greg Wright says, crazy prep underway for cyber pitch tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Greg, you are on doing the cyber pitch. Awesome. And we're looking forward to that. Cyber pitch is being put on by Hatch Pitch. Hatch Pitch has built a whole innovation strategy program around encouraging young innovators. And so we'll be carrying that live tomorrow. Tony Hernandez, hola. All right, so with that, we have everybody in the studio and we are prepared for our session. So let us go ahead and quickly pick a winner. Drum roll, please. Drum roll. We see Vic Malloy talking about Krispy Kremes from yesterday. Do you remember that story about Krispy Kremes? He said, no, BOD, Krispy Kreme glaze. All right, Vic Malloy, we're going to pick that as being the favorite today. So Vic Malloy from San Antonio, you are our winner. So everybody now, you see how this works. The more you send in, the crazier you get, but nice, clean, keep it clean. And we are going to, and we pick winners. So with that, folks, Vic, go ahead and send us in your info, and we will get that processed for you. So with that, let's bring on Jack. Hi, Jack. Good to see you.
Hello. Hi, Umesh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It's so good to see you, Jack. And we're getting ready to kick off day 2 with you and your panel. We're looking forward to it. We're fired up. We've got many people joining in. I see from our panel over here that we've got almost close to 100 people online, and that number that meter is continuing on. So we've got everybody. We're broadcasting on 3 different channels, 2 Facebook and 1 YouTube channel. So things are primed and ready to get your panel started. So folks, we're going to get the day started with Jack Hanegraaff. Jack is with the City of Houston. He is coordinator of the Regional Risk and Critical Infrastructure Program at the Mayor's Office of Public Safety and Homeland Security. Jack is a 34-year veteran with the Houston Police Department. For the last 7 years, he has been on special assignment to the Mayor's Office of Public Safety and Homeland Security. Jack and I got to work closely on Jack Voltaic 2, which was a joint cyber exercise put on by the Army Cyber Institute and the City of Houston almost 2 years ago. Now, he is a great friend and supporter of Cyber Houston and the Houston Cyber Summit. And through his generosity and the City of Houston's generosity and Houston First's generosity, they have consistently provided free space for the summit at the George R. Brown Convention Center for the in-person summits for over the past 2 years. So we are extremely grateful, Jack, for everything that you personally, the City of Houston and Houston First have done to help build the summit and support the summit and Cyber Houston. So he is a most unassuming person and is one of those individuals who just gets things done. Welcome, Jack. It's great to have you on.
Thank you, Umesh. I typically work for whoever calls me first, and I also need to update my bio or whatever bio you're using. I'm actually up to 38 years with the Houston Police Department, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. And what we would like to do today is I have assembled a mixed group of our diverse group of subject matter experts. And we're going to kind of show you by building a scaffolding, if you will, of how we are implementing our cyber security programs throughout the not only City of Houston, but Houston and the 5-county region, which sits under our Urban Area Security Initiative. First, I'm gonna go through the list of panelists, and first you'll hear from Charity Dominguez, who is our region training coordinator. So she is a regional asset that uh, works with multiple disciplines: emergency services, health and medical, to cyber professionals. And her role is developing and implementing training and exercise that is important. It's an important piece of our preparedness and response. And for the last 2 or 3 years, she's been really helping us bridge the gap and ensuring that our training and exercises are incorporating cybersecurity. Then you were going to hear from Teresa Blackwell, who's president and CEO of Virtual Group. She's contracted with the city and the region to develop cybersecurity processes, programs, and further the cyber strategy for the Houston region. She's instrumental in developing and implementing cyber tools and workshops for our Houston Urban Security Initiative. Teresa with Virtual Group has been a great find for not only the city of Houston, but for the 5-county region. I'm very protective of her and her company. I typically try to hide her as much as possible because she is such a valuable asset. Part of her team will be Greg Madden, who is the Information Security Officer of Virtual Group. He has so many letters after his name that he's created his own alphabet. I can't keep up with all the disciplines that he incorporates. He's helping the region prepare for a cyber storm by developing and moving us into incident management and response. Umesh and I always like to say it is a cyber storm. It's it's just like a hurricane. You can't stop it. It's only a matter of time. You can only prepare for it, plan for it, and hopefully respond in recovery to it. So we adopted that analogy, and that's how we've been trying to apply our training and exercise. So Liz, if you would be so kind to bring in Charity Dominguez, we'll let her start her presentation. Good morning, Charity.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for attending this symposium on cybersecurity. I'll go ahead and start the presentation. Thanks, Liz. Great, thank you. So the Houston Urban Area Security Initiative is part of the Homeland Security Grant Program that was started by the Department of Homeland Security in 2003. Next slide, please. So why the City of Houston? City of Houston is among 31 other urban areas in the nation to be considered of the highest threats. That would be with the Port of Houston. We have the Chevron Marathon every year, with the exception of this year and next year because of COVID, or next year. We're becoming more of a conference destination and having a lot more visitors coming into our city. We have large sporting venues, go Astros, as well as the Texans NRG Stadium. And we have other critical infrastructure within our city. We are high density city or urban area. The Houston area is among the top 15, growing in population exponentially. Even smaller municipalities like Conroe have seen a 39.3 increase in population within the last 10 years. So who is included in this UASI region? So we have the City of Houston and our 5 surrounding counties, as well as Harris County, Montgomery County, Brazoria County, Galveston, and Fort Bend County. And how do we support communities? We have the opportunity to look at lessons learned from other terrorist attacks that have occurred within our country. We also this gives Houston insight to adequately prepare for acts of terrorism. Our whole community approach is implementing community trainings such as CERT, which is Community Emergency Response. Oh, are we skipping? Oh, sorry. The Community Emergency Response Team, doing community outreach from attending town halls to going to neighborhood gatherings like National Night Out. And we also coordinate with other volunteer organizations active in disasters, such as the American Red Cross and faith-based organizations. Okay, next slide. Okay, what is our integrated preparedness plan? We're looking 3 years ahead with training and exercise throughout the region. So we gather the training and exercise that we hope to be able to do, as well as being able to implement certain trainings and exercises that we are required to do annually, such as the City of Houston Evacuation Hub exercise. And like I said, we are doing a whole community approach. We offer trainings and exercises outside of our emergency or first responders. We try to incorporate our trainings and exercises to involve our American Red Cross partners, as well as other churches, faith-based organizations, working with organizations like Baker Ripley, who provide emergency shelter during the time of a disaster. We also look at our annual, or the region's annual threat and hazard identification and risk assessment, which is called CYRA. This is an assessment that we look at and improve upon every year. We have gaps in training and exercise throughout the region, as well as our plans and equipment that is provided by UASI funds. And so we want to make sure that we are addressing and fulfilling those gaps that we see that have from our lessons learned, and also from our after action reviews, which I'll talk about in just a second. Next slide, please. Okay, so our priorities are to continue to train and test our capabilities with utilizing equipment that has been provided to us by UASI funding. We also want to reduce long-term effects utilizing our core capabilities and vulnerability within the Houston urban area. And like I said, we've already documented a lot of these gaps and want to fill them with training and exercise. We want to improve capabilities of the region through advanced incident command system courses. These are mainly for first responders and those within the city that have to respond directly to disasters. So this is, right now, we're really focusing on our health and medical professionals with having to respond to COVID. We also want to make sure that we're focusing on those disasters which are expected to hit the Houston area, such as hurricanes, flooding, and any sort of disasters, including widespread fires. And recently, in February, we had a water main break. Also, with Brazoria County having to go through that boil water notice a few months ago. And we want to make sure that we are addressing not just response to disaster, but response to any health and medical issues that arise. And so we want to provide those important trainings throughout the region in order to fill those gaps that we want to fulfill those important capabilities within the region. And we conduct an annual integrated preparedness workshop and looking at an improvement planning workshop. And this is where our work group and training and exercise throughout the region provide insight on what they want to see in future training and exercises. And so what's really great about this workshop is that we don't just focus on jurisdictional training and exercises. We also include our academic partners, such as Rice University, the University of Houston downtown and the main campus, as well as Texas Southern University and South Texas Law. What's been exciting about this year is that we have been able to incorporate private partners and our supply chain industry, such as communications, our food supply chain, and also transportation, as well as fuel and gas. And this is the first time that we've been able to work with these partners. Thanks to Jack, because he has been working with the supply chain for quite some time. And being able to incorporate their ideas, their lessons learned, and how we can better communicate with those particular partners in a time of disaster, such as evacuation orders. They really needed to know about mask orders throughout the state, and a lot of municipalities and jurisdictions had differentiating orders throughout the state. And so being able to share that information and so that they can provide the best services to their customers, but also to protect them and maintain health and safety standards. And so we look at our existing regional plans and procedures, and we have 10 major regional plans, including public information, mass fatality, and our catastrophic medical operations plan. And so we want to make sure that we are validating and looking at or going into detail or filling those gaps with our training and exercise. So our regional training and exercise work group consists of people from all over the region, whether they're jurisdictional, and we have a very diverse range of disciplines, from health and medical. Like I said, we have the academic side, as well as private industry partners, to give a really holistic approach so that we can have the best training and exercise plan throughout the region. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at preparation, like I said, we have the regional training and exercise work group that meets quarterly. We have that annual integrated preparedness plan workshop. We look at our THIRA and look at the summary of our threat and hazard information. And we do corrective actions from our previous after action reviews. Throughout the region, we create after action reviews or after action reports from either real world events or our exercises, and really to get grant credit and to be able to fulfill these requirements in order for us to continue to get money either through FEMA or state. We have to provide our after action reviews, as well as an improvement plan attached to that, to become a more resilient and better community, but also to fill those gaps and really look at how our first responders can respond efficiently and effectively, what plans we need to update, and really how we can coordinate better as a community, but also as a region. We have important regional plans. Like I mentioned, we have the Emergency Public Information Plan. And so we do have a regional joint information center that works very hard to send a consistent and concise message out to our public. And when we work with as a whole community approach, we want to make sure that we are including those people and residents with disabilities or access functional needs, as well as our deaf and hard of hearing community, blind, and our limited English proficiency community, making sure that we provide public information in the top 6 languages of the Houston region. And we keep track of our improvement plans and hold our different departments and jurisdictions accountable to really work on these improvement plans and not just have them in a file somewhere and collecting dust. We want to become a more resilient region and to be able to better prepare and respond to disasters throughout the region. And we also can look for those external sources and requirements. So this is a really good way to get the lessons learned from other disasters and attacks that have happened throughout the nation, but also throughout the world. The main lessons learned and what we've really looked at, especially around our marathon, is the Boston Marathon attack. And so we really want to look at not only their lessons learned, but how incredible their response was to the attack, and how it was such a coordinated effort, not only on a local level, but also with the FBI, and how state police responded, and how it was a really big effort throughout the city and the state. Next slide, please. So our new normal with COVID, it has made it very challenging to have our exercise facilitation, as well as training and having to plan with those CDC guidelines. So in March to about June, we had to stop all in-person training and then switch to a more virtual way that we could provide exercises. And so a lot of this was a very challenging and difficult transition for some of us who were not familiar with all the technology and different platforms that were available to us. So to share a couple of regional exercises that were incredibly successful, despite my resistance to some of these and nervousness to take care or to get on these particular platforms. Our first exercise that we were able to facilitate was our City of Houston Evacuation Hub exercise. And so we coordinate with all departments, not only our first responders like police and fire, but also our health department, which basically they run the evacuation hub, make sure that we are prepared and registering those people who need assistance in evacuating. We also work with the Texas Division of Emergency Management, also known as TDEM, who provide some just-in-time training, but also they have equipment that we use in order to utilize the emergency tracking network. We also, like I've mentioned before, have worked with BOADs, such as the American Red Cross, and so they come into our evacuation hub to provide water and snacks to those who are waiting to board particular buses. And so we had to really look at our evacuation hub, which is in the George R. Brown, and create social distancing markers with painter's tape and masking tape, ensuring that we could provide enough social distancing for evacuees and who may be waiting in line. And since we have most hurricanes happen during really intensely hot seasons, we wanted to make sure that we could bring in as many evacuees as possible, but also having within that entry corridor proper social distancing. So we showed how with very few people, because we can't have a lot of people in what's called a full-scale exercise or an operational exercise, we had to limit the number of our actor evacuees. But with the help of the Houston Television Network, we were able to film this and show how we will do temperature checks, how we will respond to certain situations when we register people, and also how we can provide social distancing, proper PPE to our evacuees as well as our staff, and how we can maintain those CDC guidelines. And so with all these little clips and of video and showing how we were looking at our George R. Brown Convention Center, we were in Hall F this year, and so we were able to, Hall A, we were able to have what was called a tabletop exercise and discussion-based exercise virtually, showing these clips to participants in order to assist or show them how we'll be able to follow these CDC guidelines. And it was extremely successful. I was really pleasantly surprised that the majority of our participants stayed for the entire 3 hours. And so it was really well attended, and we were able to get some really good feedback. And also part of our after action review is how we can better our exercises in the future, and how we can really have technology-based exercises with having more virtual, and how that will look in the future. We were also able to have a series of workshops that we brought emergency managers and our supply chain or industry partners together, and to share that real-time information sharing, what some unmet needs are, and looking at our timeline of events and what are some triggers to open an evacuation hub, how will we evacuate in coastal areas, and how that will affect our supply chain partners. So with training, it has been difficult. A lot of our training includes like group activities. And so FEMA has gone particularly virtual into the end of the year. So their Emergency Management Institute, which is located in Emmitsburg, Maryland, has been pretty much closed for the majority of this year. So people who would usually attend in person, such as myself in the Master Exercise Practitioner Program, have been unable to not only travel, but also to attend classes in person. And what has happened is that they have been able to do a lot of virtual training, which has given people the opportunity who may not be able to travel to Maryland or have that funding or the ability to attend the Emergency Management Institute. And so with virtual training, it's really brought us together as a nation and also as a great networking tool as well. Recently in June, I was able to conduct my first incident command system training in person. And with the use of our Emergency Operations Center, we were able to properly socially distance all of our students as well as our instructors. We also made sure that everybody wore proper PPE. We were sanitizing and also had hourly or bi-hourly COVID wipe downs. Next slide, please. Okay, so why are we looking at cybersecurity in training and exercise? So there has been a serious paradigm shift in terrorist attacks, and cyber is among one of the emerging threats. So we are looking at a minimum of 20% of UASI grants awards to address 4 priority or critical areas when it comes to a terrorist attack. So that would be cybersecurity, soft targets, such in targeted places, such as the shooting at the nightclub in Orlando, Florida, and any other places where we would gather and have those terrorist attacks. This also looks at information and intelligence sharing, as well as any other emerging trends. So we really need to look at our plans throughout the region and update those. And how we want to, and how we update those is, and Teresa's going to talk about it a little bit later, is having these cybersecurity seminars to help smaller jurisdictions who may not have a cybersecurity plan create one, and how larger jurisdictions such as the city of Houston or Harris County to really look and test those plans, and also utilizing a live range in order to respond to malware or other cybersecurity attacks. So this is, all of our plans need to have a clear linkage to the National Preparedness Goal, which is created by FEMA and just recently updated. And our National Preparedness Goal is to create a secure and resilient nation with capabilities areas of a whole community to prevent, protect against, mitigate, respond, and recover from all threats and hazards. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm done. Are there any questions? I think, Jack, maybe you were looking at the comments.
No, I didn't see really any, other than you did eventually tie this into cybersecurity. We're very dependent on Charity and her efforts because cybersecurity programs and the training exercise typically were in isolated, isolated communities, and we're bringing it out regionally, and we're bringing it out and socializing this type of training, not only in the cybersecurity professionals, but we're also bringing in emergency management, law enforcement, and the other disciplines to participate, because a cyber incident is going to involve multiple disciplines. And we discovered through Jack Voltaic that, us as a region are very hospitable or very open when it's a physical threat. We have all the right mechanisms and we have all the communication pieces. However, when it was a cybersecurity incident, it was a little harder to get that cross communication going. And so these exercises have been very beneficial in opening and bridging those gaps in the communication between those disciplines. And then we also, the training and exercise is not only important to our preparedness and our response, but it's also important to our funding. So I wanted Charity to come on and kind of talk with y'all a little bit about what she does and how we're socializing cybersecurity preparedness and response throughout the region. So thank you, Charity. I did not see any chat questions.
I just saw one from Victor. So you mentioned with the recent disasters that have hit the Houston area and surrounding region, it is very important to look at our lessons learned and with these real world events, doing particular after action reviews and looking at how we can continue to improve as a region and to become more resilient. And so it's really important. We are doing a continual COVID response after action report. We also do departmental as well as citywide after action reviews to how we responded to Hurricane Laura, tropical storm or Hurricane Beta, and other disasters that may hit the Houston area, as well as situations like water main breaks, any explosions or building collapses, and how we respond, do search and rescue, and recover from these. So thanks, Jack.
No, thank you. So to the audience, what I'm trying to do is bring us up this path, if you will. Charity talked about, how we're expanding our regional training to include cybersecurity. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about our regional cybersecurity programs. And then Teresa will come on and talk about the tools that we have available to the region. And then lastly, Greg will come in and actually give you a ground floor view of one of our cyber training workshops. He can't do the whole workshop, but he can definitely, take you to the ground floor and give you the 10-cent tour of our workshop. So thank you, Charity. And Liz, if you would bring me up to the my slide deck, please. All right. So thank you, Liz. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the Houston region cybersecurity programs. You just heard about how vast our region is and how we work with the multiple disciplines. Next slide, Liz. So dealing with critical infrastructure, we have a risk management critical infrastructure committee that falls under the Urban Area Security Initiative. And there's several committees. There's law enforcement, there's fire, there's emergency management, there's regional collaboration, there's intelligence and cybersecurity. And then there's mine is the Risk Management Critical Infrastructure Protection Committee. And it's representatives from Houston and the 5 counties. So it's a mixed group of law enforcement, IT professionals, fire department, all the emergency services and essential assets fall into these committees that have several work groups. And our goal is to develop and implement strategies related to critical infrastructure protection, but in both physical and cybersecurity. That was brought about when President Obama wanted to create and tie in a task force that had physical security and cybersecurity. And so I was blessed, if you will, of incorporating cybersecurity into our committee. Keep in mind, I am not a cyber professional. I am just a chef that doesn't know how to cook, but I know a lot of sous chefs that can make what I need to get it out in the region. So I have a very diverse group of subject matter experts, and you're going to hear from a couple of them later in the program to move these strategies, products, and services out throughout the region. And training is a really big part of it. And we started doing that probably in the last 3 years. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about 2020 and 2021 and how we're cyber focused. So during this next year, we've been expanding our cyber programs throughout the 5 counties, and we're now going into the 13 counties. So now we're talking to what I call the outlying counties, or the complete Houston-Galveston region. And, you know, Houston and the 5 counties have quite a bit of large businesses and large government entities. But then as you get out into the 13 counties, little smaller jurisdictions, smaller businesses, smaller schools, so their cyber needs are going to be a little bit different. And I'm going to talk about how we looked at the 2 different regions. You got the Houston-UASI, and then you got the 13 counties. We're also looking at updating our cyber tools to align with current threat trends. As you know, the threat trends are like the weather. They're constantly changing. And we're working really close to Teresa and Greg with Virtual Group to ensure that our tools are keeping up with those trends, and any practices we need to incorporate. And really, we're focusing this year on incorporating more sector-specific opportunities. And what I mean by that is, you know, a lot of our prevention tools are very broad, and almost generic, to where they capture, you know, everybody's type of cyber evaluation. So now we want to take some of our tools and align them specifically with a sector, like school districts. Their risk analysis is going to be different from a hospital. So we're looking at expanding our tools to be more sector specific. Next slide, please. This is kind of a snapshot of our Houston region cybersecurity tool suite. We currently have 4 tools, which Teresa will talk about later. We have the Cyber Control Implementation Interface, affectionately known as the CCII. I tried to change the name, but they wouldn't let me. I thought it was very long, but okay. So now we just call it the CCII. And that's really our hub. That is our core. And that aligns to the NIST framework. Then we have the mini assessment tool, which will be expanding to be more sector specific. We wanted to build a tool that was more aligned to those mom and pop businesses or those smaller jurisdictions. We have the cyber posture dashboard. Before you take a deep dive into your cyber analysis, you can go to the posture dashboard and kind of see where you're aligned. And then we have the cyber disruption and incident response tool, which we've had for several years, and we're now currently revamping. I do want to point out that under the Urban Area Security Initiative, that these tools are funded and at no cost to you. So we offer them to not only our regional partners, but we also offer them nationally. And I think last time we checked, we got participation from every state in the continental U.S. So they're very diverse tool suite, and they're at no cost to those that need them. We typically like to keep them aligned with jurisdictions and businesses. We do have some consultants that we allow access to the tools, but they have to verify that they are actually supporting a jurisdiction. They're an embedded contractor with a jurisdiction or some government entity or mandated a business. So we try to keep our tools at no cost, and we want them out into the jurisdictions and the businesses that need them. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our focused initiatives and how we're going to apply not only the mini assessments, it'll be more focused on sector specific. So the mini assessment tool, which Teresa will go into more detail, is we wanted to take this tool and develop and host a flexible cybersecurity assessment tool that can be modified at the local administrative level. So as we had some of these other sectors from school districts, hospitals, look at these tools, they would say, you know, these are great, but it doesn't really align to what I need. So working with Teresa and starting in 2021, we're in the planning phase now. Starting in 2021, we're going to be re-engineering the mini assessment tool to be more sector specific. We're planning on school risk assessments now. And then in 2021, we have to develop a voting site assessment capability that incorporates both physical security evaluation and cybersecurity evaluation. And I know 2021 is after the election, but I guess it's better late than never with when you come to DHS. But they are mandating that we come up with that all urban area security initiatives that get funding, that they come up with some type of cyber risk assessment for voting sites. Then we also want to look at the regional hospitals. As we go out into the 13 counties, you have smaller healthcare facilities that may need help in some type of cybersecurity assessment. As we're working in those outlying counties, a lot of the government entities or even businesses maybe have one person that handles all their cyber or IT needs, or they contract it out. So we're trying to develop tools and services to help those smaller jurisdictions and businesses. Next slide, please. So as Charity alluded to, we held some cyber seminars. We started this after Jack Voltaic. As I said earlier, we did and Umesh kind of talked about it. We did a huge program with the Army Cyber Institute. And the goal was, could the city of Houston realize that they were under a multi-sector cyber attack? In other words, school districts were being attacked, healthcare facilities were being attacked, as well as the city. And what we discovered was probably not, because there were so many silos in existence back then that they weren't really talking to each other in the cyber community. So we used Jack Voltaic to kind of bridge that gap and getting cyber professionals and operational personnel talking to each other. We found that internally, the operations people weren't talking to their IT professionals. They didn't even know why they lost a particular service in their business. It quit working. Typically everybody pays attention when their email goes down. That's when everybody really notices something's going on. And then depending on where you are, if you see the frequency of these interruptions, do you even know it's a cyber attack? You just think, oh, there it goes again. It's gone down. And we've actually seen some entities where they don't even start looking at a possibility of a cyber attack until 2 to 3 systems start going down. They think the first 2 interferences or interruptions is just something going on in the network, and they don't even start looking at a possible attack. So we discovered these issues or disconnects during Jack Voltaic, and we determined that holding cyber seminars, workshops, training annually is a good way to bring everybody not only together, but also bridging the gap between the different disciplines. You got emergency services, and you got operations, and you got IT personnel, and they need to be at the table together. So we do a seminar every year. This year, we were able to do 3 for the Urban Area Security Initiative. And then next year, we're going to do 3 for the Houston-Galveston region. Next slide, please. Under the Houston Urban Area Security Initiative, we conducted 3 cyber training seminars focusing on attack trends or needs for the region. So I gathered up all the subject matter experts from Houston and the 5 counties, both operational and IT professionals. We got around the table with Charity, and we started kind of planning, what do we need in our training and our exercise. And we were planning this, and then COVID hit. COVID hit, and we goes, okay, now we can't put everybody in a room. Typically, we will put everybody in the Houston Emergency Operations Center. It holds about 80 people. We had 150 in there for Jack Voltaic. We'll never do that again. But it can seat comfortably about 80 people. and we can actually activate the Emergency Operations Center and simulate an event occurring in the region, and make it appear that you're engaged in an actual operation, and then inject cyber scenarios into the operation, and now you have operations, emergency management, emergency services, and IT professionals around the table for their respective jurisdictions, trying to solve or resolve the scenario. And then at each table is going to be multiple businesses, jurisdictions, all in this emergency operations center. So it turns into a regional exercise, if you will. So not only are they solving internal issues related to the cyber scenario, other jurisdictions that are across the table are realizing they're under the same threat, or they're learning from each other and sharing ideas, and we're starting the communication. One of the major benefits that we got from these annual trainings is we created a trusted partnership. So now these cities and counties and businesses are talking to each other, and they're also talking to me. And as a result of one of our trainings, I had a major business and a city approach me later on in the year and told me that they were under an attack and needed help. And we were able to get them the help that they needed. But it was because of that trust, they knew to reach out to me and find that type of help, because sometimes they don't know who to reach out to. In the UASC training, we incorporate both briefing and hands-on keyboard. So they will get a 2-hour briefing on whatever the topic is. They will also get, every one of our training has familiarization with the tools. We always give them a briefing on the tools. And then they start getting the briefing on whatever the topic is. And this year the topic was cyber reconnaissance. We had network security and architecture, and we had malware analysis. So we had emergency management, we had IT professionals, from information security officers to CISOs to CTOs, sitting in this training virtually together with the instructor, going through these briefings. Then the instructor took them on our cyber range. We contracted with a company and got access to a virtual cyber network. And what we did different this time is this was 2 hours of instructor-led training, and it aligned with the briefing. So whatever the topic was they were discussing in the briefing, the instructor took them to the cyber range, and then through injects and scenario-based activities at them that aligned with the appropriate briefing. After the course was, that briefing or that training was concluded, each participant was given 20 hours of self-guided activity on the cyber range. So they were given 20 hours of access on the cyber range. And Teresa can probably, or Greg will talk about a little more of what the cyber range is. But it has videos, it has training scenarios, but it also has a lot of hands-on activities that they can develop their skills, learn that they didn't have the skills that they needed, and just become familiar with types of trends that are occurring out on these networks. Next slide, please. As we move into the Houston-Galveston region in 2021, again, these are smaller counties, smaller jurisdictions. It still incorporates Houston in the 5 counties, but the goal is to work with some of these smaller jurisdictions that don't have access to this type of training or even awareness of some of this type of capabilities. So the first thing we did was, and we developed a planning group that is a little bit different from the planning group that we did with the Urban Area Security Initiative. I incorporated some members from smaller school districts. I asked Umesh to be part of this planning group because he has a very diverse vision works with multiple clients from large and small throughout the counties. I asked Mary Dickerson to come in. These are names y'all are familiar with. Also asked our SETRAC, which is our Southeast Texas Regional Advisory Council. That's our hospital districts. They deal with 29 counties. So you can bet that they're in contact with some of these smaller healthcare facilities. I had them come in. So I brought in this mixed group of people that may have a good lens on kind of a smaller business or smaller jurisdictions capabilities or needs. So together we created a survey to send out to the regional partners so we could identify their training needs. We wanted to focus on the small jurisdictions and small business application, and we want to develop awareness from employee to executive, because it's very important to get your executives involved, because they need to understand that cybersecurity is just beyond emails. There's or antivirus software. There's a lot involved in their networks, and they need to understand the risk of their networks and how that not only does that affect their brand, but could affect their bottom dollar. Cybersecurity is very important to their business model. So in that in mind, in 2021, we're going to hold an executive briefing. We're probably going to do like 3 separate briefings around the region. And the executive briefing, they're going to get information on cyber personnel hiring practices. Why you should have, what size business should have cyber personnel, and then what are some of the hiring practices. Well, we definitely need to be talking about managing third-party risk in the supply chain. Where is that business getting their products and services, and how is their risk posture? How is their cyber risk posture? They need to be looking at that. And then, of course, we're going to review of the UASC cyber tools, because this is a very robust set of tools, and they're available at no cost. So why wouldn't they want to look at these if they need them, and don't have access to other types of tools? Then we're going to hold 3 training sessions for IT professionals. Again, they will get the CCI suite review. And then we're going to look at possibly cybersecurity incident response management, which is Greg's going to show you a little snapshot of that later. And then we want to talk about legal policies review. You heard earlier from Charity that planning, policies, and processes are very important to your preparedness, response, and recovery from any type of disaster, whether it be natural, man-made, cyber, however you want to slice it. These plans are very important, and policies are also important, because as we all know, the weakest link is that person that clicks that hyperlink and lets an attacker into their cyber network. There's always there's typically a physical transaction with most of these cyber attacks. So we definitely, and policies are the first wave of, or first line of defense in a cyber attack. And then we're either going to hold a tabletop exercise or incorporate a cyber range train, depending on what the skill level of the smaller jurisdictions are. Next slide, please. And I think I skipped one. I think we should be at the end, Liz. Where'd we go? You're going backwards. All right. There we go. So that's it from my end. Let me see if we got any questions. I don't see any. Liz or Charity, do you see any questions? Nope. Okay. So next up is Teresa Blackwell, who's president of Virtual Group, and she's both a city contractor and a regional contractor. She works very closely with me and the regional partners, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about some of our tools and how they can benefit both public and private entities. Good morning, Teresa. Glad you made it.
Hey, good morning. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you. I turn it over to you.
Okay, great. So I'm presenting a slide deck. I'm shortening it up a bit because you went through quite a bit of it, so I'm going to try to be very efficient here. Can you guys see my deck? Because I can't tell one way or the other. I'm going to take, all right, that's great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a little bit about the tools, and then I'll talk a little bit about the workshops that Jack talked about. Matter of fact, let's talk about those first, since he just went through those. We did conduct those actual workshops. And when we put those on, we wanted to ensure that individuals were getting a comprehensive training relative to the subject, as well as the fact that they were able to get the cyber range. Along with those cyber ranges, when we were done with the actual training, we gave each individual at the end of that access to assessments, some additional videos, training scenarios where they could actually go through a full suite of training if they wanted to get their CEH or something of that nature, whatever they wanted to go through. We opened up the full suite of tools and made it available to them. It turned out to be, the first one went great, second one went even better. We have another one that's scheduled for, I think it's Wednesday, the 27th or 28th of this month. And we're looking forward to putting those on, and we'll continue those as we move forward. So in regards to the tools themselves, you know, we started working with the city of Houston in 2014, and originally we started working through the idea that we were going to lay out and structure the NIST cybersecurity framework and put some processes and procedures together. And we started going through this, and then we realized that it might be in all of our best interests that we put something together that would allow us to be able to share this information. We could put it all together, and they could either be a bunch of documents, or we could put something together where we can share with different municipalities or other departments, or however we wanted to do it. So we decided that we would not only just package this up, but we would package it up and make it available on the internet to a set of organizations so that people would be able to use the data. One of the things that we found is that as we were going through the NIST framework, is that in some cases, smaller organizations that did not have a full cyber team, or did not even have cybersecurity people engaged, it would be in their best interest that we would put something together that they would be able to utilize and not have to just troll through huge documents. So we tried to put something together that would allow them to have a place where they can get policies and procedures. We would go through and we would put something together to help them get through the best practices. We put some tools in place, and that's where Jack's talking about the actual tools themselves. There's 4 of them. And then we help them walk through the roadmap and FAQs associated with the NIST framework. So the first thing that we put together was the CCI tool, which Jack alludes to. The Cybersecurity Control Implementation Interface is true. It's long. We just call it the CCI tool. Basically, it's a web-based utility that allows people to get tons of information. When you log into it, this is what you come up to. You guys can all get to it. It's www.cciitool.com or .info, take you to the same place. When you get there, this is the first thing you see. It gives you access to the specifics around, you know, what is the NIST framework. There's documents you can download. We have policies and procedures out there. We have a walkthrough to outline and understand the NIST framework. If you go in and you actually register, you get access to more information, utilities, and things of that nature. One of the pieces that you go through is it will walk you through the framework core. And as you're going through the core, it also explains it to you in copious details. And then we have artifacts to go along with that. If you're logged in, you'll be able to download and get this information. Along those same lines, you can actually, we have this set up that you can actually go in. You can go in and get all the artifacts. You can get all the boilerplates, the processes, everything that we've put together there makes it available to you. We also have guidelines on implementation, as well as you can get a online interactive type spreadsheet thing that we have out there that allows you to assess yourself, your current profile, your target profile, and you can download the entire thing. If you notice on the far right-hand side, we talk about download the CCI tool. We turned that off. And we've done that on purpose because, as Jack stated, we are in the process of updating all the tools. And this is one of the areas that we'll be updating, taking it to a different framework. So you can download the documents, but we're not allowing individuals to download the actual tool right now because we're no longer updating this particular version of it. So the next piece of this is the cybersecurity mini assessment. You can access this from within the actual CCII tool. If you navigate over to utilities in the far left, you select utilities, then you'll be able to get to this. This is a mini assessment. Originally, we have a tool that's called the posture dashboard, which I'll talk about shortly. But in that particular tool, it is a very comprehensive assessment tool. In this particular case, this is something a little bit easier for people to navigate, and especially for some smaller organizations that really just want to understand and know where they want to start originally. So what this allows you to do is to go in and answer some questions and get some places where you might want to start for your assessment. You start the questionnaire, it goes through, it asks you some sticker questions around each one of the control areas. You answer those questions, you go through that process, and you can go through each one of them or not a lot of them. And it comes back and it gives you a report. It tells you specifically the critical areas that you may need to consider and gives you some input around what those areas are based on your responses to the questions. It also identifies things that are critical, high, moderate. And then it also puts together an executive summary. We have a scoring system behind this that basically, based on the questions that you've answered, we give you a score based on your responses. And so you are able to get this executive summary out. You can email the results to you. You can print the results, download them, view them, and that's what the mini assessment does. Jack talked a lot about the fact that we're upgrading these tools. This particular assessment is getting completely upgraded in the sense that we are now taking this from a generic type, not generic, but from the NIST, just from the NIST framework. We're now moving this over to where there will be many assessments based on the industry. So there may be questions in here that would be different of questions that we would ask from education, maybe is different than what we would ask very specifically related to, voting or something of that nature. So we're in the process of doing that now, literally in the process and redesigning, and you'll see a significant change in these particular tools. The next one that we have is the cyber disruption readiness tool. This one is undergoing a transition as well. We're dead in the middle of it, of the planning phase for this. And what this tool does is it goes through, and it's kind of like the mini assessment in that it actually questions about cyber disruption. What would happen if you lost power? What would happen if you lost the internet? What happens if you lose specific staff? It goes through, it asks you some very specific questions around your environment. What do you have? How do you respond? Can you do this? What would be the percentage of the impact to your organization if, in fact, you had these issues? And then it goes through, and sorry, I lost my keyboard here. Then it goes through and it puts together an assessment report as well. It outputs a report and gives you information about what you should or could do to mitigate your risk based on the responses that you put in place. And then it also has artifacts and things that you can download and use as you're going through this process. This particular tool, we can provide you a link to it, but we've taken it offline on purpose because we're updating it. So we'll put this back online. Everybody will be able to have access to this. And this you will also get from within the CCII tool itself. Last but not least is the posture dashboard. This is a very detailed, it's almost like a GRC tool in the sense that it allows you to do an assessment. You can do an assessment of your entire organization, or you can do specific areas. You go through, in this particular case, you have to request access to this tool because this is more of an application and it requires some training to go through to actually utilize it, but you can get to it and it takes you through a full assessment. You can answer the questions. It's based on the NIST cybersecurity framework. It asks you, it scores you, it provides you information. You can download artifacts just like the other tools, but they're a little bit more detailed and more comprehensive, as well as the fact that it actually has a very detailed scoring process and mechanism behind it as well. And it holds information in the sense that you're able to put a score in now, and then 6 months from now you can make some changes and see where you've either increased or decreased in score. So with that, I think individuals asked for the actual link. I put the link up on the screen. I'll also put it into the actual chat area. But these are the actual tools that we have in place, and you'll see a significant transition and change as we move forward, enhance these, and put them a little bit more focused from an industry perspective. And I think that's it. Jack?
Hang on, I had to turn my mic off. I'll turn my mic back on. Thank you, Teresa. Let me check the chat. Thank you for sharing the link. Typically, I Google NIST framework need help. Believe it or not, that will point you there, because I've always asked people from other states, how did you find us? And they said, well, we had a mandate to do the NIST framework, and we typed in NIST framework help, and the CCI tool popped up. So that's one way to get it, but the actual link is available. Andreas, thank you for your comments. And yes, it's always great to have help. I will definitely reach out. Apparently, I started a meme that the weakest link is the person that clicks the link. I guess that's going to be the new cyber meme today. I don't see any other questions. Do you see any, Teresa? I think we're good.
I'm looking right now. I'm going to answer some of them.
Okay, perfect. And thank you, Teresa. And now I want to move into Greg. Greg works for Virtual Group, and he's helping moving us into incident response. So he's actually going to take you on a journey through the ground floor of some of his incident response training that I think all of us can learn from. You're never too old to learn or too skilled to learn. So it's nice to have Greg. Greg, thank you for joining. And I turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Jack. I appreciate that. So as Terry and Teresa and Jack had mentioned, the training we do, it's very hands-on, and it's a long
Greg, I think we got a lot of static. Is that Umesh? Is that just me, or is that Greg actually doing static?
Can you hear me all right?
I'm hearing garble, but I don't know if that's just me.
All right. Well, 1 second. Does this sound better now?
Nope, not from my end. Again, I don't know if that's me.
It's coming in on Greg's end.
Switch out.
Is Greg loud and clear, or is that just me?
No, it's garbled over here.
Okay. Your Bluetooth sucks, man. Now, if we read lips, we could understand what you were saying. Nope.
Can't hear you.
How much we paying him?
Hey, Jack, there were a couple of questions, like what are the 6 languages that public information is sent out in?
Charity? I know we have English, Spanish, Cantonese. One of the Cantonese is Vietnamese. Charity, are you still with us? Liz, can you bring her up?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
The question was, what were the 6 languages?
Oh, yeah, I heard it. I was talking to you, but I guess you guys didn't hear me. So yes, you're right. It's Spanish, French, Cantonese, or maybe it's Mandarin, Vietnamese, I believe Hindi, and Arabic.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me now? Does
Yes.
it sound better? Okay.
Yes.
The echo cancellation was causing a problem, so sorry about that.
Yeah,
Jack, there is one other question which says, what is the Master Exercise Practitioner Program?
Teresa?
I think that was for charity.
Was that a charity question or a Teresa question?
I think it's a charity question.
Yeah. sorry about that. So the master exercise, and I'm sorry, Greg, I'll try to answer these as quickly as possible. The Master Exercise Practitioner Program is available to everyone who is interested in emergency management exercise and developing an exercise program for your agency, organization, jurisdiction. And it is a 2-week course that is provided by FEMA and the Emergency Management Institute. And what's really nice about that is that it's fully paid for. You can fly out there. FEMA reimburses you. It is at a college, so you are eating dormitory food, but it's a really great way to network and get to know people from all across the nation in all sorts of disciplines. And it helps develop your capabilities to properly build exercises. It follows the guidelines that are given by FEMA with exercise. And there are quite a few requirements that or prerequisites that you have to take before getting into the Master Exercise Practitioner Program. But I'm not too sure if my contact information is going to be shared, but you're more than willing to contact me. Thank you for the question.
And last one, Greg. So there was a question about, are they on the online tools? Do we provide training virtually for these online tools? We have occasionally put them out in the region. Teresa did several workshops on just the tools themselves. Currently, we're incorporating them as part of our workshops. But that's a good point. Maybe we need to look at some online training of the tools, but that is typically dependent on the funding. Just like everybody in their own corporations struggle with getting funding for their cyber and their cybersecurity needs, we also struggle for the funding and have to compete with other types of programs. So sometimes cybersecurity gets funded really well. Sometimes we get just enough to get by. So it's dependent on the funding, how many of these types of services we can put out into the region. So that's a good point. I will make a note of that, and we will try to incorporate some online training on just the tools. So Greg, I finally turn it over to you so you can take us on that little journey you've been promising us. So we turn it over.
All right. Thanks again, Jack. Sorry about that, everybody. Can everybody hear me clearly now?
No, you're garbled again. No, you're garbled again.
Okay, 1 second. Nothing has changed since last time. Does it sound fine now?
Nope.
Let me turn off the echo cancellation and back on again.
Is he up? Good, Imish? Is he good?
Yes,
okay.
We can hear him. There is an echo, so we may want to only have one device going.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go. If it gets too bad, please just let me know, and we'll figure something else out. As I mentioned, we build these classes to be for everyone. So people that have no background at all and people that are experienced, and we design them in a way that everyone is going to be involved. Teresa and I have put these together from the ground up, these workshops, in a manner that, as Jack mentioned, depending on who is going to be in these courses, in these classes, we want them to get as much as possible. So the first one here, normally these are much longer because of the time slot we have. This is going to be a condensed version, but we're going to give the bare bones basic introduction to cybersecurity and incident response management. So a little about me real quick. My name, again, I'm Greg Madden. I'm a CISSP, an Army veteran. I've been doing this IT for over 10 years, security for over 6 years. And I've been around IT and security in general for quite a while. And also Teresa is a military veteran as well. We're both disabled veterans. So Virtual Group cares about that a little bit. So on the agenda for today, there's a few things we're going to talk about. The understanding cybersecurity incidents, meeting the challenge and responding to cybersecurity incidents, preparing for incidents, the key steps in responding, following up on a cyber incident, and finally conclusions and observations. So out the gate, understanding incidents. We're going to have to learn a little bit of terminology. So oftentimes you'll hear the words event or incident interchangeably. They're used interchangeably, but actually there are defined definitions. So an event is just something that happens, all right? Anything, it doesn't mean it's malicious, it doesn't mean it's bad. They happen all day, every day, all right? A user logging in, a file being modified, privilege requests. These things happen a million times a day across the world, across the globe. Every organization that's capturing these logs has events. Now, when those events negatively impact an organization, that's when they become incidents. So on the screen here, you see a user login is a generic event that happens every day. Every time one of your users logs in, it creates an event somewhere. Now, in the back end, let's say a user logs in from Russia. Now, foreign login for a user. Now that may become an incident. And that's how we characterize the difference between the two. All incidents are events, but not all events are incidents. And moving on, it's interesting to discuss how an attack phase plays out. There's three core phases of cybersecurity incident. There's reconnaissance, attack, and the achieve objective, right? That's what they're trying to get to before. But it's interesting because on the countermeasure side of things, on the blue team, on the inside, we also have three core phases. And I'm going to go back and forth between these two slides to compare, but phase one is countermeasures for us. So we're going to be monitoring and logging. We're going to be situational awareness. We're aware of what's affecting us, and collaboration. I know the UASI has been great in working with Jack. They bring a lot of people in to discuss not only what training they want to have, but how that training can best be used. And by collaborating, we can really identify the best way to attack the attackers. And the phase one for the attacker here is they're identifying targets and looking for vulnerabilities. So going back and forth between the two, phase one for an attacker, they're trying to find a way in. Phase one for us, we're trying to keep them out. So phase two for the attacker, they're exploiting vulnerabilities. They're trying to defeat any remaining controls. Phase two for the countermeasures is we're trying to build solid architectural system designs. We're trying to use standardized controls and including penetration testing. We're trying to test ourselves before the bad guys do get past our systems. And finally, phase three, this is where our incident response, business continuity, disaster recovery, and cybersecurity insurance fall. This is where phase three for the attacker, they've achieved their objective. They've gotten in, they've disrupted systems, they're manipulating data, they're messing with things. And on the phase three, on the insider, that's when we're responding, that's when we're recovering, and that's when we are maybe utilizing cybersecurity insurance to maybe help recover from this a little bit. So those are the real core progressions of an attack. But now I'm going to discuss meeting the challenge, of responding to a cybersecurity incident. The main challenges that you're going to find, especially for some smaller organizations or organizations that might not have a defined cyber department, is just identifying a suspected cyber incident to begin with. If you don't have the proper channels in place to identify an incident, it can take months, years. I can't think of how many times I've heard of a breach that comes out and the company didn't find out they were even breached until 6 months later. And they say you might have gotten, I think, I recently heard about one that there was, my wife actually was buying pants or something, and they had breached the PayPal associated with that website. They didn't know about it. This happened back in March of this past year, but we just found out about it in the past week. So if you can't even identify the incident, you're going to be spinning your wheels and you're never going to know. The next challenge is establishing objectives. If you don't have people that know the ins and outs of cyber response, you can't properly wade through the investigation to understand what you should be looking up, how you should be responding. Analyzing the information that you have is something, again, we're going to talk about some of the shortcomings here in a minute, but unless you have trained personnel, they don't know what they're looking at, right? Also determining business impact. Again, if you don't have the people that know what they're doing, you don't have the technology, you may not even be able to tell how far something has spread into your network. And that's a major concern, especially with some organizations that don't have defined cyber departments. And finally, even identifying the systems, networks, and information that have been compromised. Let's say a single machine has been compromised, someone downloaded a virus. If you don't have the skills to check, you have no clue if that virus or that malware has jumped to a server or has propagated to another machine or throughout the network. You don't know that unless you have the proper channels in place. So the challenges I mentioned are the implications on people, process, technology, and information. People obviously is one of the more difficult parts. Organizations need a formal response team. They're called a Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, or a CSIRT. At the very least, though, you have to name an individual who's going to be responsible for this, right? We understand, everyone knows that unless you're a Fortune 500 company, you're probably not going to have a 20-man cyber team capable of responding to every incident. So at the very least, you have to designate someone who's going to be the go-to person, the go-to individual to manage your cyber response program, someone who's going to take charge and make sure that these things are planned out and working. And it's important that there's, they have some technical expertise, but can also make quick business decisions. So you don't only want to make the best IT guy the cyber manager, because I've known a lot of IT guys who could tell you anything in the world about computers, but can't communicate well, all right? The person that's going to be in this type of position needs to not only understand the technical aspect, maybe not technical experts to the extent of, they're not subject matter experts in everything, but they know how to navigate the technology. But they also need to be able to communicate effectively, because if people aren't, collaborating and getting to the root of the issue, you're going to have a problem. The next thing is the process, having these procedures in place. Organizations need these processes because incident response is a repeatable process, right? Every time you get a virus, you should be doing the exact same thing. You should have a step-by-step checklist of exactly how to respond, so that in the event of your untimely demise, the person next to you, the person below you can step up and begin doing the exact same thing, the step-by-step processes that you already have in place. It's not trained to you. We're not just training you to do the incident response. We're creating a process so that anyone can jump in and really take hold and work through that investigation. Next is technology. Obviously, this is one of the harder issues, because to get the best technology, the best log solutions, you got to chunk out some money. And it's not always the case. There are simple, open source solutions sometimes, but especially in government entities, you can't always use free and open source. And it's difficult to really gather all the logs you need to record all the appropriate events and identify all these incidents if you don't have the right technology gathering these logs and looking. All right, we can always try to identify it manually by going in, doing our quarterly audits or our annual audits, but that's not helping us if we can't see what's happening today, right now. Finally, information. There's a lot of information that comes into logs when you're gathering logs, and unless you're experienced in reviewing logs and managing and going through investigation, it's a lot of information. It's overload. The first investigation I was part of, I felt like I did not belong, because the information was above me. And after a few times of going through it and training and doing our annual training, I figured out a little more to how to understand some of the logs and push through it. But your CSIRT, your response team, has to be familiar with at least log analysis, so they can find the information they need. As we mentioned just a few minutes ago, the main problems, if you can't tell what systems were affected, that's information you need to know, right? You need to know the IT infrastructure. You need to know the key suppliers. You need to know your critical apps. There's a lot of information that you have to know to have a successful response team and response effort. And we're going to get into some of that here in just a few. Well, right now, preparing for a cybersecurity incident. So the first thing we mentioned is the CSIRT. You're building your cybersecurity incident response team. Now, I said you're going to have someone with technical expertise and a good communicator, but you're not just throwing your IT department into your CSIRT. Right? You're going to include everything from legal experts, stakeholders. You will include some IT. You're going to include managers from all your departments. Anyone that has a stake in your organization, or anyone that is a manager that is responsible for critical assets or for critical processes, you're going to bring them into your team, because without their collaboration, you may miss critical assets. And in the event of an incident, you may not be able to respond appropriately. And so once you build your team, it's time to really identify what your critical functions are. And that's done via a criticality assessment. And essentially, this is just a way for everyone in the CSIRT and all your key stakeholders, department heads, managers, to sit down, identify all your critical assets, functions, systems, anything, whatever your organization cannot operate without, right? So think of a bank. A bank cannot operate without their ability to process loans or without their ability to process deposits and withdrawals, right? If you get rid of those three core services, a bank is essentially useless, right? You can't get your money out, you can't get money from them. What's the purpose? So a bank's not making money. So a bank is going to prioritize the criticality of those core servers over everything else, right? And after you identify those critical assets, then you're going to look at the support functions. So yeah, the core data server that houses a bank's data as far as balance inquiries and loan information, yeah, that's critical. But there's also an application that the tellers are going to use to reach out and touch that database to get that information. So while that individual database itself may not be critical, it is a critical support function, right? So every asset, every function, every system is going to be quantified based on the needs of the organization. So depending on what branch of government you're working in, depending on what department of your organization you're in, you're going to have different critical assets and different critical functions. And each department is going to quantify that criticality. And like I said, this requires input from every section, every department, because if you miss out or leave someone out, you're going to get to the point to where if you have an incident, you miss something, and you're not going to have a plan in place. And the final deliverable here is obviously a quantified list of assets that helps you determine where to focus your priorities and your resources. So after we develop a criticality assessment, now we've looked at what's most critical to us, then we're going to carry on a security threat analysis. Now this is kind of the opposite. Our criticality assessment is us looking at our internal and what's important to us. The security threat analysis is looking at how attackers are getting in. What's the most likely mechanism that a malicious actor is going to get into my organization? We're looking at the key dependencies of everything. You have to understand the nature of your business, because obviously the threats facing the Port of Houston are going to be way different than the mom and pop shop down the road, right? Completely different threats landscape. And you have to be aware of your threat landscape. And you have to take into account the assets that are likely to be targeted. So going back to the bank reference earlier, the core data server where everyone's deposit information, loan information is stored, that's something an attacker wants, right? But is that what they're going to attack first? Is that how they're going to get into your network, by attacking your core data server? No, that's not how they're going to get in. They're going to get in either via phishing. They're going to get in by maybe attacking a web server you have out in your DMZ. They're going to look at a different way. And so from a managerial standpoint, you not only have to look at what's critical to your organization, you have to look at what attackers can see, what the attackers are going to do. How are they going to get in? All right. So we're focusing our resources to not only our critical assets, but our most likely targets as well. So we can work together in that regard. And then we're going to also identify and recognize the compromise to what we call the CIA triad. All right. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality means people that shouldn't see it, can't see it. Integrity means people that can't change it or shouldn't change it, can't change it. And availability means people that can get to it, should be able to get to it at the bare level. And so in incident response and cybersecurity, we talk about the CIA triad a lot. And that's just referring to confidentiality, integrity, and availability of our critical infrastructure. So once we have our team in place, we've quantified our assets, and we've looked at the threats facing our organization, then it's time to start engaging in scenario-based training, working through series of attack scenarios that are tuned to your organization, right? The specific vulnerabilities that you faced. If you are a bank, you're not going to worry about a food vulnerability or someone getting food poisoning at your organization. That's not a likely scenario. But it is entirely likely that someone could hack your Wi-Fi. That's something to take into account. Now, these scenarios should be real world. And you can Google, you can get online, you can literally type in cybersecurity incident scenarios, and you get a list of 100, 200 different possible potential scenarios. But we've included a few here for you. Simulated malware infection on a core data server. So in this regard, you would sit down at the table, and you could it could all be completely tabletop exercises, or you can go full out and actually shut off servers and see how your team reacts. But for a malware infection, you pretend that there's a malware on your core data server, and then you see how your IT personnel and your cyber personnel are going to respond, right? Or you simulate a financial break-in. Someone has gotten in and stolen X amount of sensitive data, and how are you going to respond to that? What's the way you deal with it? Cloud compromise. Someone's Office 365 account has been compromised. What do you do? So these are the incidents that you can evaluate to not only test your response capability, but to see how you can make it better. And we're always evaluating the situational awareness that's applicable to your organization, right? So what's most important for you is looking at what affects you, right? There's a lot of crazy threats that exist, right? North Korea could nuke us, but is that what you really need to be focusing on for election security, and so forth? So you have to understand your organization to run through proper security incident scenarios. After we've run through, really this is almost step one as well, is creating an appropriate control framework. So there's hundreds of basic controls that you can implement to reduce the likelihood of a cybersecurity incident. And if I went over all of them, we'd sit here for probably the next 6 hours as I read through NIST 800-53. But at the end, we're going to go over just a few of the main ones to be aware of, just so you can know what I'm talking about. So out the gate, we have access control. Access control is simple. You should have good password hygiene. Disabled users that leave should be disabled right away. All those kind of generic access control that should be in place at every organization. Multi-factor, MFA. If you can put MFA on, use it. There's no reason not to. MFA, well, it's not the 100% stopgap. There are ways around it, for extremely skilled hackers. It's still, the defense in depth concept just makes you so much more protected against malicious actors. IDS is IP intrusion detection, those automated systems that are going to recognize malicious actors. And even if these basic technical controls don't actually prevent attacks and incidents, they can then also frustrate or slow down determined attackers. There's a saying in cybersecurity called security through obscurity, right? And that doesn't mean you're actually securing anything. Security through obscurity means you're just kind of hiding something. So think of it as if you put a camouflage, net over your front door. You're not making your door impenetrable. You're just making it harder to see, right? People do this a lot with their Wi-Fi. They'll turn off their SSID so no one can see it, automatically at least. No, it's not going to stop an attack outright, but it may prevent you from being targeted in the first place. So you can find a complete list of cyber controls recommended by NIST here on the screen. I honestly recommend, if you're going to be doing anything with cybersecurity, look up NIST. Go to the NIST website, nist.gov, and learn about the controls, because NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It's the ground, the basis for a lot of the controls we use in cybersecurity. Finally, you have to have a plan. You have to have an incident response plan, because when things happen, everyone forgets what they're supposed to do. You'll realize that the minute you have your first incident, if you don't have defined procedures and a plan in place, everyone's going to be running around not knowing what to do. And that's what this is intended to minimize. Minimize those impacts, not only the financial impact, but the operational impact, right? And the plan is supposed to be updated, right? A lot of organizations will create a plan, and then they'll just, all right, we're good to go. Well, if anything happens, we're fine. Wipe our hands off, happy. But in reality, if you're not updating it with the new technologies, new controls, you're wasting your time. You spent 2-3 weeks building a cyber plan, incident response plan, and it's useless in 2 weeks or 2 years, right? Because you haven't updated it. Now, there's a few things your plan has to address. Out the gate, you have to formally document the roles of everyone within your CSIRT and everyone within your incident response team. Not only the roles, but the responsibilities. Who's the one that's going to turn off the server? Who's the one that's going to contact the FBI? Who's the one that's going to do this? Who's the one that's going to, and so forth. And these have to be defined, because in the event that something happens again, I'm dead now and someone else has to do it. They've just stepped into my role. They have a new role. This tells them what they're supposed to do. You also have to designate the specific personnel who are going to be available 24/7, right? You're not just going to have one person. There's going to be a group of people that are always ready to respond, right? They're not going to show up within 15 minutes every time. And a lot of times organizations will have a 2-hour window, a 3-hour window. I've seen up to just a 24-hour window. If there's an incident, you have 24 hours to get into the organization in case someone's on vacation or whatnot. But those are the things you have to designate. Beyond that, you have to designate the actual recovery processes, right? So if a server goes down, what do, right? When you're actually in the process, it's been taken offline, and now you have to get it back up. But the server admin who normally does that, he's on vacation right now. How do we do it today? We got those processes in place. Same with data backup processes. How are those being done? Everyone on the team, even though they're not going to be the experts, everyone's not going to be an expert on data backups. They need to be aware of it. They need to know what the process is in case for some reason they get tasked with it. When it comes to incident response, even the best plan is going to go off the rails at some point. And it's critical that you can adapt. And having these defined processes and procedures in place is what allows you to adapt. You need to have the coverage, the response procedures, the alerts from the intrusion detection, how those alerts come in, the process to modify and evolve the incident response. At the end of every incident response plan, there should be a blurb that says this is going to be updated quarterly, and those generic boilerplates that Teresa mentioned you can probably find on the CCII stuff. And you have to test. You have to include your tests in your incident response plan. What I've found working with organizations, if you don't make them write it down, they're not going to do it, right? Because they'll do it when I'm on site. If we come on site and we're working through IR, sure, they're going to do it and they're going to love it while I'm on there. But the minute I leave, or the minute my organization leaves and we just leave them to their own devices, if they haven't written it down in stone, next year or the next time something happens, they're not going to do it. That's just you. That's how we work. If it's not written down and defined, someone somewhere is going to forget. And that's the way humans work. And obviously you have to include the training in your incident response plan. How often are people trained? How often are the actual team members trained on their responsibilities? So building a real cybersecurity incident response capability includes these few steps here. Starting off, we're building our team, and we're going to conduct a criticality assessment, identify and analyze threats facing our organization specifically, consider the implications on people, process, and technology. How is this going to affect everyone? If our core data servers go out, and we're probably going to be getting a lot of phone calls, how are we going to move our people around to answer those phone calls? We're going to create an appropriate control framework. We're going to make sure we're using the best recommended standards, best practices to test these things out. And we're going to create our response plan, right? Once we have that response plan in place, we're going to continuously test and review our state of readiness, right? Every quarter or maybe every year, we're going to be doing something to test this information out. All right, so the key steps, right? The key steps in responding to a cyber incident. Out the gate, we mentioned it from the very beginning, the hardest part is even detecting the incident. So there's many different ways you can do this. One of the first levels, once you have technology in place, is your alerts generated by your incident response, or your data loss, or your antivirus, or your log analysis system, your SIEM. Those alerts are going to go off and let you know when there's an event. But beyond that, you also have your front line, your employees, your users. If they click on something, they can tell you, hey, oops, I clicked on something. Maybe it hasn't ran yet. Maybe they just downloaded it and it didn't actually run yet. Or maybe there's a pop-up on the screen. I can't tell you how many of those, you've been infected, call this number. I've seen in my lifetime. And users will call IT help desk and say, hey, I'm seeing this weird thing. What do I do? That's one of our first lines of defense. And finally, if you miss out if you don't have the technology in place and your people can't detect it, finally, we have our quarterly or maybe annual audits. And a lot of the times, this is where you'll find breaches are reported. This is why they don't find the breach for 6 months, because they don't have the controls in place to find it on the spot. So when they go back through 6 months later, maybe they're federal, they have a body there that's auditing them externally. They're going to say, hey, what's this? And I guess we were hacked. And that happens more often than you realize, that people that the hack doesn't happen. They don't realize they were breached until they're doing an audit, just because they don't have the controls and technology and processes in place. So one of the key steps is defining our objectives and investigating those objectives. And so as part of your incident response plan, the minute an incident occurs, these are some of the questions and statements you need to analyze for yourself. You need to identify what systems, what networks, what assets have been compromised out the gate. That's crucial. If you can't identify that information, you're not going to be able to move on. You have to determine what information has been disclosed, right? So if someone gets into your email, you need to know if they downloaded your inbox, right? If I just know someone's gotten into my Office 365, that tells me nothing, all right? I don't know if they downloaded all my emails. I don't know if they were sending and forwarding emails. I have no clue what they did. I have to look deeper. We got to determine the potential business impact of the incident, all right? How much is this going to affect us? How much is this going to cost us? We have to work out how it happened. How did the hacker get in? What's going on? How did they get in here? How would let this happen? And finding out, performing the detailed analysis of the incident. So not only are we looking at what happened and we're going to find out who did it and why, but we're going to see the exact everything they did from the minute they got into our organization, how they transferred through our network, and what they did to completely identify the entire incident in a single scope. And one of the first steps that's going to happen is triage. All right, so the first responder, in this case, we'll use an example. Someone calls into IT help desk that they got a weird pop-up on their screen. And help desk's job is to triage that, right? So if it's just a generic pop-up, you don't need to call the CEO or the president of the company every time someone gets a pop-up, right? That's a waste of everyone's time and resources. However, if your core data server is getting network pop-ups, you might want to be looking a little deeper, right? So these are things to take into account because we have to rapidly address and identify the incidents that are within the realm of our control and those that we cannot handle, right? Because there's going to be things, I consider myself a subject matter expert, but I don't know everything there is to know about cybersecurity. It's such a broad branch that, there's no one person can be an expert. So if it's something that I'm not an expert at, I need to find someone that is to help me through this. So again, the first people are the incident response or the first responders. Many organizations don't have the right tools to conduct suitable investigations, right? So even if your first responder determines that, we need to look a little deeper into this. This isn't just a pop-up. We need to, someone's been compromised. You need to quickly identify that scope if the severity is beyond your in-house skills, right? Because some of this stuff is confusing. I mean, I've talked with a lot of experts, and we're all confused sometimes. Some of this is very high-level attacks that we see. So it's critical that you already have something in place, a retainer or arrangements of some kind with maybe a third-party entity, a forensic investigator that can come in and go through this with you in the event that this is above your pay grade, as I like to say sometimes. If you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to be able to help your organization, right? Just because you can't help your organization directly doesn't mean you can't find someone that can help, right? And that's what we're talking about and having something in place, all right? When it comes to Office 365, if I told you right now an email, one of your users was hacked, would you be able to go in and find out whether or not someone took something from that email and downloaded something? That's difficult. You have to understand the way audit logs and everything work in Office 365. Whereas you could also just hire an Office 365 forensic specialist who can come in and tell you in 20 minutes, right? So sure, I may be able to figure it out. I can get on Google and I'll spend maybe 45 minutes to an hour learning it myself and going through. But in that extra 20 minutes, 25 minutes, that attacker has now moved on and started sending phishes from that email. They're targeting other accounts that they found within that email. And that's why it's crucial to respond quickly with the appropriate response. And that's what's the containment. Containment is crucial, right? The objective is to stop the attacker's access to your system, right? The containment itself isn't eradication. We'll talk about eradication in a second. Containing is just making sure this can't spread, right? So we've got a machine that's got a virus on it. All I care about is that this virus doesn't make it to any other machine on my network. No other servers. This virus is contained. And these are some of the ways you can do it. You can close ports, mail servers. You can change passwords. You can turn on some filtering on your firewall. Isolate systems. Or sometimes it's as simple as unplugging it. That's the first thing. If someone calls me and tells me, hey, I accidentally downloaded something that I shouldn't have, my first words are going to be unplug, right? Unplug the network cable. We'll go a little farther, because you don't always want to unplug the computer power, for example, because there could be useful logs in there that you want to find, use for your investigation. So actually, I'm just going to unplug the network cable, and now it cannot spread. So even if that virus is going through and it's ripping through this system, it can't send anything back to a CNC server. A hacker can't do anything with it because they can't get into it. It's not connected to the network. And now we have a standalone environment that we can research and find out what type of malware was used, how did they get access to this, when was it clicked, when did it happen, all the who, what, where, when, whys that go into this. And then after we've contained it, it's time to eradicate it. So using this single system example, we unplug the network cable, and now we're just going to re-image the laptop, right? We're going to re-image it. We're not going to put this back on there. We're going to completely eradicate anything that could possibly be on this machine by re-imaging it or getting a brand new machine in there. We're going to eliminate the key components of the incident, remove it from the network outright, and that includes things like deleting malware or disabling breached accounts or identifying and mitigating vulnerabilities that were exploited. And another problem that a lot of organizations have is gathering and preserving evidence. As I mentioned, you shouldn't just unplug the power cable because there's useful logs, right? You need to be gathering information, not just hard drives and RAM, but you need to pull logs. You need to pull application data. You need to pull, browser history. If a user was going to a site they shouldn't have been before this, maybe that's a terms of service or a acceptable use violation, and you can fire them if they caused a breach that takes your entire network down because they wanted to go shoe shopping on work time. You can track this information back, right? And so gathering and preserving that evidence is crucial, not only for identifying the root cause, but in preserving evidence for an investigation going forward in case someone comes back to you and say, hey, why did this happen? I'm going to sue you, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can say, well, we crossed all our T's, we dotted all our I's, we have everything we need. And then you're going to recover. Right? So once you've contained, eradicated, and then we recover, we're going to start restoring our systems to normal operation. All right. We're going to confirm things are functioning normally. This is the phase where we start moving everything back to how it was before the incident. And the main challenges here is confirming that it's been successful. All right. I can tell you how many organizations I've spoke with or worked with who they've gotten ransomware, they spin up a backup, they think they're fine, and then 5 seconds later, ransomware is spreading again, right? They thought they were good, but they weren't, because it turns out that ransomware got into their backup. So you have to actually assure that you're getting properly recovering as well. All right, finally following up on cyber incidents. So once you've gotten rid of the problem, you've recovered, now we're going to look deeper into the incident. We're going to investigate everything. We're going to find the root cause. We're going to find the problem, how they got in, and we're going to quantify the impact, right? How many dollars of damage was done to us? As far as, are we going to have to offer credit monitoring? Are we going to have to do this? What are we going to have to do? And this is where you're going to identify all those endpoints that go into the final deliverable. And you're going to carry out this investigation to identify, you're going to want to find out who did it. Maybe you're not going to find out the person's name. But at the very least, we're going to find some IPs. We're going to find some IOCs that determine where this came from so we can stop it from happening in the future. And we're going to report this incident. Now, depending on your organization and the type of data you have, you may have different reporting requirements. If you don't have any sensitive or personal data, you may not have to report to the state of Texas. But if you are storing social security numbers or credit card numbers, or if you have sensitive data on people of Texas, you may have a requirement to report to the state cybersecurity board, or at the very least your CEO. As I mentioned before, you don't have to report everything to your CEO, but there's going to be a threshold of some sort where you're going to have to report and let somebody know what's going on. You're going to want to get a full description of the incident. Exactly, you want to know what's happening completely, so that when you hand this report off, someone says, "Okay, gotcha, I know what's going on." All right, so as part of this post-investigation incident review, we're going to look at some of these questions that you need to ask your people when you're investigating. These are the things you're looking at. How do we deal with it? Was it adequate? Did we follow everything we were supposed to do? Were the procedures followed? How'd the plan work? Did the plan go out? Did everyone run around screaming, no one knew what to do, or did they follow the procedures? How do we make it better? Could this have been prevented? So these are all the questions to take into account, and then more. Always ask questions. The only difference between an executive level employee and a regular employee is that executives ask more questions, and because they get to the root, and that's why they're executives. What lessons have we learned from this situation? And then we're going to update everything. All right. So once we go through, we're going to update everything: our controls, our auditing procedures, our incident management. We're going to update all that every time there's an incident. Okay, so conclusions and observations. So just a quick overview of what we've talked about today. All incidents are events, but not all events are incidents. Remember that. There is a difference.
Greg, you got about a minute.
Gotcha. We're almost through here now. Preparation is the first step, right? You have to be prepared. If you don't have a plan in place, you're going to fail every time. You have to contain the incident. It can be as simple as unplugging a network, or as complicated as shutting down entire network segments. It's also crucial and critical to resolve root causes. Don't use Band-Aids. Band-Aids don't work. I've seen so many organizations use Band-Aids. I come in later and they've never replaced them. Always go for the root cause and don't use Band-Aids. And despite the current level of support, everyone's still facing these budget problems, technical skills, support and influence. These are problems everyone faces. And finally, employing the services of properly qualified third-party experts can significantly help organizations handle security incidents in a more effective and appropriate way. So have someone you can go to that can help you in the event of a cybersecurity incident. Here's some references for you. We're running out of time here, so I can't spend too much here. But look up NIST for controls, find those props. You can look at the CIS top 20 for controls and the handbook for the CSERTs to identify how a team should be established. That's all I have. Again, this is a quick down and dirty review of cyber incident response. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer before we turn this back over to Jack.
Thank you, Greg. A couple of things popped up is when should you engage a forensic company other than just a securities company?
So forensics is something that you should have in place now. You should be going and talking and finding a third party that you can go to. You may not have a retainer, you may not pay him money yet, but you need to identify someone you can call, because the minute an investigation is beyond your control, you need to contact forensics.
Also, the last one is how do you know what information was stolen?
Forensics. Short answer. You have to understand, the different types of audit logs, the different types of devices, and how they report to really dive deep. So in Office 365, for example, you can download audit logs to determine whether or not an inbox has been accessed from a foreign IP. You can download and see if anything has been downloaded from the inbox itself, whether an email has been forwarded. And it really depends on the application that's been breached, but forensics is the short answer.
And then lastly, there was a comment that says you need to up your cyber game. So I don't know if that means get a better Bluetooth or quit working with Teresa and Jack. I don't know which one that is.
Hey,
Liz,
when we tested this out, we didn't have any problems. So I don't know if it's just
well, it's
internet
probably
today,
me. Liz, can you bring everybody up on screen, the whole panel? There's Charity. So on behalf of the panel, we want to thank everyone. And if anybody sees any chat questions real quick, we got about a minute. Teresa, do you see anything we need to cover?
You're muted.
I can't hear her.
I think there was too much words from what was cyber range. So in the range itself,
Yes.
Yeah, in the range itself, it's a scenario. It's scenario based, so you could go in. We allow people to go in, and we can analyze network traffic. We use Wireshark and other tools. We can look at code vulnerabilities, perform penetration testing. So they're all scenario based, and we set these up based on the class that we're actually training, and we make it available, and you can utilize that. And then when we're done with the class, we leave that open for a period of time that you can go in and do practice sessions yourself. So the question.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
There was a question
No,
around
you
going to practice? Are we going to share this presentation? If you're talking about Greg's, yes, we can do that.
And you can share mine too.
If I could, I see a comment from Thomas, Zach, mentioning the proliferation of Wi-Fi. As an organization, you shouldn't have Wi-Fi enabled to begin with on your internal devices.
That's how we find you. I don't see anything else popping up major there. So Umesh, on behalf of the panel, we want to thank you for having us. I hope everybody found it informative. We are doing our best to improve our cyber posture and awareness throughout Houston and the 5 counties.
Well, Jack, thank you so much for you and your panel and the excellent information that you have passed out and the assurance that the people in our region are receiving that, the city of Houston and its jurisdiction of 13 counties is proactive and is working with cyber incidents and integrating cyber preparedness into its emergency preparedness plans. And the information you have shared has been just excellent. Plus the tools, Teresa and Charity, thank you for coming on. Greg, you did an awesome job kind of taking a deep dive into incident response. So with that, thank you very, very much. Jack, will you stay on and transition and introduce our next panel, please? Okay, I think we've got them all on, Jack. We've got Wayne and Glenn.
Umesh and Jack, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely, we're happy to be here. So we'll be sharing a presentation here shortly on IoT and edge devices and the tsunami that data and responsibility that is proliferating. So we'll be talking about that here. So we're ready to go if you are.
Yeah, well, Jack, Access has been a great partner for you in the
Yes.
city of Houston. So if you would like to just introduce them, that would be awesome.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So the city of Houston deploys a lot of technology and devices, and we have a couple of smart city labs in place. And Access is one of not only our vendors, contractors of choice, they're also a trusted partner for our community deployment. And we work very closely with Access. As you can imagine, you cannot predict or forecast every event that is coming through the city of Houston. And so Access has always been there for us to help us deploy on the fly, if you will, and create solutions. And I asked Wayne and the other gentleman to come on board because as we move into the cybersecurity space and specifically the IoT space, we want a better understanding of how these products, when they're deployed, can affect your cybersecurity posture. I also work closely with Wayne because he deals with a lot of small businesses, and he's going to be instrumental in helping us as we move cybersecurity throughout the small jurisdictions. So Wayne and Glenn, pleasure having you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Great. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Jack. All right, so Wayne, you're driving.
Yep. You pull it up, and we should be here. So hopefully people can see this, I hope. Let me know if somebody can see the presentation. Hopefully.
Looks great to me.
Okay. Well, again, I'm Wayne Doris. I'm the Business Development Manager for Cybersecurity for the Americas for Access. Most of my job is to take customer requirements, whether they're small, medium, or enterprise, and help deliver those requirements to our headquarters in Loon for whatever we're going to put with devices. As you know, with access communications, we do physical security. So we do cameras, IP audio equipment, and access control. But this presentation is going to be more about IoT in general. My background is 30-some years in the physical security space, and I've spent about the last 10 years working with cybersecurity, and most of those working with federal and DoD customers. But with that, we also am going to allow Glenn to introduce himself. Enclave, which is one of our partners that we partner with, that has some unique technology that we'll talk about at the end of this, and go over that. Go ahead, Glenn.
Wayne, thank you. It's great to be here. We appreciate the opportunity to chat with the audience. Real quick, I'm founder of a company called Enclave Networks, and for the past 5 years, we've been building out a platform to protect the Internet of Things, operational technologies in general, but it's really based on secure communications and improving our network capabilities so that we can turn transport into a better security tool and a better solution for enterprises and for device manufacturers. We've been partnered with Access for a long time. Wayne and his team have been an excellent resource, and we've partnered to produce devices that have a new way to be protected and actually can provide savings to the people who buy this equipment. Wayne's right, we're about to enter into a new age of being overwhelmed. I think tsunami is the right title for this discussion, and as we go through it, we'll do our best to address it. My history is I've worked for many years in the DoD and national security space, and a lot of what we've built is based on technologies and techniques used there to protect our national interests. So you'll see some of that and some of that information throughout the presentation.
Yep, so we'll just level set. This is the agenda that we're going to kind of go over today. We're going to talk about the IoT landscape just in general, give you some facts and figures on that. We're going to talk about creating an IoT cybersecurity profile for your environment. You'll find that this is challenging, that IoT devices aren't like regular laptop servers or regular IT assets. So you're going to have to do a little customization, particularly for whatever vertical that your business may be in. We're going to talk about some just basic principles in hardening that you can do on most devices. And we're going to get into secure supply chain, because that's going to be a much bigger component, particularly going forward. Where you're getting products from, where you're getting chipsets from will be important. And the important thing with IoT is the whole lifecycle management. And I think this is one of the struggles that particularly IoT devices may have. But I think it's it's an important part of your processes that you need to add. And then we'll get into zero trust, and we'll at that point we'll be kind of handling it over to Glenn, talking about a zero trust application that they have. But we'll also talk about some alternative topologies that you can use to help contain IoT devices on your network. So quickly, we'll just go into the IoT landscape. Not a surprise that it is overwhelming. This is from a 2020 report. There's 50 billion IoT endpoint devices worldwide. And of course, most everybody works in any or one of these sectors. It even affects us as a consumer. If we do the quick math, we would say at 8 billion people, that's about 6 devices per person on the planet. And as we know, with some of the advents of like 5G and cloud and big data, that we're going to see just even more explosion for the amount of devices that are coming. And hence why we titled this presentation the IoT Tsunami, because that's what's actually going to be happening here. So just to talk a little bit about how we got here, there's always been a push for convergence or converged networks for OT and IoT devices in IT. So if we step back just a little bit, go back into the 1980s and 1990s, the IT guy actually was like, hey, my responsibility is to make sure I got email up, I've got my CRM up, I've got whatever my web facing servers are, infrastructure are there for supporting the business. And then in the late 90s, in the early 2000s, everything was like, oh, hey, we should be leveraging this protocol. So, HVAC systems, IP lighting, signage, and all kinds of other sensors, in process manufacturing. Everything today rides on that same IP infrastructure. And the problem is that all of that kind of ended up under the IT or the security, IT security or cybersecurity to protect, but a lot of these are systems that they really don't know a lot about. All they know is that they're on their network. The other thing is that, particularly in industrial control systems or certain other of these segments where you have sensors, a lot of them are legacy products, and a lot of them don't support common security protocols that we would expect if we had a Windows or a Linux or even a VM application. So some of those can't even support HTTPS, Active Directory, or even identity management services. And when we look at the next 3 points, big data, cloud, and wireless, they kind of all go together in the fact that big data is a push. Industry understands that the more that they know about their environment, the more efficiencies that they can drive. And hence, that's why all of these devices have ended up becoming onto your network. But as you know, the endpoint is made to be small and lightweight, and so they're leveraging the cloud to actually do all of this collection or federation of data, and then that's your access point to be able to look at multiple systems worldwide or regionally or whatever you may have. And then obviously with the wireless and cellular connections, that just help add on to the amount of network that we have. And as we know with 5G, the big promise of 5G is that even more IoT devices are going to be utilizing that method for being on your network, and you'll have to protect from. But one of the key points I want to point on this slide is that most of the time, as an endpoint manufacturer, we are looking to make things smaller. And so for a lot of times in that form factor, you have a smaller CPU than you would on a normal premise device. Simple networking protocol, network interface and protocols, small and simple OSs, and it may not even have been thought out, particularly on the consumer side, for, hey, what's the life cycle of if I have to change this firmware or software on this device? Can you even flash it? How do I get updates on that? But at the end of the day, it was minimal hardware and software features because we were sacrificing security for cost and form factor of the device. And that's kind of a problem that we've been dealing with all along, but that's kind of the history of where we are now and kind of the legacy of what we have to put up with for now. Glenn, you want to talk to this slide?
Absolutely, thank you. So by example, what you're looking at here is a chart that actually lays out our Department of Defense's attack surface. And we've broken it into 2 segments, IT and OT. And when we look at these numbers, there's going to be some surprise, but there's also a couple of points, a couple of takeaways from this that we can't miss. So as you can see, in terms of number of endpoints, the Department of Defense is running 260 times as many OT endpoints as they are IT. There's a long legacy of adding a variety of different operating systems. And so if you look, the number is overwhelming. One of the other considerations when it comes to operational technology is life cycle. As Wayne said, we're kind of, we've kind of weaned ourselves off having laptops and cell phones for long periods of time. We replace them very frequently, sometimes in under a year. A lot of the equipment that's there is obviously, it's complex, but it can be too difficult and way too expensive to replace. The long and short of this is that when we look at this, by contrast, there's 2 realizations that we need to walk away with. The first one is, given the number of endpoints and the complexity and diversity and life cycle, how can we ever expect to get caught up and understand those devices well enough to truly protect them? And if they're not going away, that means we need to deal with them today. The second point that we need to absorb here and consider is the networks that are running these devices. Just because they're on the wires and they're talking doesn't necessarily mean they're managed. And if they're not managed, they're not going to be protected. So we manage IT very tightly. But all of this operational technology, all these endpoints, have really put us in a position where over the course of 30 years, we've accumulated a massive inventory. And as we start to look closely at how we manage it, it's going to be impossible to manage in the current IT infrastructure using a current IT architecture that's designed for human communications. So to win this battle, we need to change the game. And
Yeah, right. And the one thing I would add is that if you're a small or medium business, of course, you're looking at these numbers and they're pretty staggering. The important part to remember is it's the ratio. What you need to run your business and all of these other systems that also attach on the network. You'll be surprised to find that a lot of your other devices will maybe more than what you have on your IT structure.
So this slide, thanks for flipping, Wayne. So this slide really speaks to the point that I ended with in the last slide. We need to take a new approach. And if we look at detection and then the isolation and containment needed to really protect an enterprise, we're talking about data and lives now. Part of the reason we need to change this game is because as hard as we've tried, not just for the past 6 years, but really for the past 25, the number of days that a bad guy has been in the midst of our enterprise hasn't improved. So we're doing the same thing over and over again without any improved results. Some of this, as with COVID, is related to detection. If we could detect everybody in the country today and give them a COVID test, we'd know where the infections were. But the reality is, if we don't couple that with improved isolation and containment, the ability to keep people in their neighborhoods and their homes contained so that we can prevent the spread of a virus, we're not going to do ourselves any good, and we're never going to solve this problem. We'll be here 20 years from now dealing with the same numbers we're looking at on this slide.
So really, what does it mean? These are your IT device, your IoT devices will be on the network. The important thing is we don't want these devices to become tools or attack vectors aimed at disrupting or compromising IT systems. We've seen in many breaches, take the Target breach where they came in on the HVAC system and then cross-breached over to the IT system. It's a very known method. So as an IoT manufacturer, we want to make sure that we just don't become an attack vector and we don't become tools for bad actors to use. And it also means that we have to make sure that the data that the hardware and software generates is safe and unauthorized for access and modification. But the important thing is the last bullet point on this slide is that IoT and OT are not IT, and they're very different, and that you, as a customer, you're going to have to develop some specific baselines for how you handle these devices on your network or how you adopt them onto your network. Really, that's the key takeaways here. So with that, we're going to kind of talk through the quick process of creating a baseline for IoT. A lot of times you'll say, well, let's look at some standards, or what standard can I point to? Really, this is a groundbreaking work in the fact that there are some standards out there. There's no one recognized global standard. Here in the US, I've been on a lot of the NIST IoT cybersecurity baseline calls. The baseline itself is really geared more towards consumer products. They have a federal profile that is for putting IoT devices on federal networks. These are good reference architectures that you can draw from to perhaps start looking at your profile. They'll have some good basis for it. But the point is, there is nothing quickly coming that you'll be able to say, oh, if I follow like an ISO 27001 or something, for example, that it would help me to understand my risk management process for this. IoT is its own separate animal, and it will continue to be so. So one of the things that come across my desk quite frequently is I get these huge, either we have to put a device on a network, and usually almost all of the questions are from the control sets of if I had a Windows application. The important thing in IoT is that most endpoints are not running some version of Windows. Yeah, you will get that if it's up at some kind of server doing a collection point, say like a VMS system, video management system, or some other collection point, you may have some Windows environment there. But most are running ARM architectures on a Linux kernel, and a lot of the same safeguards that you would like to use, like multi-factor authentication, Active Directory, may not be usable or even applicable, single sign-on. So when we look at the endpoint, we're going to have to learn to do, we can still secure it, but you're going to have to make, the takeaway here is rather than taking what your standard issue network policy is from a Windows implementation or a Linux or even a VMware, you're going to have to create this other profile to say, oh, you're an IoT endpoint. I'm going to hand you this document instead, and we're going to talk about some of the control sets that's going to help you with. So we'll talk a little bit now about IoT hardening. So these are just some good basics. Obviously, I go to point number 2, updating the device first with the latest firmware. Depending on whatever manufacturer or product that you're using, its life cycle from the time it was actually manufactured to a distributor to a store to it finally ends up on your doorstep, more than likely by the time you receive the device, there may be already better firmware or software for it. So I usually like to take that first. Hopefully it'll have signed firmware so that I know that I'm getting authentic firmware from the manufacturer. And then by taking that and defaulting it, then I'm lessening my chance of having some other stored parameter if somebody had tampered with the device in between. Setting the master password, depending on the device, it'll have a root account, an admin account. You, of course, want to do that. But what normally doesn't happen is you then set up a client account. Or what would be caused, in our case, like a camera, we would set up just a video account. And I don't want to base that, if I can, if possible, on the root or the admin credentials. I want to set that up as an actual user. This way, if that account gets compromised, I haven't lost my root or admin account. Of course, you're going to configure your network settings, and setting the time and date, of course, are very important. A lot of IoT devices use, onboard storage for if they can't connect to the network. And of course, you're going to want to make sure that that device is encrypted, encrypting that data so that a bad actor couldn't make bad use of that if they were able to get into it. One of the most minimal things is HTTP digest authentication. At least this way, you are at least encrypting the password. This is a pretty low-level thing. It's an important thing to look at. Even if the device can't support HTTPS, which is, of course, a much better method of using a certificate for encryption, but at least this way, you have some kind of minimal protection with that. And again, this is just to keep from having it so open on the wire that it's easy to sniff, easy to see credentials, and able to get that. One of the things that is overlooked, if you look at your IoT devices, they're made to work with their little domains. And in our case, in the physical security domain, if I have a camera and a video management server, I really could just use some IP address filtering and know that if it wasn't one of these workstations that are talking to my endpoint, I don't even really need to be listening to that. Or even if I have a technician or an IT laptop that is going to be made for maintenance, then those are the important things that I just need to put on that list to do that. And then disable unused services. A lot of times devices will have a whole host of services, but the way that you may implement it in your environment, you may only use a fraction of those. So if you're going to do that, just disable whatever else you don't need. You'll be saving yourself from having something else get compromised as we go. And then on the more advanced side, most devices will support 802.1x. You'll have to have a lot more infrastructure for that, for obviously a radius server and or switches that can also support that as well. One of the things that's highly overlooked is SNMP monitoring. Obviously in version 1 and 2, it wasn't very secure, but SNMP version 3 is very good. And this would give insight to other IT teams to know what's happening with that device, whether it's on, whether it's off, give you some kind of firmware or software level that you'll know. And then remote system logging. In the event that you had a breach, you're going to be wanting to look at these logs, and if your device has been compromised, you may not be able to get to those logs, but by having remote system logging, you'll be able to find out what actually happened on your network, and that will be key for the forensics team at that time. So I'm just going to briefly move over to talk about secure supply chain. I think this is it's important on our IT side, but it's going to become even more important on the OT and IoT side. One is that if you take our case as a camera manufacturer, there's hundreds of them worldwide. But when you look at manufacturers that actually make their own chipsets and their own software, it's really down to a handful. And a lot of times, particularly with an IoT product, the label that you see on it may not be the actual manufacturer that actually manufactured it. So if you can, to help clean up your supply chain, you would want to, of course, ensure that it's better to go with people that manufacture their own chipsets, their own software for it, because they'll own that whole process. Meaning that if you bought XYZ thermostat and it's actually made, say, by Honeywell, well, if Honeywell makes changes to their chipset and or have ongoing issues with their firmware or software, you may not get that update because you're not thinking that this is a Honeywell thermostat. And that's just an example. That's why if you can at least tie up using manufacturers that manufacture their own chipsets and hardware software, it'll make mapping your supply chain a whole lot easier. And as manufacturer, we're responsible for our own certifications and for the entire life cycle of the product. So one of the things that particularly on point 2, particularly in the medical industry, the FDA is talk about this SBOM, or what's known as a software bill of material. I'll talk about it from the access perspective of that when you use our firmware, we do use some open source packages such as Apache or OpenSSL. But when you buy the product off the data sheet, it's not going to tell you that off the bat. So what regulation is looked at is saying, hey, whether you're a consumer or a purchaser of products, maybe you need to know what other dependencies of this product you're buying, you may need to also monitor those. And then just in typical secure supply chain, you would like to know where a manufacturer sources components from, particularly critical components like chipsets, memory, anything that in the manufacturing process where people could alter or put malware in at the time or put configurations in. And then where do they manufacture? A lot of times this can be tied to your procurement process. For instance, in the federal space, it may have to be TAA or Trade Agreement Act compliant or NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act compliant. And at the end of the day, as a small business, medium business, or even enterprise business, you'll want to implement a vendor risk management program that kind of answers these things so that beyond the fact that these devices or system is going to provide a solution for you, you're going to understand what risks you're actually taking on by bringing this manufacturer onto your network. So with that, we're going to move over to a little bit to the IoT lifecycle management. And this is just an example. It wouldn't matter what manufacturer it is. This is an example of our older firmware schedule. But the idea was, as a manufacturer, we released new firmware for our product throughout the year. When you take any device, whether it's IoT, there also will have software or firmware updates. And one of the things we had in the past is that you got new features and you also got cybersecurity fixes, but you had to also move and change these firmwares. And where that didn't sit well was in this highly integrated world where we have integrations between systems and devices. A lot of times, if I change my firmware, it may break an integration somewhere else. So we ended up moving to where a customer has an option. They can move things in the active track to say be able to get features and upgrades. But we had a lot of customers that said, particularly government customers that said, I'm not so much interested in new features and upgrades. I'm interested in stability. so that I don't end up with messing up these integrations that I might have. So they wanted a long-term support model in the fact that we would continue to patch for vulnerabilities through the life cycle of the product, regardless if the user wanted to change or update the software. They could stay at that level. This also allowed us as a manufacturer that in our manufacturers for say 5-7 years, when we kind of get to that end of life, one of the main things is to make sure that it gets put on a long-term support track so that we can continue to do vulnerability patches for it even after we've quit selling it or it's no longer supportable from us as from a tech support point of view, but from requirements for being a manufacturer and being ethical, we want to make sure that we do that ongoing for as long as we can. I mean, at some point you get where you can't. It's like stuffing sausage. You can't get enough. You got more sausage than you can get into that casing. So at some point, the device just won't have memory or have the ability to run that. But just keep that in the back of your mind. You want to look at when you're purchasing a device, kind of what the software schedule is for it. And this kind of leads us into, setting a schedule of how you'll do updates. That's all based on your environment. Some people may want to do that monthly, some quarterly, but the important thing is that you're getting these updates and closing off having these vulnerabilities that somebody can exploit. Test the plan and then making sure that it gets actually implemented. The other thing is kind of understand what's the difference between a service release and a full release. So, and a lot of times there may be a quick patch in the event that it was either discovered for code that we actually wrote, or it could be, as we talked about, we had a dependency on a open source package and they had a vulnerability, so we have to put that patch into our software, in which case we may do a quick service release as opposed to a so just understand those differences when you're working with your vendors and how they're going to address bug and vulnerability patches, whether that's a service release or a full release. And this gets into, on the IT side, of course, they would have a non-production test environment. But as we keep having these integrated systems and all of this dependency, is who's actually going to test that ahead of time before we start rolling out. Particularly with IoT, you can end up having 10,000 cameras on your network. I don't necessarily just want to be rolling those updates out until I know that they've tested and that everything still works. And actually, who owns that testing? Is it you, the end customer? Is it your contractor or your integrator or systems provider for that? Or what we're seeing a big push for, particularly in the medical space, is allowing the manufacturer to push those updates. But still, the end customer is going to want to know, is that update going to upset my system in any form or fashion? So with that, we're going to kind of talk about zero trust a bit. I'll hand this over to Glenn, and we'll talk about some alternate topologies and some ways to secure things if you want to take some different approaches besides trying to control and use these devices in the same way that you would a regular IT, applying all these different security control sets. There are some different methodologies for that. Glenn?
Thanks, Wayne. So yes, before I go into the product, let's talk about zero trust as a concept, because it's a concept. It's not a like security. It's a process. It's a way of life, and it really does center around the word trust. So I will go back and go back into what we started with. I had mentioned the intelligence community and Department of Defense. Zero trust was really born, the concept of it was born out of that environment where absolute trust of everything and everybody involved needed to be managed tightly and taken as far as it could be taken. So when we look at if we were to go to NIST and bring up the zero trust framework, you would see that it's broken into components. And I want to point out that zero trust is a goal. It's not a state that we're going to be able to readily achieve. But as a goal, it's going to take us farther down the road improving our protection and managing our assets and protecting them than any approach in the past. So getting back, when it comes to national security, most people are familiar with the fact that to work in national security, you need a clearance. That clearance usually involves a background check and can involve a polygraph. That's our way of establishing that that individual can be trusted before they enter into the system that we're going to be using. In addition to the individuals, we need to have trusted endpoints, trusted systems running inside of our networks, and then trusted networks. So what we chose to do 5 years ago was to focus on the network itself and improving the trust of the network, and then taking that trust capability and embedding it in endpoint devices so that we could have greater surety that in the construct of a system where we're handling important data or protecting lives and running medical devices, that we could trust everything as much as we possibly could in that process. So we have a platform, and I'll get through this briefly and get to, but to explain where we're coming from, we have a secure communications platform that focuses on the network. We have offerings for operational technology, for remote access, and for mobile access. And the reason why we focus on those is that those areas are things that we can get closer to zero trust than a standard IT environment. If we think about a typical IT environment, it's almost impossible to control everyone's communications because we may be going to an HR server in California 1 minute, the cloud for our email another minute, and at lunchtime ordering socks from Amazon. And so IT really has to start with the concept of everything needs to be accessible and we will close things off as best we can. Zero trust starts with the idea that we're closed and we're not opening up anything to anyone or to any device unless it's trusted. So that's where our approach comes to this. So if we go to the next slide, Wayne, this is a typical commingled environment. And for the last 25 years, we've continued to add stuff to it with the hopes of being able to view it from a single pane of glass. There's always a lot of push toward converged infrastructure with the idea that that single pane of glass is going to make our lives easier. The reality is, when we look at what we've constructed, and if we go back to the numbers that we showed in the beginning of the presentation, the idea that we can possibly add enough policy or process or learn enough about all the operating systems and endpoint behaviors out there that we can protect all of this stuff that we've added is just taking us to the point where we're kind of lying to ourselves. So a lot of CIOs justifiably and rightfully are looking to simplify their network approach and to flatten areas of the network where they can. Well, that flattening is the same approach that we're taking toward improving and getting toward a zero trust environment for a section. So this would be a picture of a converged infrastructure where we are treating a camera the same way we treat a laptop. If we go to the next slide, if we were to take the segments of our network, the devices and systems that are simpler, for example, a camera talks to a DVR and it talks to a control panel. It's not going to order socks on lunch, so it's much more predictable. If we can take the predictable parts of our network, put them into easier to manage, more flat networks that require less policy, less hands-on, we can move to a more balanced approach to managing our network and improving our security posture. In this architecture, you can see that we have 5 simpler networks that have limited access in terms of the number of people, which means the crossover breaches that Wayne was referring to can be eliminated. So now we can actually keep infections in an HVAC from entering into an accounting system. This not only lets us better apply our human resources and gets the most vulnerable, because we're the weakest link in the chain, but it lets us remove people from the process and improve the overall posture of the enterprise and focus more on the things that are harder to protect. So if we go to the next slide, this is a place where we demonstrated this live. It was one of our first tests. It goes back to national security. We were invited by the Secretary of Defense to test in the National Cyber Range. This is this architecture that they put up for us to be tested, where we implemented our platform, shows you that this is a typical commingled DoD converged infrastructure. Commingled environment, routers, switches, VPNs, SDNs. I will tell you that from a national security perspective, pretty much every piece of technology and tool that we use for IT is considered to be vulnerable. The Department of Defense goes to work under assumed breach every day. But they are much more strict about their secure compartmentalized national security environments, and that's where we started our approach to solving this problem. But in this instance, you can see we have a building to the right with a bunch of legacy equipment, some control systems on the top that are managing those devices in that building. And when we look at that, we think we can take this, if we apply the concept in the last slide, we can simplify the IT manager's job. We can simplify the network configuration, and we can get these two network segments closer to zero trust than we can IT if we can restrict egress and access. So our solution focuses on, if we go to the next slide, Wayne, taking and building a hard wall around these network segments that strictly control access and apply different techniques to securing the communications into and out of these environments. I won't go into the details of how we do it, but effectively we've taken and created a totally new network here, a closed network on existing wires. This eases the burden for IT and makes management of this environment simpler and easier to secure than if it was open to the slings and arrows of a converged infrastructure. You'll notice we've even added secure access. And there are benefits to doing this. Just out of simplicity, we can gain savings. Out of improved manageability, we can gain improved performance. So if we go to the next slide, Wayne. The idea here is, and whether you look at our platform to do this or not, I think the approach is sound, and there are tools out there that you can apply in each of these categories. But from a zero trust perspective, we should seek to be more secure, apply a zero trust approach to all of the places and devices to make sure that they are trusted before we connect them and use them. And this speaks to Wayne's supply chain discussion earlier about where did the chips come from? Where did the current copy of the BIOS come from? That's not something a small business could do, but it is something that you could ask your suppliers about and that they can collaborate with you on, because collaboration is one of the cornerstones of solving this problem. The second thing we should look to is to not create more complexity in our environments, but to simplify them. The less policies, the fewer certificates, the fewer components that we need to manage, the better, because frankly, people are the weakest link. And the more we get to manage, humans in the mix are going to make the mistakes. And when that happens, with the utilization of things like botnets by the bad guys, it's pretty hard to fend off 100,000 or 1 million attacks in a day when you have even 10 seconds downtime where you're vulnerable. Finally, we need to look at better ways to apply our resources, both the human resources and the hard dollar costs when it comes to managing the network, because if we can't reduce the costs of managing the network overall, we're not going to be able to spend the money that's required to really focus on better cyber prevention. We, in particular, focus on, again, not just the detection of anomalous behavior, but the isolation and containment once this happens, which is why we are in the secure communications business. We want to provide more discrete control over the communications so that the second you find a problem, you can keep it from spreading across your enterprise. So that was what's behind our entry into the market, how we have our discussions with end customers, and how we collaborate with partners like Access to improve maintenance on devices through secure access, how we improve manageability by limiting egress and access to and from physical security systems and building automation systems, medical devices, and other vulnerable assets. So that's kind of the summary from our end. So next slide. I'll hand it back to you, Wayne.
Sure, for now. Yeah, again, in summary, zero trust, or even if you're not going to employ a full zero trust model, you want to deploy firewalls, micro segmentation around your data where it's important. And it's funny because I get this question a lot from small businesses, in the fact that you have the advantage of being able to map your data now while you're still a smaller organization, and it will be far easier to set up these rules and topologies now that allow you to scale as your business gets bigger. A lot of times in the enterprise space, we've already gone through this explosion and we have to do all of this different containment now. Again, create your own IoT security baseline. I just understand these devices are different, understand what you can do with them, whether it's HTTPS, other protocols that you can use to help secure communications, things like that. You just want to make sure that you kind of create a different document that you're going to give to IoT manufacturers that actually makes sense to them of the things that you want done. Last, know who's going to own and update the patches, whether it's IT or IoT systems, just that's working with the manufacturer and yourself about your schedule and keeping devices up to date. And believe it or not, again, just setting up that account policy, knowing who has your admin account or root accounts, just managing your privileged access policy, your password policy. You would be surprised how many times I go into an environment and for all of the 10,000 cameras on the network, it's the exact same password for all of them. And there are better policies to do that. There's better tools and systems that can help you manage password policies for your environment. And then just keeping the system up to date. And then, of course, secure supply chain, know who and where that you're actually buying from. This is actually Glenn and my contact information. I'm going to skip over now, hopefully, to stop sharing because I can't see the actual slides for comments. And I think we may have some time now to take comments and questions from the audience that we may have. So again, yes, as we see, zero trust is a process. It is a way of life. Need to provide more discrete controls over communications. What do you have to say about that, Glenn?
Yeah, I think that we all need to take a step back, acknowledge the fact that we are already overwhelmed and that we're about to get more overwhelmed. It goes to why we're doing this presentation, right? And, from an enterprise perspective, CIOs, unfortunately, they're doing their absolute best. We enter into every conversation with an enterprise CIO and CISO understanding that their tools are limited and that they are forced to deal with an open architecture first. What we try to focus on is educating them on alternative ways to improve their control over their environment, improve their control over their communications, and implement zero trust wherever they can. I see there's a question here about Nest devices. Do you want me to touch on that one, or do you want to hit on that?
Actually, I think we'll get to the Nest devices, but and like Nada said here, should work with vendors to build security into products. And that's exactly, what my job primarily is for Access for the Americas. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're adding more and more security into it for trusted platform modules, secure elements. How are we going to be in zero trust, meaning when a device boots up on the network through MUD or Brewski protocols, what other information it can give to the software-defined network to quickly set up an access control list for it. But one of the things I wanted to point it out is that one of the reasons we partnered with Enclave was that we're embedding this technology in our cameras as an ACAP or as another application that you run on it to allow us for customers that are saying, hey, maybe all of this physical security stuff or other stuff that I don't really need to touch every day. Why am I trying to put it and manage it in the same process that I have for the rest of my IT? And so, those are going forward with that. And I agree, it's super critical. And Glenn can talk more about the work that they've done on the medical device side. You want to highlight on that?
Yeah, well, before we even get to the medical device side, I think that we need to level set. Security is a team sport, right?
Yep.
And because this is a process. So while it's really nice for us, and I'm not defending Wayne because he was kind enough to invite me to this party, but the reality is Wayne and every manufacturer can only be so good and so responsible at what they do. Because when products leave their hands and go into distribution and get installed, there's a responsibility to take what they've built in and utilize it. So the process of security has accountability through the entire life cycle. It starts with the manufacturer building in what they can. It moves to an installer or an integrator, making sure that things are installed correctly and passwords are implemented correctly, and there's a process for protecting that information. Then it moves to the ownership and maintenance of those systems, whether it's the owner of the system, the owner of the IoT, or some third party that might be managing the device after it's been installed, like an HVAC. The reality is, in the end, if everybody's not doing their job, then there is a gap that bad guys can run through. So I see manufacturers today working toward building, and Access is doing an excellent job of working toward building in better security, but more importantly, giving better tools to their suppliers and their enterprises to say, here, if you learn to manage this in a different way, you can significantly improve your posture as an enterprise. So I wanted to get that out because I think we all need to understand that. Mm-hmm. You're never going to buy a product, whether it's a Nest product or anything else, that a manufacturer is going to say, put this in and it's going to be safe and you'll never get breached, because there's going to be problems with your home network and your enterprise network, right, and the building network and the network that the telco supplies and all of the other stuff. So that's one. In terms of medical devices, Wayne's right. They are of particular concern, not just because they have it's low-hanging fruit for the bad guys. Health insurance companies and providers have all the information they need for identity theft and for ransomware. So that information is going to be the first information they go after. 95% of breaches or identity theft occurs from the breach of a medical device, so or a medical system. So it's a real issue. But there's other issues associated with medical devices, in particular medical networks, because since they are life support systems, the Food and Drug Administration demands in many instances that a manufacturer can actually monitor and help maintain a device after it's been installed. That post-deployment connectivity is an area where we are creating problems for ourselves. Yep. I mean, frankly, we are opening up our networks without adequately securing the connection for that manufacturer. Yep. Again, I think CIOs and CISOs are doing the best they can with the tools they have. We're focused on improving those tools, and we have some.
Yeah, the other. I was going to say we have another question that's come up. Can we talk more about micro segmentation and what are the important things to consider? So Microsegmentation is a process for deploying zero trust. And before you do your segmenting, you have to trace where the important data is in your network. And once you have done that layout of where the important data is, so whether it's in R&D, customer purchase data, transaction data, once you have all these little different parts on your network, you would want to create another micro-segmentation. In other words, another factor that you're going to verify credentials or a user or an identity before getting into those resources. And that's what micro-segmentation is about. Instead of just having, in the old topology, we kind of had this one firewall that the outside of the network was unsecure and the inside was secure. And what we all know between insiders and even the bad guys, one of the reasons when we go back to the slide that talked about the delay in detection, the majority of the time they're using valid credentials on your network. So they appear like they are the person that should be there. So zero trust is about, I don't just have this one firewall or moat that I have to get over to get to the network. So microsegmenting is knowing where all of your important data is from a business perspective of where you as a business, it would be highly catastrophic if this business was compromised or if it was ransomized and the fact it was encrypted, you couldn't get access to it. Those are the things that you're going to want to also do further segmentation and protect that data.
So let me jump in with one comment. So microsegmentation in an IT environment speaks to management, right? So when we talk about managing a medical, let's take a medical device, and we can microsegment through VLANs, right? Well, VLANs are okay to manage, so we understand this is going over here and this is going over there, and communications should be separated. But VLAN hopping is a very popular method of moving across a network. So while VLANs are good for management, how well you can implement those VLANs and truly microsegment and control the devices and the device's communications is going to determine your ability to manage security. So the greater and more discrete control you have over a device's ability to roam around the network, the less likely it's going to be to spread an infection. Your detection has to be good, but your response time has to be even better in order to make sure that once something is discovered, you're shutting it down. And there's plenty of examples and instances that start with Target and include, at this point, thousands of hospitals, banks, credit card companies. It's just across the board. The one thing I would urge everyone here to do is as you step back and look at this environment, I will say that, I use this a lot. I think the severity that's associated with the operational technology world and IoT devices in particular it can't be emphasized enough to the people who are listening here or who might hear this. And the example that I frequently use is today, I think it's pretty obvious that almost every hospital in this country has been held ransom.
Yeah, that's true.
For the data, right? Well, the data is important, and the bad guys want the data, and they want to use it for identity theft and credit card theft to fund their operations. Maybe it's a country, maybe it's criminals, whatever that might be. And there's a cost associated with that data that equates to some Bitcoin transfer. And, I think we've seen numbers in the $50,000, $100,000 range. And they put a number on that data, and there's even a number for the value of a record on the dark market, black web, the dark web, whatever you want to call it. I think what everyone needs to do as they walk away from this is think about what's the value of a life? What happens if someone gets control of a factory system or a medical device or a water treatment plant? The implications and the costs are much greater. And the effect of that, because we're all connected to one another, is something that we'll all be affected by. So we all need to do our part.
Yeah, well, we're going to be wrapping up here. Again, if you have any questions, certainly looking at Enclave in a way of cryptographically doing this segmentation is a possibility to look at. But at the end of the day, we're here to help. We have resources, and we're able. I know a lot of this was around national security and on a DoD scale, but the important thing is that we're taking these same processes and technologies and being able to apply those to a small or medium business is possible, and not out of the cost option either. So with that, I think we'll turn it back over to Umesh and Liz to move us along to our next set of presenters.
Thank you.
Can't hear
You
you,
might be on
Umesh. I think you're muted.
I got to learn to do this better. I'm
We all
almost
do.
a day and a half into it.
We all do.
Still don't know how it ends up being muted and unmuted, but I'm back. And I wanted to say thank you so much, Wayne and Glenn, for providing such great information around IoT, educating our community, and talking about zero trust, talking about the NIST standards, talking about microsegmentations, talking about Nest and Nest enabled, not NIST, but Nest enabled devices and medical devices, and just where all of this is going and how are we going to end up managing millions and billions of IoT devices. And just so this is and how do we have trusted communication? So you've covered such a lot of ground, and we really do appreciate it. And so thank you very much. And I'm going to start bringing on our next panel. But to our audience, let's give a big thanks to Wayne and to Glenn. Shout out their names in the chat. We're going to do another $25 e-gift card based on participation as we get the next panel on. And so give us your aha moments, drop that into the chat. And let's go, folks. We're going to be bringing on our next panel right away. And let's bring on our moderator. And while that's happening, I want to get some activity. I want to see some activity in the comments section. So throw in your aha moments, folks. And we're going to pick a couple of winners here in a minute or two. And so great participation. Mary, again, great to see you. You had an awesome session yesterday. It's so good to see you and all the work that you have done for the Houston Cyber Summit as being part of one of our captains for planning it, and all the work that you have done with the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council and being a founding member of Cyber Houston. And we appreciate the support of the University of Houston and everything you do with the Texas CIO Council and the Cybersecurity Council and the Cybersecurity Initiative. You're all over the place, and your support is superlative. And I know that you've been joined with a fantastic panel where you have Greg White joining, and then you have I'm trying to look it up really quick.
We have a fabulous panel, Umesh, and it's been a lot of fun to be part of the whole Cyber Houston efforts. I think that this year's summit has proven to be truly outstanding, and I'm sure our attendees will second and third those thoughts as well. So I think we're in for another great session.
Yeah, and I want to, as I turn it over to you, I do want to kind of recognize Dr. Greg White, because he was instrumental in approving and encouraging and improving Cyber Houston as a Department of Homeland Security recognized ISAL. So with that, I want to turn it over to y'all, and I'm sure y'all will have a great panel discussion. Great. And Mary, at the end of your panel, get some people to participate, because what we're going to do is, I see some comments coming in, but I'm going to make them wait till after your panel during your Q&A to give that e-gift card for $25 to the Amazon gift card, and y'all will get to pick the winner. Okay.
Ooh,
over to you.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the best parts of this panel is, as Umesh said, at the very end will be the audience participation part of the panel, in which case we're hoping that you're going to come up with some fabulous questions. Sorry, I lost you for a second there. Can you hear me? We're going to come up with some great questions for everyone, and or hopefully you're going to come up with some great questions for us. So one of the things that we are looking at doing is we're going to start with just the overall idea for this session is information sharing. And so we're going to start by talking about the information sharing parts of this. One of the things that our previous panelist, Glenn, mentioned is that to win this battle, you need to change the game. And so one of the ways that we change the game is we leverage expertise that we don't have. In many of the earlier discussions, both yesterday and today, you would have heard pieces that tell you that we can't know everything there is to know about cyber. Cyber is so comprehensive and has so many different aspects to it. And so one of the ways that we gain access to information that we don't have is we network, we leverage each other. And that's one of the reasons that I'm sure many of you are participating in this summit yesterday, today, and tomorrow, is so that you can get information that you didn't already have. And so one of the best ways we can do that is through an information sharing organization. So with that, I'm going to have our panel introduce themselves, tell you who they are, what they do, and why they are part of this panel and the information they're going to briefly be sharing with you today. And so I'm going to start with Dr. Greg White. If you would like to go first, please. Greg, I can't hear you.
That's because I forgot to click the mute button. Technology. Okay, I'm Dr. Greg White. I'm a professor of computer science at the University of Texas at San Antonio. I'm also the director for the Center for Infrastructure Assurance and Security at UTSA. And one of the things, the grants that we received in 2015 was from the Department of Homeland Security, which named us the Information Sharing and Analysis Organization Standards Office for the nation. So we're involved in promoting information sharing and analysis organizations and writing the documents to help individuals and organizations form their own ISAFs. So I guess that's why I'm on the panel.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Glad to have you here. Now we have Daniel Hankins.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Hankins. I am the State of Texas Cybersecurity Coordinator, and as part of that, I work with Mary and Dr. White on the Texas ISA, of which they both participate. Quick, short intro. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Tahar, we're up to you.
Hello. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, ISIL. Thank you for Cyber Houston for this opportunity to share on the panel with the great folks. My name is Tahar Raul Martinez. You can call me T, and I'm the founder and CEO of Cyber Warfighter of CEHT, which is Cyber Experts Highly Trusted. We are an IT staffing and cybersecurity solution firm, and we help companies protect and secure sensitive data. So let me share a little bit about myself and why I'm on the panel. I have two cybersecurity IT small businesses located in Texas, Georgia, and North Carolina. I have been in cybersecurity for a little over 27 years. I'm a retired Army communications officer, and I served 22 years protecting and securing our nation's highly classified data and infrastructures. I am a founding member of the National Security Innovation Council, and one of those initiatives is to optimize the national security communities of practices across the great state of Texas. I bring to this panel passion, expertise, and experience as a cybersecurity and IT professional and entrepreneur.
Great. Welcome, T. Thanks for being here.
Yes.
And last but certainly not least, we have Vic Malloy.
Hello, everybody. Just pleased as punch to be a part of this panel. And what I am is a project manager at the University of Texas, San Antonio, as a part of the network of the Small Business Development Center Network in the Southwest border region. And want to commend the folks that they're at University of Houston, who run the Small Business Development Center network there. Want to tip my hat to them. This is a collaborative partnership, and we co-op together. We do not compete together, but we are very much synergistic. My background briefly is a retired military officer. I've worked in private sector as a practitioner and as a manager and executive leader, cybersecurity. Glad to be here, part of the panel.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. So, if, as our audience can see, we have an extremely distinguished panel, and I am quite honored to be able to kind of herd these cats in the right direction. So, hopefully, we'll have a little bit of fun over the next hour. You'll get some information. And, like I said, remember to come up with your awesome questions, put them in the chat so that you can be eligible for that wonderful gift card later. So, let's start with Dr. White, could you kind of give us the big picture? What is an ISAL and what do you see as being done with ISALs, not just within the US, but internationally as well?
Sure, I'd be glad to talk about that. First of all, what is an ISAL? An ISAL is, as the acronym implies, they're an information sharing and analysis organization. This includes the ISACs, which many people are much more familiar with. An ISAL is, at its most basic, an information sharing organization. They can be formal, they can be informal, they can charge for membership, they might offer membership for free, they can be organized based on specific sectors, or the membership can come from a geographic area, such as a state or a community, a city. But no matter how they are organized, the purpose of them, all of them, whether it's a large formal ISAC that's been around for 20 years or whether it's a new up and coming ISAL, the purpose is to share information on cybersecurity issues, incidents, events, and so forth. And the purpose is to then improve the cybersecurity of all the members in that organization, in that ISAL. In terms of internationally, well, we all know that cybersecurity is not just an issue in the United States. It's an international issue as well. And so if sharing information is good within the United States, then sharing information with other organizations with other nations would probably also be very good. And it is true, because an attack that may be occurring in the United States may also be occurring or may have occurred previously in another country. And it would have been nice to have heard about that, to share some information about that, because what we would love to do is to be able to prevent incidents instead of just always responding to them. One of the issues, it's a little bit trickier internationally, sharing information internationally. Oftentimes, that's why it's going a little bit slower than the movement, if you will, is progressing here in the United States. You have issues such as privacy, different laws that govern security and privacy in different countries. And so sharing of information can be a little bit tricky. Where we're seeing it currently is you're seeing it in the various critical infrastructures. For example, the financial services sector. They are doing a pretty good job of sharing information internationally. Other sectors are attempting to basically get up to the same level of sharing that the financial services folks are. But that's the current status of the information sharing. We all desire it, we want to do it, but as I said, sometimes it's a little trickier doing it internationally.
Excellent. Thank you for kind of setting our foundation for that. Now, Daniel, you're the Texas Cybersecurity Coordinator, so you're responsible for the state of Texas. How is Texas working this ISAL angle? What are we doing as a state to promote these ideas and to encourage this?
In the last year and a half, we've actually stood up our own ISAL with the help of Dr. White and Vic and yourself, of course. And it's actually free for anybody inside Texas. You can go ahead and register at isal.texas.gov. And then we're also working with Dr. White and his staff to continue to promote establishing ISALs and information sharing within the community, because we see it as a great benefit for everybody. The more information we get out there, the more secure all of Texas is. And we know that a lot of times it takes repeating and repeating and repeating for some things to sink in. So we figured the more ways we hit people with security information, the more ways they're going to absorb it. And a little tiny bit here and there raises the baseline for everybody. So I'm just going to do a really quick plug for something Dr. White is actually hosting October 27th for those community ISALs or people in communities that are interested. He's actually going to have a special topic meeting available for everybody on how to build up your community. So look for more information on that.
Excellent. Hopefully our attendees are making a note of that, because that would be an awesome opportunity. So one of the things I know that just as the University of Houston and as part of Cyber Houston, we're all looking for ways that we can really leverage the benefit of being part of an ISAL. So let me go to T. So especially with your vast cybersecurity experience and your different companies and stuff, we know that the threat landscape is continuing to increase and evolve in ways that, at this moment we can't even begin to predict. So what do you see as the real value and the role that ISOs may play in helping to mitigate these threats?
That's a great question, Mary. So, okay, first of all cyber criminals are sharing their best practices with each other. And as they collaborate, it allows them to become more effective and efficient at stealing your data. So one of ISO's roles that is critically needed is to provide a platform to evolve and innovate quickly best practices to address and stay ahead of some of these threats. Also, cyber professionals must also share this information about cyber threats, as stated earlier, about incidents and staying ahead of these cyber criminals. The ISO's role or platform allows companies from diverse industries to come together, collaborate, combat, and most importantly, defend against these cyber threats. This is especially important for small businesses. I am a small business, have many small businesses, so I know personally this is especially important for small businesses that find it challenging to analyze and share information relating to cybersecurity risk and activities.
Excellent. Thank you. So one of the things, T, that you just touched on that I know, many of our attendees are small to medium-sized businesses. And I know that there are several people among our attendees that are listening to this saying, well, that's just great, but I'm not a Fortune 500 company. I don't have the resources to ingest a lot of this intelligence information. I personally don't have the expertise to deal with it. So, this question to Vic, you work with a lot of small to medium-sized businesses. What do you see, from the people that you are interacting with in the various industries that, small to medium-sized businesses cross? What do you see as the value that they can gain from an ISAL? And more importantly, how do they engage with one? I'm an island of one. How do I reach out to the masses? Can you speak to that?
I'd be happy to. So first and foremost, it's always that old adage, you don't know what you don't know. And the person that tells you that they know everything, be on guard for that. But did you know that in 2021, it is forecasted that cybercrime damage is at $6 trillion. So in one way or another, each and every one of us has a vested interest in making sure that our organization, be they a solo entrepreneur or be they a multinational corporation, takes on a proactive stance to understand your organization and what are those measures that you have in place. And to Dr. Greg White's point, have you looked at the maturity of your organization? The cybersecurity maturity model community is a effort that Dr. Greg White has initiated and been advocating and promoting in a more effective way to let you know that, hey, look, while you may be serving a homemade taco and that's the best homemade taco in the world, you won't be able to serve that homemade taco if your young high school student that is surfing the internet on the exact same network that you're doing your point of sales on is not segmented, not protected, and you haven't educated them and made them aware of the practices that they need to be put in place so that they protect the fact that tomorrow they have a job and they can come back in and operate on that network and not become the victim of a ransomware. So there are two types of people that have been compromised and people who will be compromised. So when you think about the Equifax data breach, you think about all of these ongoing incidents that are happening on a global scale, everyone has to know that they have a shared responsibility. So part of that is, awareness. And that's why during National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, us doing this summit is so critical and important. So this is your first step as a small business owner, is to say, look, I can't shrug this off. I can't ignore it. It is critical to me being in business that I have to protect my information, I have to protect my people and my technology so that I can stay in business.
Absolutely. Now, I know Dr. White, one of the examples that you've given on many occasions when I've heard you speak of this is the mariachi band. So why don't you
Yes.
share for our attendees that haven't had the benefit of hearing about the mariachi band? That is one of the examples that you use to explain that anybody can benefit from a proper information sharing framework type thing. Would you like to elaborate on that and share with our viewers that haven't had that great opportunity yet?
I would love to. I love this example, and mariachi bands are very big, obviously here in Texas, especially San Antonio. But I've given and used this example across the country when I talked about the ISAs, and I use it as was mentioned as an example to explain the issue that Vic was talking about. You have to be some large entity, and the question you asked him about what if I'm just a sector of one or an organization of one, and I say that let's consider the ISA or the mariachi bands. I would love to see, before I retire someday, a mariachi band ISA. That's my goal in life, is to see that happen. And people chuckle about that when I bring up mariachi bands. Why does a mariachi band need to have mariachi bands need to have an ISAL and be sharing information? I say, okay, well, let's talk about that for a second. Do mariachi bands have a website? And the answer is, yeah, they do. Sure, they do. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. The ones that are more active here in San Antonio certainly do. Well, do mariachi bands ever collect things like credit card information? And is that information then stored on a computer, for example, or a cell phone or whatever? And the answer to that is also, of course. Would a mariachi band, group of mariachi bands benefit by coming together on some periodic basis? Doesn't have to be weekly, doesn't have to be monthly, it could be quarterly, whatever. Would they benefit by coming together and talking about, and here's the key, cybersecurity as it pertains to them? Do they need a 24/7 security operations center with threat intel analysts? No, they probably can get away without having that. But would they benefit by coming together as a group and talking about, well, what are you using to protect yourself from ransomware, or what are you doing with for a host-based firewall on your machine? How does this firewall thing work in Windows anyway? Would they benefit by coming together and talking about that? And the answer is absolutely. And that's true of any small business, true of any large business. You can benefit by coming together and sharing information.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And for our attendees, you've now heard the infamous mariachi band demonstration from Dr. White. So here's a question for all of our panelists. Clearly, trust is important in information sharing. I don't want to share information with someone that I don't trust, and I'm not liable to take information from people that I don't trust and actually act on it. So within an ISAL, how do you establish trust between these different organizations so that they feel comfortable sharing with others, especially when this involves, cross-sector collaborations? So, I tend to know who in the higher education space I can trust and, rely on for information. But once you start getting into other industries, other verticals and stuff, I may or may not have that same level of trust. So, question for anyone on the panel, how do you establish this trust between these different organizations?
If anybody doesn't mind, I'll go real
go
fast.
first.
Sorry, Tia. But as everybody here is aware, I work for a government organization. So people, when they look at me coming into their conferences and whatnot, like I'm here today, you can tell I'm not wearing a jacket, and I've talked to everybody here before. But as a government employee, when I walk into organizations, people kind of become a little bit mistrustful. They're afraid that I'm coming in to either take over or mandate new things. And it's building those personal relationships. So Vic, for example, realizes when I pick up my phone and call Vic that I'm not going to mandate something to Vic. I'm just looking for some kind of information, and he's free to share it or not. It's up to him. But now that we've built that personal relationship, I also know that when Vic calls me, roughly what he's going to ask about, and then he's going to put me in contact with other people. Same thing with Dr. White. I was emailing him this morning looking for a contact, and because we've worked together so much now, Dr. White is comfortable giving me these contacts, and he'll make those introductions for me, and that builds up that trust level. It's, yeah, like I said, really personal relationships.
I'd definitely like to add to that. Coming from so many years of service, and for me, when you have leaders that set the culture like Dr. White, that sets the tone and the atmosphere that drives a platform and a community of trust, as a business, you have an understanding, and some others may even have an oath that says, we're coming with these intentions. And when that culture is set with ISO says, here is the intentions, are you stakeholders are in agreement with these intentions, this culture of trust and transparency for the higher good of our nation's security. For that, I don't know anyone in this space who know it's a space of selfless service, whether you're doing it for profit or nonprofit or government. We're all in, and that's what leads that it starts to build that bridge of know, like, and trust factor. But to what was just mentioned, it starts with I see Dr. White. There is a veteran cohort that's there. The same thing with Vic, and so that fosters that as well. That know, like, and trust factor.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a great perspective. I want to take just a minute, and Dr. White, we'll get back to you in just a minute, but we have had Steve Brown join us, another one of our illustrious panel members. I believe there were some technical difficulties earlier, so Steve, we're very pleased that you're able to join us. Why don't, for the benefit of our attendees, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're bringing to the panel?
Say that again, Mary, I'm sorry.
Oh, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself so that our attendees know who you are, and welcome to the panel, and we're glad you're here.
I apologize to my fellow panelists. I had a little bit of technical difficulties right before. I'm Steve Brown. I'm a senior consultant with Reprivita and a former member of many of the a few others, GRF. So I've been around the space for a few years and recently retired as the Chief Security Officer of XL Energy.
Great. Well, we are very pleased that you were able to overcome the technical challenges that we've all had, and we're glad that you're here. One of the questions, Steve, that we're working on right now is how to build trust within an information sharing organization, especially among industries with different verticals and different sizes and all kinds of different characteristics. And I think, Dr. White, you were going to add something to what T had already commented on.
Yes, thank you. And I wholeheartedly agree with what she said. One of the things about trust is it takes some time. If you take a look at the ISACs, some of those, like the financial services ISAC, has been around for more than 2 decades. And in the early days of the financial services ISAC, which is, once again, ISACs are information sharing and analysis organizations. In the early days, the banks weren't freely sharing information. It took time before there was this culture of sharing that was established. And what it took was basically, this is to adding on to something that T said, it takes a group of individuals coming together to recognize that when it comes to cybersecurity, we're not competitors, we're partners. When it comes to cybersecurity, Bank of America and Wells Fargo are not competing. They are partners against the cyber attackers out there. And when a sector or a community understands that, then you can really start seeing information sharing take place. And one of the things that we think of is the sweet spot, really, for establishing trust are those community ISACs, because it's oftentimes it's a lot easier to establish trust when once a quarter, once a month, whatever it may be, I come together and I meet people and I talk to them and we talk about our kids or schools or whatever's going on in the community. You can establish trust a lot quicker with that personal contact oftentimes than in the internet world. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of personal contact even in the local community anymore. But assuming COVID-19 eventually goes away or gets handled, maybe we'll start meeting again at some point. And that's why we really think that those community, state, those geographically based ISAOs are really the sweet spots for the future of ISAOs.
So we're already kind of there with the Cyber Houston ISAO, because it is a community-based ISAO. So good to know that we're on the right track. So, Steve, I know that in your role, you see a lot of things throughout the country, and one of the things I would imagine is you see ISALs take different forms in the different industries and stuff like that. So, would you like to share with the group what your perspective is on ISALs and what you've seen, and kind of give us a different view from what we've already talked about?
Yes, thank you, Mary. The basis of an ISAL was, of course, is different ISALs, what they share. Sometimes it's often see it sharing more information or to up its game, sharing of best practices, sharing of what doesn't work, and incidents, sharing, hey, this didn't work and we had this happen to us. It's opening up and sharing is when you're really mature. We saw that when I was with Wells Fargo in 2012, when we were subject of the Iranian DDoS attacks. Every morning at 8 o'clock, we'd get the email and one of the banks would be picked. And it just so happened, most of the CISOs and senior personnel were of all the big major banks were together when it first happened. So we immediately began sharing intelligence back and forth, what worked, what didn't. We got to the point where we were calling smaller banks up the next day and saying, hey, this is going to happen to you. This is what works. This is what doesn't. And we were very open, very collaborative. We realized this was again all. I think all ISALs want to get when they're sharing.
That's great, Steve. I think we might have lost just the tail end of what you were saying there, but I think Steve's point is a really good one. That one of the things is leveraging the pain that other people have had, so that you don't experience that same pain, and certainly kind of giving the proactive warning to others as to how they can combat some of that. So
I think Steve made a very good point there too. It takes entities not being ashamed when something happens to them to share that, because so many entities, they want to keep that inside and they don't want to tell anybody that something went wrong. But you have to share that information out so that it doesn't happen to other people, and then realize that your trusted partners aren't going to use that against you. In fact, they're going to come back and they're going to start
that's a
sharing their
great
pain
point,
points
Dan.
with you.
So, does anyone else have another success story that they'd like to share as to an experience they had and how an ISAL or an ISAC helped share that information and make things better?
Well, I like to share, if I may, Mary, the other side of that coin. Just as humans and as business, I can tell you the greatest lessons I've learned was not in my success, but in my failures. And so if I could just share a quick story of a real situation. We had a potential client that in our discovery process, we shared with them that ISO was a critical resource to protect their business. While they did not become a client of ours, we discovered later that they did not take action, and they did not take any action on the information and guidance we shared. Unfortunately, far too many companies put cybersecurity investments as a low priority and rarely allocate a budget to cyber protection. In the case of our potential customer, without implementing ISO as one of the tools we recommended, they became a victim of ransomware. They were locked out of their systems. They were locked out of their sensitive data, and they had to pay a significant amount of money in just hopes to get their data back. And when data is breached, there is a financial and a legal cost to data breaches. Unfortunately, too many companies ignore their cyber risk, or they think, as Vic said and everyone on the panel, it will not happen to them. Companies like CEHT and others represented on these panels are resources to include ISO to save companies time, money, and most important, brand reputation. So that's the flip side. Instead of a success, there was a great lesson in that failure.
Absolutely. So go ahead, Dr. White.
Sorry, I apologize. If I could add to that, lessons learned because of failures. In the early, another one of the very robust ISACs currently is the multi-state ISAC. I think every state territory is part of the ISAC, member communities as well. They're tremendous. They send out lots of information. But in the early days of ISAC, they were having a meeting one time where a state was talking about an incident that had occurred in their state with state government and being targeted, and another state basically popped up and said, "Oh yeah, we had that happen to us." And it was like, why didn't you say something? Then and I'm not naming the states. The one state they could have avoided it potentially, and could have headed it off at the pass if the other state that got hit first had mentioned it. And it was a lesson to everybody that was on that call that no, we do need to share information.
So I'll give another example kind of along those same lines, but one that many people can potentially relate to, and it has to do with emergency management. And we were going through a tabletop exercise related to a cybersecurity incident, and one of the things that was brought up was, if this was a hurricane, you would have a very different perspective about it, because we accept the fact that meteorologists are taking guesses. They don't know where the storm is going to go. And when the storm doesn't go in the direction that they had thought it would, and yet the emergency managers have done their due diligence and they have their plans and stuff like that, when it does hit a part of the country or an area that wasn't as fully prepared as they could have been, they all come online saying, we did the best that we could, we did the appropriate things in place, and no one can control a storm. But with cyber, which we really can't control either, we do the same types of due diligence, but nobody wants to step up and say, "Yep, we got hit. We weren't as prepared as we could have been. We thought we were, but we weren't." But the reality is that's why we band together, and that's why even when you look at hurricane tracking and stuff like that, it's not one meteorologist that's making a best guess as to where it's going to go. They have lots of computer models. They have lots of experts that they talk to. But more importantly, cities talk to each other. They talk to their local governments. They also talk at the state level as well. If this happens, here are all the things that we can do to help each other get through it. We need to take the same approach with respect to cyber, in the sense that we all need to work together. We need to share the information that we have. No one cybersecurity expert is going to be correct, but maybe all of us together will come closer, much in the same way that the meteorologists together will come closest to predicting, where the next major storm, hopefully there won't be yet another one this year, will go. Vic, I saw you nodding your head for a lot of these comments. Do you have a perspective that you'd like to share about successful ISAL sharing, or an example of a failure?
What I would share, and those are all great examples, but what I would share is it was posted earlier by Andres about the InfraGard organization. So law enforcement has come up and they stepped up to the plate to, provide open source information that's readily available to the average consumer, that they can begin to take action on advisories and informations and updates. As a matter of fact, this morning, I took a look at my iPad and did a status check on my software update to make sure that my update. So if you have an iPad, there's an update. You need to make sure you got the update done. But that's what it's about. It's about information sharing and resources. So another resource that I'll go ahead and plug for Dr. Greg White is the Culture of Security. So they have created a age-appropriate K through 12 program that promotes, if you're a toddler and you pick up your dad's iPad or your mom's iPhone or Android device, whatever, and you're playing a game, we want to make sure that we start with that safety, as soon as they can pick up a device and become, interactive with that device, to do it safely, securely, and smartly. And then go all the way to college and beyond, K through Gray, to make sure that we are sharing information in an informative and education interactive way, so that it's not foreign to how they operate and use technology. So it's imperative as us as information security professionals to start the ISAL at home. So, have that conversation with your spouse or significant other and saying, what things are you doing? And are you aware of these vulnerabilities that are in the world today? And And are you protecting yourself and staying abreast of how to keep your software and your application and your devices secure, monitoring what's going on on their social media feeds and making sure that they aren't, becoming victim to nefarious activities that resolve there. So it doesn't have to be a formal organization. You can start at home, with your significant other or even just your youngest.
I'm kind of glad you brought up the at-home thing. I have 3 kids, well, 2 at home now, one's over by Mary actually, but they're my kids, so they side hand hear about information security all the time. Of course, my kids don't exactly want to do what I do when they grew up, but it is what it is. And of course, dad talks and it's in one ear, out the other most of the time. But they listened a little bit about the online security at home. And if you Google any of their names, you're not going to find anything. They all have all their accounts fake names. There's no pictures of them or anything. And they consciously made that choice themselves. But it really didn't sink in for one of them until one of their friends posted a picture of somebody partying. And then the university that they had just gotten into called the next day, and they were no longer a member of that university. And the look on all 3 of my kids' faces was just like, Dad was right. And I was just like, that's great.
You became instantly a brilliant person, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry for that girl that had her picture taken, but it's great that it just sunk in right there.
Well, and I think that's a good point that both you and Vic make. Our families are, in fact, an information sharing organization, whether we like it or not. And I know that, we were using the example of kids, and, in my family, they will probably be more competent than I am if they're not already on technology stuff. But it also works upward. So our parents, our aunts, our uncles, who might not have, grown up with technology in the way that many of us did, are now, the flip side to that. So sharing, in that direction as well. So, Steve, I know that, you work with a lot of different clients and stuff. What do you think about, some of these points, and what is your take as to how do we make this even stronger?
Oh, I agree completely. There's many different forms of information sharing out there. We have they're all powerful ways to get the information about it.
Great. Thank you very much. So now we are going to open the floor. Hopefully,
that's really important, is getting people to understand that has all the answers.
I'm sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think you're breaking up. I thought you were finished. My apologies.
We're losing it again.
All right. So I would like it to be very important for everybody that has been participating so far to try to stump our panel with an awesome question. The better the question, the better your chance for one of those awesome gift cards that Umesh has been giving away. So as you know, we have quite a bit of expertise across all of our panelists. So no matter your question, big or small, it will be good, I'm sure. So please post your question in the comments, and so we can hopefully get some great discussions from our panelists.
So while we're waiting for some questions, I would like to pose a public service announcement that the Small Business Development Center from UTSA is hosting 2 town halls in the month of November. And we've invited Dr. Greg White and Daniel Hankins to be a member to talk about cybersecurity in a time of COVID. So we've invited our chamber president, Rich Perez, to be a lead speaker on the 1st, but that will be on the 5th of November. And then on the 17th of November, we've invited Congressman Will Hurd to be the key speaker and feature speaker on that day. And once again, it's just another opportunity to where we can share information, in a town hall virtual setting with our community. And we've been doing that since the outbreak of this pandemic, to make sure that, much like what's going on there at Houston in your Small Business Development Center network, and letting the small businesses know about the PPP and the Paycheck Protection Program and the loans that are being available to them, and the idle resources that are out there. We just want to make sure that we promote information sharing, resource sharing, and because to the degree that we educate one, we educate many. And so just wanted to promote that. And thanks to Dr. Greg White and Dan for volunteering their expertise to be a part of those 2 town halls.
So that is an awesome opportunity for those of you that have been, very much intrigued by our panel, which I certainly have been. Encore presentations already on your calendar. So make sure that you are setting up those dates. We have the special topic meeting that will be on October 27th. We have the 2 dates in November that Vic just mentioned. I'm sure that we will make sure that all of that gets posted on the Cyber Houston site so that everyone has access to write that down if you haven't already. But great opportunities for encore performances. So just as a programming note, one of the issues that Steve is having that none of us here in Texas can directly relate to is that they've received 9 inches of snow in his location, which is part of the reason that there are some network issues there. So unfortunately, we cannot totally relate to that here in Houston. However, it is 2020, so it could be a blizzard tomorrow. We never know. So we will send warm thoughts along with great internet connectivity thoughts to Steve as we work through this. So questions. Do we have some great questions? So while we wait for more questions, yes, it is a cybersecurity risk. Absolutely.
I think to add a different spin to the concept of the ISO is if any of us is part of an HOA, and if it resonates with you, if you know nothing about IT, everyone in some form or fashion have dealt with an HOA or co-op. And so the concept is a foundational idea of neighborhood watch. And if that can resonate with them to keep crime down, if you look at cyber in the concept or a foundational idea of neighborhood watch, it won't be the boogeyman. Cyber is this boogeyman thing underneath the table or the bed. We won't say 3 times in the mirror. It's Halloween coming up. And so just to make it something more relatable, maybe that'll help people resonate. What is this ISO thing? What is this boogeyman? What is this cyber criminal? What does they look like? It kind of brings some teeth to it.
I know here in Texas, we had a rash of credit card scammers at the gas pumps for a while there. And that was all over my neighborhood social media. And most people just didn't equate that to cybersecurity, but gas pumps are miniature computers. And it's cybersecurity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then having those controls, one of the vendors, American Express, they had some protections around those skimmers where it was reimbursed through you through whatever financial banking insurance on the backside. So that's a great point. Those old strategies, being a certified ethical hacker myself, we think like criminals. And so believe it or not, even DOS attacks today are relevant in certain infrastructure environments that I won't mention. So they stay innovative and they reinvent, like the kids do clothes. They reinvent and bring back old retro approaches.
By the way, I think the cyber equivalent of that boogeyman in the mirror is you don't want to stand in front of your mirror and say ransomware 3 times.
Yes, there we go.
Excellent point. Especially if you're a mariachi band. So
I heard a horror story the other day. Somebody was on vacation down in Mexico and got a phone call that they had just been hit with a ransomware attack. That is the longest distance traveled that we know of to respond to something.
Wow.
That's not how I'd want to end my vacation.
So we do have a question. So Nextdoor is an app that many people are using for informal information sharing among their local community. So the question is, how secure do we think the Nextdoor app is?
It is not. I encourage everyone on your phone to get a VPN. There are some that are free and some you pay for. When doing anything mobile, install a VPN and an antivirus at a minimum on every mobile device tablet.
Good advice.
I'm big on the don't share your personal information if you don't have to. And I know when I registered for Nextdoor, I had to give my address, but there's 8 house numbers between where I live and the neighbor next door. So I kind of made up one in between. So nobody quite knows where I live. So because we've seen large social networks been breached and then all that personal information is lost. And the more information you give them and make available, the more information you're potentially losing. And then once it's out there, it's out there.
Well, and I think that's a very good point in that just because someone asks you for information doesn't mean, number one, you have to give it to them. And number two, you don't necessarily have to give totally accurate information to them. So when someone asks you, what's your dog's name, you could either give them a different dog's name or I don't even have a dog. Why do you think I have a dog? So those are the types of things that I know a lot of people feel compelled to, well, they ask me, I have to tell them the truth. Not necessarily. So make sure that, unless it is a government agency, if a government agency is asking you a question, you probably do legally have to give them the accurate answer. But for social media purposes, keep in mind that you don't necessarily have to represent yourself the way you actually are.
I'm sure on social media, the vast majority of people are born on January 1st.
Me.
That's a very good.
Spoiler alert and a concern, real world. That information, like next door, a large population of our customers are receiving an email threatening about voting. And so in that email, it's stating, this is where you live. If you don't vote this way or that way, we will come and get you. This is not anything US sourced. I can share that. So that's why it's critical to your point, fudge the numbers of where you live, pick a different city. But that's happening real world today as of 2 hours ago.
In Texas, the only information about your voting is that you went and voted. Who you voted for or anything like that is not public record. So if you get an email such as that, right into the trash folder.
Exactly. And report it. So yes.
Yeah.
So one of the questions that has come back up in the chat has to do with what we were discussing earlier, which is building trust between organizations. So a quick thing from each panelist, maybe what would be one thing that you would suggest someone that's interested in joining an ISAL do to help to build that trust within the ISAL? One of the things I know that was discussed earlier is perhaps occasionally have some type of either face-to-face or video type meeting so we can see the people that we're trying to build these trusts with. Any other helpful hints that y'all can think of to help build that trust?
Join events like what Vic just mentioned and Dr. White. Go to events, conference, even though they're virtual, and just show up so you can build that know, like, and trust factor. Show up.
And on the
I think it's also important.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think it's also very important to be unafraid to open the kimono. Be the first to share the information, share the vulnerabilities, share what's happened. If you're the first, often people feel obliged to reciprocate, and it builds trust that way.
Excellent point, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, and stick around. I mean, you need somebody who's going to go ahead and champion that. If you just, hey, I'm going to start sharing cybersecurity information, but then you sit back and you wait for everybody else to do it, it's never really going to get done because everybody else always waits for somebody to step up and take the initiative. So you really want to start sharing information, it really has to be you sharing that information.
And I think part of the question was I believe it's the cross-sector aspect of it. I may have a certain amount of trust in the people within my own ISAL, but what about my ISAL sharing information with other ISALs? And what that basically boils down to is, you first have to have trust with your ISAL and trust that your ISAL is not going to do something with your information in sharing it with another ISAL that you would not want. And so that you basically, you build the silos and let the silos start communicating with each other as those silos have proven that they are trustworthy.
And I think that's a very good point. And I think something that tends to get lost on technology people is a lot of this is the human factor. And so think about why you would trust someone that you would meet on the street. You would trust them because, hey, I'm talking to Vic and Vic had good things to say about this person. Or, well, I've read a lot of stuff and this person has some pretty good quotes that they've, listed different places. Or I know that they've already shown up to these meetings and contributed different things. Those are the things that would make you normally trust someone, not necessarily just in a technology world. So bring that into our technology world and kind of use that same methodology to how would you, seek to trust someone in general. And I think those are all good points. So I think that we are starting to run close on time. So before we are actually out of time, what I'd like to do, for those of you at home, I am just incredibly honored to be sitting with all of these people. And over the course of the hour, I've heard some really, really great things. But I'm going to give you like the Cliff Notes version. And for those of you that don't even know what Cliff Notes is, the Twitter version of this, in that I'm going to ask each panelist to give us what's your one big takeaway from this discussion, from what your experience with ISALs have been. If people walk away from this session and can only remember one thing, what would be that one thing that you feel was most valuable? So I'm going to start, Vic, I'm going to start reverse order with you.
It's an old adage, but I believe it's very true. If you're going to walk through a minefield, walk in the footsteps of someone else. It's not good to try to have the experience to know that, hey, this is explosive. And we've been talking and sounding the alarm as information security professionals for years and decades that the next incident could be, even more detrimental. And we've already had in the last 30 days an incident to where a cybersecurity incident caused the death of someone being redirected to the wrong hospital, and that patient died en route. We know that it's real, and now that it's taken a life, hopefully it won't take that for you to, step on a landmine to know that, hey, it's dangerous.
Excellent point. Thank you, Vic. T, we're up to you.
It is the financial responsibility of any and every company that has sensitive data to protect and secure that data. Bottom line.
Excellent. Thank you. Steve, to you. I can't hear Steve.
Well, and don't be afraid of sharing.
Excellent point. For those of you that didn't quite, don't be afraid of sharing was Steve's contribution. Thank you, Steve. Daniel.
I'm going to do a little tiny bit of salesmanship and share my information out. So anybody who's listening, go to isao.texas, spelled out .gov, and sign up for our mailing list. And we're going to share information with you absolutely free. Go ahead. And hopefully that builds up your trust with me, and then you can start sharing information back to me.
Very cool. All right. So, Dr. White, here's your chance. What do you want the world to know?
Okay, I try to, as a professor, I normally speak in 50-minute increments, so I don't know if this is going to be hard to do.
Umesh might kick you out before then.
Okay, so anyway, bottom line, everybody can be and should be a member of, at some level, of an ISAO. And if you need to start with a community, I think a community ISAO is a great way to start. And if you need help with forming that ISAO, we have an organization set up. I'm going to give you the website you can go to and contact us, and we're here to help communities set up their own ISAOs, and that's the CIASISAO, all one word, .org. So CIASISAO.org.
Excellent. Hopefully everyone is writing that down. If not, I'm sure that we will have that tagged shortly so that everyone can all of our attendees can see it. This has been a fabulous panel. I know I have learned a lot. As I kind of gave as part of the introduction, what I see the value of the ISO is the opportunity to learn from people that have far more expertise than I do. Cyber is wide open, and certainly no one can have, all of the knowledge. And I know that, getting back to one of, I think, Vic's earlier comments, you don't know what you don't know. I know a lot that I don't know. I'm sure only scratches the surface. So discussions such as this and learning from experts such as y'all is extremely valuable, and any opportunity to leverage that through ongoing associations with ISAOs, I'm sure will be beneficial to most of our audience. So thank y'all extremely much for giving up what I'm sure is very precious limited free time to share with our Cyber Houston audience all of your expertise. We've enjoyed this. I've enjoyed this. So Umesh, I think that we are wrapping up our panel. I'm not sure what next steps are as far as rewarding some of our attendees with the coveted gift card. but I'm sure you will step in and tell us shortly. But my personal thanks to our panel, to Vic, T, Dr. White, Daniel, Steve. Challenge technology wise, we're certainly thrilled that you were able to participate, even with all the snow. So thank y'all very much for your time. Umesh?
Yeah, absolutely, Mary. What a great panel, and everybody's done a fabulous job. Great content, information sharing. We learned a lot. I always love hearing the mariachi band example from Dr. White. It's the very first thing I heard 2 years ago when he invited me up to this event he was throwing in DC. And since then, it's been great to be part of the ISAL community. And as we want to continue to do what we're doing and spread what we are doing, and he makes it available to the rest of the ISAL community. So for that, we are extremely grateful. So let's get this drawing going really quickly, and then we're going to come right back. Daniel is staying on. He's the cybersecurity coordinator for the state of Texas. So Mary, if you would be so kind as to stay on and introduce him, that would be super. And he will be talking about incident response considerations. So with that, let's throw those comments in there, everybody. We're about to draw for a $25 Amazon gift card. Put some comments in there. Put some aha comments in there. Put anything you want to say. We've seen a lot of people. The people who have been most active this session have been Thomas Zakaria, Michael Krogstad, Christopher Watson, Deborah Mansfield, Andres Ruse, Parmita Durden, and Catherine Ellett. So if you want, it was scrolling right through. It's your pick. You want me to repeat the names again?
You'll actually, someone else has to pick because I know several of those people personally, or they work for me, so I can't pick one. So maybe could Liz pick one?
You know what? I love the little hand sign over there, so we're going to pick Christopher Watson.
There you go.
All right, Christopher Watson, you are our winner. So awesome.
Congratulations.
So you know how this works. What you got to do is send an email to info@houstoncybersummit.com, and we will process an e-gift card through Amazon. And that process normally takes it's sometimes instantaneous, but if you haven't received it within 48 to 72 hours, get back in touch with us. We want you to have it and enjoy it. So Christopher Watson is our winner.
We do appreciate everyone that listed comments and everyone that participated in this session. You certainly helped to make it worth our while.
Absolutely. And so, and there we go. You know, we've got another fan of yours, basically saying that, you know, you did an absolutely awesome job. So thank you, Mary. And I'm going to turn it over back to you to introduce Daniel.
Absolutely. So first of all, I will say that, Umesh, you make it very easy to moderate a panel because you put such awesome people on it that all I have to do is kind of throw a question at them and they run with it. So it's certainly a lot of fun from the moderator's perspective, which means that you are in for a real treat coming up next. So Daniel Hankins is the cybersecurity coordinator for the state of Texas. In that role, he leads the Texas Cybersecurity Council, which is made up of representatives of not only state agencies, but also private industry. Part of the goal of the council is to make sure that strategically the state of Texas is headed in the right direction through public-private partnerships and through leveraging the real collective brain trust of the state. It came out of a legislative directive several years ago. Back in 2011 was the initial one. It's evolved over time, and it has really proved to be beneficial for the state in determining direction. One of the things that Daniel has brought to the table and is certainly running with is the establishment of the Texas ISAL and really operationalizing it, making it of value to all organizations in Texas, not just state agencies, which had primarily been the focus of the Department of Information Resources previously. So really bridging that public-private partnership. So I certainly wouldn't even begin to speak to the level of qualifications that Daniel has, because I'm sure that I would miss them. But suffice it to say that as a state, we are extremely fortunate to have him in the role of cybersecurity coordinator. And I trust that our attendees will get an awful lot out of his wisdom for the next session. So without any further ado, I will turn it over to Mr. Daniel.
Thanks, Mary. And my apologies to everybody who just had to listen to me for the last hour. And welcome everybody who's coming now. Liz is going to be controlling my slides for me, so you'll hear me asking her to advance them. And I thought I'd make this talk a little bit more interesting for everybody. So while it says that these slides are for DIR, and I do work for DIR, and all the information in these slides did come from my coworkers at DIR and myself, everything I say may not be representative of DIR. I might throw my personal opinion in there, so please don't post it on social media, so to say. But all this information out here, we're trying to make somewhat publicly available in order to help build trust and help make the state a little bit better. And I'm also going to warn everybody, I'm going to go a little bit nerdy at times. And this is the first time I'm hoping to make it through the full deck, because usually I get a little bit too nerdy, a little bit too verbose, and then the moderators have to cut me off. So, Liz, next slide, please. Now, whenever we respond to cybersecurity attacks, and we respond to a lot of them, most of you probably know about the August ransomware incident. We responded to that. Some of the lessons learned are in here. In the slide deck, though, I am not going to call out anybody by name. That's one of the things we do at DIR. If we help you out with a cybersecurity incident, we will take that data, we will share some of that data back out so that other people can learn. But we're not going to call you out. We're not going to give out your name. In fact, we even have some legal safeguards in place that we cannot share things like network information with the public, even if we do get a Public Information Act. So in honor of that, no names of organizations are going to be shared here. You might be able to guess some of them, you might not. We'll see. But these are going to be a lot of the things that we see across a bunch of attacks, and then things people could have done better. So really not trying to call anybody out, but I'm hopeful that all this information comes out helpful. And I think I can see all the comments. I'm not 100% sure, but if you have any comments, feel free to throw them in the little comments tab. I will try and answer them in line unless I get a little bit too passionate and you see me bouncing around because I'm here at a standing desk. So off we go. Liz, next slide, please. So first thing that we see, and this is actually the very #1 issue we have. Every time we walk into an attack or we hear about an attack, any kind of attack, okay, not any kind of attack, but the vast majority of attacks, we hear there was no plan. Everybody goes, oh, you know, cybersecurity, it works. Our company's taking care of it. Our IT administrators know what they're doing. No plan. And I've even had the excuse of people walking up to me at conferences, and I attend a lot of conferences. The #1 excuse I hear actually is, we didn't have enough time to make a plan. Well, you spent an hour sitting over here at the lunch table with me. You could have made a plan. Even a little tiny plan on a napkin would have been better. But yeah, we often walk in, no plan. We didn't know where to start, or quite a few times after the attack has happened, man, I really wish we had listened to you and made a plan, or listened to blah, 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 made a plan. No plan. Then we also have the problem often of people, yeah, they came up with a plan and then they are way too rigid. And as anybody who's ever been in an incident, or even say a car accident, knows, nothing ever goes to plan. So we see the people with no plan, and then we see the people who have a plan, but they are way too rigid on the plan. And then when things deviate from that plan, panic sets in. So right off the bat, please, please, please make a plan, and then be prepared to break away from that plan if needed. So experience is not a substitute for having a plan. And then when the panic does set in, at least have that framework of a plan there. That way you can redirect your entire team and go, hey, look, guys, we had a plan. We might not be quite on it anymore, but we can still, you know, jump ahead 4 steps, go back 2, or we can just deviate a little bit from it and we'll make a lessons learned afterwards. Liz. Next slide, please. Next up, inventory your assets. I know it's a pain in the butt. Nobody likes doing it, but you really do need to inventory your IT assets. What is actually on your network? I logged into my home router the other day. I had 27 devices on my home network. I didn't know I had 27 devices on my home network. I thought I had maybe 14 because I have 3 kids living here. Nope, 27. That just shows there's more stuff on your network than you think. And then when it's a work network that's huge, people come in, they take their cell phone, they're oh, I'm on the network. So inventory what's actually on your network, because we see lots of stuff coming in that via the network you didn't know was there. Yes, people actually do pick up your little RJ45 cable, hook it in, and have fun on your network. Also, what is running where? And you're going to come across this again in a future slide, but we really often hear, I didn't know that ran on that server. So say your water billing system is down. Well, you thought your water billing system was in the cloud, but no, it was on that old 386. Some people on here probably don't even know what a 386 processor is, but that old 386 processor running DOS, that's your water billing system right there. And somebody just took it offline. Know where that is, because some things you do need to bring back up before others. So yes, know what's on your network and then know where it is. And actually, where are your physical resources? I responded to one attack, literally walked into the office, spent an entire day at the office. We thought we had everything done. We thought they knew where everything was. They knew where their billing systems were, everything. They're hitting recovery mode. Next morning, walked out of the hotel, went back to their offices, and oh, we forgot to go to this other building over here. And, oh, okay. Let's go to the other building, check it out. I just assumed there was, a couple of printers and desktops there. Nope. Main Active Directory server. Right there, completely other building. They forgot about it the entire time the attack was going on until the next day. So make sure you actually know where your resources are. Build a quick little cheat sheet. Some things just go, I need to check this building, this building, this building. And then lastly, where are your backups located? We've come into attacks where people are, yes, I've got everything backed up. Okay, great. Where are they at? Oh, Joe took them home, I think. They're on a disk. Okay, where's Joe? He's on vacation. That does you no good at that point. Liz, next slide, please. Now, inventory your backups. Like I mentioned, where actually are they? Back one slide, Liz. Right. So where actually are your backups? Are they on somebody's desk? Are they in their car? Are they in the cloud? They're no good unless you know where they are. So yeah, go find where your backups are. And then what's in them? Are they segmented from everything else? We've seen ransomware attacks that spread and spread and spread, and boom, they got your backups. We've seen people that actually mapped a network drive to the root of their backups so that they could perform the backups. So it showed up as a drive letter. And a lot of the ransomware, if you don't know, it's just PowerShell scripts. And what they do is they run a simple one-line command in PowerShell that dumps all the drive listings. And then they just start going through that list. And if you mapped your backups as a drive, guess what? You just lost them because they went in there and they encrypted them. And on that point, when you see a lot of activity in your backups, it's time to check your backups. Either A, you're backing up a lot of encrypted stuff, somebody's doing something innocent and changed a lot of stuff, or your backups themselves are getting encrypted. And 2 out of 3 of those, they're bad. I mean, they are really bad. And then if you have online backups, which everybody does, I mean, online backups, it's the easiest way to go back and get your data. Every once in a while, you should definitely offline something. That way you have that fixed point in time to go back to. The people that we've seen that have had purely online backups, when those backups get hit, they're rebuilding from scratch. If you backed up even once a month, then you're only going back a month. It's a night and day difference in your recovery time. And as I mentioned before, yeah, drive mappings. Do not map a drive to your backups. If you need to do backups, use a UNC path. I mean, they're not the best, but it's better than having a drive mapping there. Next slide, please. Inventory your actual IT services. So your IT team, I know they all seem smart and they seem like geniuses, and some of you are probably on here, but your IT team and your service providers really do not know your business, unless your business is pretty much that IT team. They may think they know your business. They see everybody, yes, uses email. But yeah, while everybody uses email, email is not your business. So your IT team, they're really going to focus on the stuff that has a high impact to end user usability. Email goes down, everybody hears about it. Your IT team's going to be watching email. But they might not be watching your main business server that everybody uses, because that main business server might not have a lot of issues. And they probably might not realize, hey, that's actually our main business server. They'll see when it goes down, but they have no idea that this is priority number one. And we actually hear that a lot too. We didn't know that that was actually used that much. We hear quite a bit of times that there was a personal safety application on a server, and they're personal safety applications. You really need to get those things up first. We hear billing applications went down because people didn't realize where their billing applications were. And the most common thing, as I mentioned before, it's always just worked. So we didn't really pay attention to it. It's like your water heater at the house. It always just works until the day it breaks and it doesn't work. And along the same line, actually inventory your data. We've responded to stuff where people have lost vast amounts of data. And then we ask them, okay, you have legal requirements depending on what kind of data that was. Do you have HIPAA data in there? Do you have sensitive personal information, such as people's names, addresses, birth dates, things like that? Because depending on what you just lost, you have different legal reporting requirements. And if you don't make that reporting requirement, you get fined, and those fines are huge. Or you end up in lawsuits, and those lawsuits are ugly. You end up in the news. And a lot of times people go, well, you know, that server was there. We let the users use it. We have no idea what they were actually saving there. We knew this application ran there, but this really common for IT teams. We didn't know what was actually inside that application. We stood up the operating system. We installed the application for the team, but the app team over there, they develop it. And then you go talk to the app team. They're like, oh, you know, we just put in a data field here. Users can type in whatever they want. So they don't actually know what's in there. So you have to really know what is in your databases, what is in your emails. If your emails just got leaked out, did you just leak sensitive personal information? What's actually in your file stores? And then who do I need to contact once I've inventoried that data? Because it gets really ugly right here, folks. And this is even more hard labor than actually inventorying your IT assets, because data is such a huge, complex amount of stuff, and you literally don't know what people are putting in there. So that takes a little bit of end user training too. Hey, please, please, please don't put personally identifiable information in your emails. Keep it out of there. Things like that. Next slide, please. And as you've probably caught on here, whenever there's an incident, you need to have a prioritization of what's actually the most important. And this is going to be a very tough and painful talk, because everybody thinks their stuff is the most important, especially when you go into a business. People think email is the most important because that's how I reach everybody. And then my application is the most important because that's what I literally work on. But from a business or state agency or local government or anything, not everything's the most important. So you really need to have that frank, honest sit down talk with, hey guys, if something happens and everything is down, what do you really, really, really need to bring up? What do you need to bring up within an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, today? You know, what can wait a week? What can wait 2 weeks? Doesn't mean that we're getting rid of your job because your stuff isn't as important as something else, but something needs to be most important. And then you need to let the team that's actually working on the recovery know this is the most important thing. And then along the same line, what's the least important? Can we kick this out? And a lot of times here, businesses actually start to do a review. Why did we have this thing running for the last 30 years? One person uses it. Can we migrate them off this Access database and over to something better? So it's very important to prioritize what's most important. And my recommendation here, really start with the things that involve personal safety. If you operate in a business where somebody can get sick, somebody can die, something can explode, anything that touches personal safety, remember, lives are number one. So start with that. Is this literally going to affect somebody's life? And then, is this going to affect our business? And then work your way down from there. Little clue here, guys, email is not the most important thing. Everybody has a cell phone. You can reach them that way. Next slide, please. A huge area that we see attackers get in is internet accessible administration. As most people probably guessed here, we have a lot of people that, they get a malicious email, they click the link, voila, stuff happens. But we hear so many attacks happen via VPN, via the internet without actually requiring a VPN. So if you don't know Windows, there's remote desktop protocol. And it basically lets you just remote into a server, and it's like you're sitting right there in front of the screen. And anybody can check for it. It runs on port 3389. You can hop on your laptop right now or your phone or anything and just say, hey, does this address have port 3389 open? And you will be surprised how many times the answer is yes. Linux has SSH. Hey, does this server, I can tell it's running Linux. Can I get in there? And surprisingly, a lot of the times the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Or at least you can get to the login prompt. And if you can get to the login prompt, well, that's a problem because a lot of times then people don't log down how many times can I attempt to log in. Or once they guess the password, there's no multi-factor authentication. It's MFA on this slide. Once people guess that password, a lot of times they're just in. If you enable multi-factor authentication, at least then the attacker has another step they have to get through. Don't get me wrong here. There's attackers that they'll be able to get through the MFA as well, but it makes it so much harder when you add that extra layer on there. Another thing here with the Internet Accessible Administration, a lot of administrators love having all that power right there at their fingertips. I used to be an administrator. I loved it because I didn't have to log into another account to actually do my work. And then if it's internet accessible, I can just, wherever I am, sitting in the middle of a kayak in the middle of the lake, server goes down, boop, 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 fixed. But if somebody else had guessed my password at that point, well, I just gave them the keys to the kingdom. And we see a lot of attacks happening that way. Administrators really do need to use a separate account when doing their administrative work. Log into their normal one, then escalate the privileges. It makes it that much harder for an attack. You're not just handing over the keys to your house. You're saying, okay, you know what? You got to the front door. Time for a new key. A couple other common things that we see with default administrative accounts, they're not renamed. So many Windows servers out there, the default administrative account is admin. Linux servers, it's root. Almost every, well, not almost every Linux box, but a lot of Linux boxes out there, you type in root, it'll prompt back, what's the password? So a lot of them, you have service accounts, which if you don't know what a service account is, it's an account that a program will use to connect to something, because even programs that connect to other services, they use accounts to share that information. So we'll see service accounts, but they allow an interactive login, which is like popping up a prompt so you can actually type. But service accounts really don't need that. They're sending all the data in the background. They just needed that username and password in order to connect. But nobody went back and disabled that actual interactive login. We see simple passwords. Somebody's basically writing their little program. They need that account. They create that account. They make a really simple password. They hard code that password in there. And then they forgot about it for 20 years. And so passwords like password are actually extremely common. Whereas if you had a longer password, the math just gets astronomically hard on trying to guess it. I have a whole other slide that's not in here on password math. I figured I wouldn't bore you that much. Another one is no retry lockouts, which is every time you try and log in, normally your operating system counts up. Okay, Joe tried to log in once. Joe tried to log in twice. Joe tried to log in 3 times. Up, time number 4, no. we're done with you, Joe. You're going to have to wait 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or until somebody else comes in and says, okay, yeah, those were real, Joe. But a lot of times nobody goes back on the administrative accounts and thinks to set that. Their thought is, it's an administrative account. I'm going to have to get into it at some point. If I guess it wrong the first 3 times, maybe I'll get it right on the 4th one. But that also lets the attacker just keep trying and trying and trying and trying. Next up is Internet Accessible Networks. So same as the Internet Accessible Administration, a lot of our victims that we see actually have a flat network. And what that means is things are not segmented. I don't know how many of you have a fancy router at home where you can split off your guest network from your home one, but there's a lot of organizations that don't even do that. Once you get on the network, you can go anywhere. And then we have a lot of organizations that we've walked into where they have a web server running and somebody breached into that web server. So your website's right there and it's connected to your HR database and your backups and everything else. So the attacker only needs to get onto one box and they have access to everything via your network because they did not segment it. And this especially gets bad when your backups are on the same network because then they've just got your backups as well. I see a comment from Christopher Watson. That's scary. Yeah, it really is. So overly permissive user accounts. This is right back to the administrators. Like I mentioned, I was an administrator for a long, long time. We love it, but we don't really need it. And that's going to be a very difficult conversation with a lot of administrators. A lot of administrators will insist, I absolutely need this account. And no, sorry, buddy, you really don't. We actually had one victim where they did an analysis after the attack, and they found they think they had 1,000 employees. They had 250 domain admin equivalent accounts for 1,000 employees. Their IT staff, 3. So that's 100 times almost as many domain admin equivalent accounts as there were actual IT administrators. And it's because people just started giving a few more permissions, or it was just easier to give them domain admin so that they could go do their work. And another thing we see a lot in IT, people switch jobs, especially in larger IT organizations. People might jump from one job to another. So say you're a desktop administrator one day, you get a promotion, now you're server administrator. Nobody actually goes back and removes those desktop administration privileges. And that'll keep going. Somebody will be a server administrator and they get promoted to being a manager. And then they still keep their server administration privileges. And then for some people, they're there for years or decades. And those privileges keep adding on and on and on. And nobody ever goes back and cleans them up. Tamtran, yes, you can get a slide copy afterwards. I think Liz will probably email it out to you. Shadow or backup accounts. If you don't know what a shadow account is, it's literally the same as a normal account, but somebody created it without telling somebody else. So if I was an administrator and I knew I was going to accidentally forget my password because I'm bad with passwords, theoretically, I would just create an extra account. My name's Daniel. I'm going to create a little Daniel 2 account over here on the side. And I'm going to make it equivalent to my Daniel account. And that way, if I ever forget the password to my Daniel account, I'll just hop into Daniel 2, reset the password on Daniel, we're good to go. Or I might be smart enough to go, hey, Daniel 2 doesn't need all the permissions of the Daniel account. It just needs permissions to reset the password on the Daniel account. But guess what? I just gave everybody access to the Daniel account when they got a hold of Daniel 2. Same thing with backup accounts. A lot of administrators like to create backup accounts in case they ever lose the password to the original one. And a lot of times people forget about those accounts. So if you have an administrator that created this account 20 years ago, it's domain admin equivalent, which in the Windows world means you can do almost everything you want in that domain. Somebody breaches that account and people forgot it even existed. Same thing with projects. A lot of people get rights for projects. Say you bring in a special team in order to help you install new servers and a new website. And then at the same time, you promote somebody up for a little while and they're going to help with that team. And then they all leave and they all go back to doing their normal stuff, but nobody went back and cleaned it up. This is actually really common in a lot of places that we walk into. They had it once, they might need it again, or, oh, we just forgot to remove it because the project was done. The exact same thing happens with people helping other departments. Administrators, Sorry, I'm picking on administrators so much, but yeah, administrators, everybody is inherently a little bit lazy. That's personal opinion, not DIR opinion. But yeah, people are inherently a little bit lazy, and administrate or bumping up your non-privileged account to administrator level makes your life easier. So a lot of administrators do it, and then they get breached. And a really common one for anybody here that uses Linux, and if you don't, I apologize. I'm about to get just a little tiny bit nerdy here for you. But Linux administrators, you can create an SSH key to another Linux box, and then you can use that SSH key to log in. And the password doesn't reset on it. In fact, sometimes the password or that SSH key doesn't expire for years. I've seen up to 12 years long. But that SSH key is there, and we've walked into places where a admin who's like, yeah, this is going to make my job easier. They get onto one Linux box, and they create these SSH keys to every other Linux box they have. So they log into one main Linux box or a jump box, and then they basically, some of them have scripts, you just pull it up and you can just jump to any other box as an admin that you want to. Well, when the attacker gets in there and they've just discovered that you have that, they've just hopped onto every other box they want to as well. Next slide, please. Third-party providers. I'm not going to pick on any third-party providers here, but we do hear a lot of attacks that come through third-party providers. And some of them are direct attacks. The third-party provider itself got breached, and that's how they got into the network. Some of them are the third-party provider itself got breached, not the little sub-networks, and the third-party provider lost all that data. And these you really have no control over because it was somebody else. So you really do need to audit them to verify that they are doing the security. Way too often we've walked into third-party provider situations where they've been using them for so long and their services are so cheap that people just got familiar with them. They're almost like a family friend. And you think, oh, it would never happen because he's on top of the security. He's been doing this for so long. Well, yeah, he has, but he's also human and humans make mistakes. And once he's been breached, you've been breached as well. So you actually have to audit them every now and then. Make sure that they're actually updating their security policies. And yeah, they may be a little bit upset with you, but when you explain, hey, look, I'm going to be in just as much trouble as you when something happens, they soften up a bit. And if they don't soften up a bit and they get really upset, maybe that's not the right third-party provider. There's other ones out there. But almost every single third-party provider we've gone to in responding to a breach, they're more than helpful. They'd wish somebody pointed it out or asked them, hey, what about this? Because it was an oversight for them. They're so used to maintaining their stuff, they have a little bit of tunnel vision. And if somebody had just come back and said, hey, did you go in and change the admin account in the last 90 days? Or is it still the one from 10 years ago when I first signed up? They would have gone back and checked, but they didn't think of it because they're human just like us. Along the same lines, we've seen third-party providers that get breached, and then it affects the entity, obviously, and they assume that the third-party provider had insurance and is going to handle it, but they don't. Some of them do. Some of them are great about handling stuff, but other ones, we've literally watched the company fold, and at that point, you're left holding the bag. So make sure they have cyber insurance, or at least you have cyber insurance to cover in case they don't. And work with them on your response plans. They probably have a response plan of their own, or at least I hope they do. But when it's time for your response plans, if you have a third-party provider, make sure to include them in it and let them know from the get-go, hey, if something happens to me, I want to know who to call. I want to make sure it's not you that's causing this, it's us. Or if we have something, we want to make sure that you cut the network link so you're not affected as well. It's a very simple conversation. Just pick up the phone, call them, say, hey guys, I listened to Daniel ramble on for 30 minutes already. I'm a little tired of his voice, but he just made a good point. I'm working on my incident response plan. I'd like to work you into it. And so many times, third-party provider has great security plans, gives out great security advice, and they're completely ignored. We have seen this so many times. So the third-party provider actually is not the one that's breached. It's the other entity that gets breached. And then we're talking to the third-party provider naturally because they provide services to them. And the third-party provider pulls us to the side and says, I told them 2 weeks ago this was going to happen if they didn't change it. Or, hey, I warned them that their backups was actually a drive mapping and they should not have done that. And now they have no backups. And these entities are looking at them going, hey guys, do you have a copy of my backups? And they're, no, we don't. We warned you 2 weeks ago not to do that. So when a third party provider actually gives you advice, please listen. Next slide, please. The fun one. I don't know everybody who's listening to this is in management. I don't know if everybody listening to this is an IT administrator. I'm assuming there's a smattering. So I'm going to address each of the two groups a little bit separately. But as I mentioned before, people tend to panic whenever there's a cybersecurity incident. They absolutely freak out. And a lot of times the IT teams, they might have a rough plan of what to do, or some of them have really complex plans. And one area that is often overlooked is actually engaging with management, saying, hey, this might happen. And yeah, sometimes management brushes it off, says, we're not worried about it. But you really need to tell management, this might happen. And if they say that, hey, you know what, we're too busy, bug them a little bit more. That's your manager's job. Just keep bugging them. A lot of times we have IT staff. I ran an IT staff team of 60 people. They hated talking to management. They'd talk to me because I was their direct manager. But if it was anybody above me, they basically hid. They're afraid of management. And every time we'd have somebody way high up join the incident response calls, silence. You'd be amazed at how quiet these people were that were normally chatty. So talk to management, and then you have to set the expectations with your staff and your management. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a blame game. And then clarify, who am I going to contact about what? If there's a cyber incident, you need that escalation path. Am I going to call the CEO of the company right away? Or should I perhaps call legal first? Should I call CEO secretary? You need to know that escalation path so that when it actually comes time to let people know, get them on the phone right. Same thing with planning. So many times we have incident response plans, no business executive engagement at all. And they all have different viewpoints. Business executives really are worried about making a profit for their company. Or if you're local government, making sure that your government is providing services to its citizens. Sorry, not just local government, state government. So they're all focused on the mission and not necessarily the IT department. And the IT department is focused on their mission, which is IT, not necessarily the business department. So get those two groups talking again. Lastly, there's usually not a routine status report. We've seen ad hoc, hey, we just had something, I'm going to go update my manager whenever we feel like something's important. Or I completely forgot to update our manager that this happened. And what usually happens at that point is the manager turns around and they're breathing down the IT technician's neck. And remember how I said IT staff is afraid of management usually? It just makes it so much worse when there's an incident because all of a sudden you have all your IT staff worried, oh man, I'm going to get fired. So go ahead, talk to your management and at least set up, okay, we're going to send you routine status reports if something happens. We're going to send you a status report every hour, 2 hours, something, or whenever a significant event occurs. Because that way, management is prepared for it. They know, okay, something happened at 8 a.m., I got my notification. IT is going to be dark for a while, but I'm going to get another notification at 10. And then you actually have to deliver that notification at 10 so that management knows you're trustworthy with it. Because management, yeah, they panic. And if they don't have any information, they're even unhappier. Staff. Oh man, this is the fun one. And when I say here on staff, this is primarily IT staff. A lot of times, IT staff that we've talked to were too busy doing everything. Couldn't take a breath. Nope, we had to skip lunch. We're too busy. We don't eat lunch. I roll out of bed at 5 a.m. and I work until midnight. And then I sleep for 4 hours and just no, that's not quite right. But you listen to them, that's what they tell you. And we've walked into places where we have IT staff administrating large complex systems. I mean, websites that have hundreds of servers, mission critical stuff. And they were expected to learn on the job. They might have just graduated from college, got hired on, and they went, oh, you know what? This person will teach you. Well, that person never had any training either. They just picked up the book and they're reading it. They don't know best practices. In fact, sometimes they're just guessing. So take the time, if you're a manager, give your staff some training. Because a lot of the time, the on-the-job training, it's great. You learn the details of the system, but sometimes you miss the big picture, or you miss some really important things like, hey, I should actually go change the administrator password every now and then. Staff also, you usually don't practice for an incident. It's up and running. I'm going to ignore it. Like I mentioned earlier with the water heater in your house, you ignore it until the day it breaks. That's why you call a plumber. You don't know how to change the water heater. Well, I'm sure somebody here does, but I don't know how to change a water heater. I'm sure I could figure it out, but it's going to take me a couple days to haul the water heater upstairs, stick it up in my attic, hope I don't blow myself up messing with the gas line because I have gas in this house. So practice for an incident. Even if it's the highest level practice, do some kind of practice. Along the same veins, staff, they've been up since 5 a.m. They work till midnight. They're too busy to even eat lunch. They have no life. We also don't have time to update our systems. And in the same vein, we don't update our documentation. So you're running really old systems with no documentation. And sometimes those go hand in hand, sometimes they don't. But one of the top tenets of cybersecurity is go patch your systems. Because old vulnerable systems, even if it's not a high priority vulnerability at the time, that's what the attackers are looking for. Is this a low priority vulnerability that is known to be breached that's just sitting out there? Because then that just let me right in. And then once I'm in, okay, I can do whatever I want. Do you know what I did? Is your documentation up to date? Did you just add 20 servers but nobody knows about it because the documentation's out? Sorry, guys. The next one, passwords saved in text files. Oh, sorry, go back a slide, Liz. There we go. Everybody kind of giggles when you hear the story about a Windows administrator or anybody going up to their desktop, and there's that wonderful passwords.txt on your desktop, and you double click it, and there's all your accounts and your passwords, and voila, I know exactly where I'm going. And anybody who works in cybersecurity is like, no, that's a great story. That never happens. Nobody's actually seen that. I saw it last year. Kid you not. I walked into an office. There's their Windows administrator. He had to jump onto another box, so he logged in as admin on the first one, right there in the middle of the desktop, giant file because he had some vision problems. So it was like this big, passwords.txt. And I went, no, this can't be right. Click, click, boom. Every server he had, the administrator, the password. And I was standing behind his shoulder. I'm not even working for this guy, and I've just got all his server names, all his usernames, all his passwords. It happens. Don't do it. Get a password vault, something else. The sticky note underneath the keyboard is not very secure, but I mean, in this case, it would have been more secure than that giant passwords.txt file. Yes, people actually do this. And then once again, clarify who to contact about what and when. While we do have some IT administrators that are too busy to do anything, we have the other ones that, I work 8 to 5, my job is done. Well, guess what? Criminals are overseas. And we have them here in the US too, but a lot of them are overseas and they're 8 to 5. If they only work 8 to 5, is not your 8 to 5. A lot of the attacks we see happen at 2 in the morning. So you need to be able to get a hold of your IT administrator at 2:01 in the morning when you see it happening. There's also often no backups when somebody's out. I understand that some IT departments are tiny and you only have 1, 2 people, which, yeah, that makes it really hard to have a backup. But then we've also walked into huge organizations where you'd figure, this person has 2, 3 backups and they don't. And then nobody knows how to get a hold of them either. So those two really go hand in hand. You need to have somebody that knows what they're doing. You need to have somebody behind them that also knows what they're doing and isn't necessarily on vacation at the same time. I mentioned in my last talk about an hour ago that we actually called somebody up in Mexico. He was on vacation in Mexico and he had to come back. If he'd had a backup, probably wouldn't have happened. Next slide, please. During an incident, this is also the same IT staff. As I mentioned before, IT staff, they're worried about themselves as well. I mean, they want to get the company up. Don't get me wrong. Getting the company up, #1 priority. But in the back of their mind, what's really going on is, am I going to get in trouble for this? Even if it's not their fault. And as I mentioned before, if you have management staring over their shoulder going, what are you doing? They get really paranoid. So calm down your IT staff. Let them know it's going to be okay. You're not going to get fired for trying to fix something that somebody else came in and maliciously broke. Along the same veins, a lot of these incidents, they're not fixed in an hour or two. The really big ones, I mean, they'll take weeks. And we've seen management come in, and if you don't have backups, or even if you do have backups, they'll expect that IT person to work until it's fixed. I'm sure everybody's here has heard that, or at least said it. I need you to work until it's fixed. Well, a burned out IT employee, they can make things worse if they're super tired and working until it's fixed. We've been at incidents, in fact, one in particular where everything was almost fixed. And this poor Windows administrator was working until it's fixed. He insisted he was going to be there until it was fixed. Everything was almost done, hit a wrong key, made everything worse than it was originally. He blew away most of the Windows domain. So yeah, plan for shift work. Okay, you've been here for 8, 10, 12 hours, however long you want. Go home. Eat dinner with your family, get some sleep, come back in the next morning. You over there, you take over for the next 8, 10, 12 hours, whatever it is. Let them actually go eat lunch, because a burned out IT administrator is going to make things worse. Some of them don't, but when they do, it's epic. Other things, remember how I mentioned IT administrators normally don't like to talk to management? Some of them get really cranky. And you really don't want a cranky IT administrator shooting their mouth off at your manager. Because not only does that IT administrator at that point get mad, the manager gets mad, and then you get in trouble for your IT administrator saying the wrong thing to management. It's a really ugly, vicious cycle. So yeah, shift work, plan for it. Lastly, a cranky IT administrator who has not been treated well during an during an incident, they're more likely to polish their resume after it's done, and they're more likely to walk off. And cybersecurity, it's very well known. Cybersecurity does not have enough people working here. We have negative unemployment. And having been in an incident in cybersecurity is not necessarily a bad thing. It means you have experience. So you have your cranky IT administrator who just got mad at your manager fired him, or they polished the resume and walked off after the incident was done. They're finding another job. And you just lost all that experience. It just walked right out the door. So give your IT guys a little bit of a break. Next slide, please. This is post-incident. As I mentioned before, staff with incident response experience, they tend to do better than those without. They know what they're coming into. It's like, I've been in a lot of car accidents, I'll admit. But now when I get into a car accident, I don't panic. I get my insurance out of the glove box. I walk around to the car behind me that just rear-ended me on I-35 because I'm in Austin. And hey, it's going to be all right. It's fine. It's just another new bumper. Here's my insurance. Give me your insurance. We should probably get off the highway. No big deal. But that's because I've been in so many car accidents on I-35 at this point. The same thing goes with incident response. If I were to walk into an incident at this point, I've been in so many incidents, I don't automatically stress out. In fact, it's kind of freaky for some people that I'll just walk in calm, and my first priority is to calm everybody down. And those IT staff that have been in an incident, they're not, well, hopefully, they're not all going to automatically freak out anymore. They're going to be, okay, I've been here before. So you don't want to lose those people. You want to retain them unless they epically screwed up during the response and you have justification to get rid of them and all that stuff. So a little disclaimer there. But typically, those people are now better at responding to incidents. So you don't want them to find other employment. You don't want them to be burned out, as I mentioned. Plan that shift work. Plan for actually giving them a break. Plan for rewarding them for a job well done responding to an incident that wasn't their fault. And then a lot of times we find that IT staff, the incident's done, so they go back to doing their normal day-to-day job. Or they might still have some work that's left over from the incident, like, hey, I need to still rebuild these servers over here, or this work that got pushed off because of the incident. So they don't go back and actually review what happened during that incident. They think, I've just been working this, I'm going to remember it forever. But they don't sit down and they don't have a post-incident review. And it's absolutely critical to go have a post-incident review and make sure you're not actually calling anybody out by name. But these, for example, this whole slide deck that I've been giving you is a massive post-incident review of a ton of incidents that we've gathered from across the team. But if you do this, you learn from your lessons. You learn that, okay, this administrator can only work for 10 hours before, I mean, they just become so angry and mad and cranky that you don't want to be in the same room or neighborhood with them. So yes, this person, I'm going to plan that at 8 hours, they're going home. Okay, I learned that we did not have a press release ready. We should have had a press release out within the first 4 hours. Instead, we waited 6. At that 4-hour mark, the press went absolutely crazy. Next time, prepackaged press release. It's little things like that that you learn when you sit back, you go back and you don't play the blame game, but you go, okay, what do we do right? And what can we do better? And then go back and actually amend your incident response plan with that. We did this right. Let's highlight that in the incident response plan. This went great. Let's keep doing this. This right here, this went horrible. Get rid of it. Change it this way. This right here, we could do a little bit tweaking. Go ahead and tweak that. And remember, no incident response plan is perfect, but you can work a little bit more towards perfection. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, lessons learned. We actually have walked into incidents where it's the same person. We've walked in like, didn't I see you last year? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, well, sorry. Didn't I see you the year before that too? Yeah. Why? They didn't do their lessons learned. They went right back to doing what they were doing before. And the attacker knew it. And the attacker usually the exact same way back in. We've seen times where people get attacked, they've rebuilt everything, and it's even the exact same vulnerability because they didn't go back and they didn't fix it. So yeah, go back, do your lessons learned. I know it's a pain. I know people want to play the blame game, but make sure to call out. Nobody's going to get in trouble. Don't call anybody out by name, but hey, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? Let's make it better. Next slide, please. Oh, go back one more. Legal and public relations. If you don't know who your legal representation is or your public relations officer, or in some cases they're the same person, I highly recommend you get to know them. In fact, right after I finish talking, I recommend you go to your employee directory, you look them up, and you become friends, or at least have their cell phone number. Because when something happens and the press finds out, they will wish they had known. And if you didn't let them know, you're in trouble. So yes, let them know I'm working on an incident response plan. And then work on them. Hey, I need a very basic press release. We at DIR have written so many press releases for people at this point because we kind of have a pre-canned one. If you go to our website, we have a red incident response red book, which has pre-canned press releases in it. You can use it. It's a little oriented towards public entities, but we're trying to actually change it so private entities can use as well. But yeah, have a pre-canned press release that your legal and public relations people can go in. They can just quickly edit, like contact information, who to call, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing with a centralized point of contact. When everybody's panicking and running around, a lot of time it gets lost. Who should we actually be coordinating this through? And then same thing for the clients and your actual public. Who should they contact? You don't want them calling your IT administrator. You want them calling your public relations officer or your legal counsel. That way, not everybody in your organization is talking. Because when everybody in your organization starts talking, that's really how it makes the news. And we've actually seen things, for example, I'm actually pick on a city here because it's not in Texas. In Atlanta, they got hit by a ransomware attack. And they had a chance to recover or pay the ransom, one or the other. But then somebody inside Atlanta actually leaked a screenshot of the ransomware attack. And the instant the attacker saw that, the option to pay the ransom went away. They took the website down. So Atlanta actually had to rebuild at that point. So keep it to one centralized point of contact. It makes everything so much easier. Also, a lot of vendors, especially if they're small ones, there might not be a legal recourse to going back and saying, hey, this was caused by you. The other thing is, if that vendor was overseas, they don't necessarily abide by the same laws that you do. Not every country is the same. There's also often no chain of custody training when we walk into places. And for those who don't know, chain of custody is, in a legal term, when you come in and you touch something, somebody knows who touched what, when, and what they did to it. That way, if it has to go to court, it's already established. Okay, Daniel came in at 12:53. He picked up the server. He drove it over to XYZ place, delivered it at 12:57 to Joe. At 12:57, Joe took it, put it into evidence. It's been sitting in evidence. You need that chain of custody if you're ever going to go to court over something. Otherwise, it becomes a he said, she said blame game, and nothing ever gets resolved. And as I mentioned back in the data area, there's often a lack of awareness about recording requirements that gets to victims, or sorry, for victims, and that gets people into so much more trouble. Next slide, please. Ransoms. We, of course, encourage you not to pay a ransom. And not only does it fund the bad guys to get actually better tools, we've actually seen situations where people tried to pay the ransom and the decryption key just doesn't work. There was a ransomware variant out there last year. None of the keys worked. The bad guys aren't going to let you know that. But if you paid the ransom and it didn't work, they still got your money. Also, when you've paid that ransom, sure, you type in the key, you get decrypted. That ransomware got in there somehow. Are you sure your IT team's going to go back and fix it? So if you do pay the ransom, make sure you at least fix the hole. And then we're actually seeing this quite a bit now. People steal the data and then they use the ransomware to cover up their tracks. So they claim, hey, you pay the money, we'll give you everything back. We won't release any data, or we didn't take any data. But we're seeing that, yes, they did. And once your data's out there, it's out there. You can't guarantee that they're not going to sell it to somebody else or hang on to it for 5 years and then release it. We see that all the time. Although, caveat here, really, ultimately, the decision to pay the ransom or not, that's a business decision and it's up to you. But we encourage you not to pay the ransom. Next slide, please. And I see I only have 5 minutes left, so I'm really going to rush through these. But DIR, the agency that I work for, we're always trying to prepare. We're trying to make our stuff better. We do a lot of these post-incident analyses, at least internally, saying, hey, what can we do better the next time somebody calls us? So Liz, next slide. We've prepared. We have a state, go ahead and jump ahead one more slide. And one more. Yeah, there we go. We'll leave it at this one. So we've actually created a cybersecurity incident plan for the state. This applies for public sector things such as state agencies and local businesses, because obviously we're a state agency. So we can't play favoritism by helping out any particular private entity. But if you call us, we'll still give you advice. I mean, we give the same advice to everybody at this point. You've heard half of it here at this talk. But we have a plan in case something happens at the state level. When the August thing happened last August, we had a plan. We kicked it in. We went out. Everybody at the state level was done within a week because we executed on our plan. Was our plan 100% correct? No, but it was 99% there. And then we went back and we tweaked it. And we're trying to get to that 99.9% or the 100%. Well, we're never going to quite get to 100%, but we're trying to get it better and better and better. Now, for everybody out there, DIR, we've gone out and we've created the Texas Information Sharing and Analysis Organization. And we're actually implementing this in several phases, but phase 1 is up and it's ready. And we're pushing out some of the information we're seeing. We're doing talks like the one you literally just watched, saying, hey, these are things that we're seeing. And I really encourage everybody here that's listening to me, take 2 minutes, go to the website down there at the bottom of the slide, iso.texas.gov. It'll redirect you to our DIR page, and at least sign up for the mailing lists. And if it just gets shoved off into a folder, you know what? That was your choice. But if you even see one thing on there that helps you improve your cybersecurity, that counts as a win for me. And that helped improve the security baseline of the entire state. So we've actually partnered with other universities, not other universities because we're a state agency, but the ISAL is partnered with Texas A&M University. So if you report threat information to us, we'll share it with Texas A&M. We'll anonymize it, so unless you don't want us to. But that way, Texas A&M University adds it to their giant threat portfolio. And then next time somebody sees something similar, we often ask Texas A&M, hey, have you seen something like this? And they'll come back and they'll say, yes, these are the things they should look for. These are the things that'll help fix it. We've partnered with the University of Texas at San Antonio. They're doing education. For example, for those of you who've been around for more than an hour, you just heard Dr. White talk about ISALs in the community. That's why we've partnered with UT San Antonio. We want to help build up more ISALs around the state. And then we're actually working with other universities to bring in other things. We're working with the University of Houston on training students. We're working with University of Texas. We're actually about to execute a contract with them where we can bring some of their internal tools available to everybody. For any local governments that are listening, sorry, public entities, you don't qualify for it, or sorry, private entities, you don't qualify for this, but any local governments that are listening, we have a managed security services contract. If you sign a contract with DR, it's absolutely free, just saying that we can provide services to you. If you get hit and you can't respond, our managed security services contract is on standby. We've already negotiated rates. You don't even need to pay a retainer fee. It's just there in the background in case you ever need it. So I encourage you, go ahead, sign an interagency contract with us. If you ever need it, it's there. If you don't, hey, doesn't hurt anything. Didn't cost you anything. Might as well do it. And then what can you do? So like I put down there, be the change you want to see. I'm trying to be the change that I want to see around the state. I'm trying to get the cybersecurity information out there and let everybody know these are the things that we see. Please, please, please do some stuff different. So Liz, go ahead and jump ahead a slide because I see I'm almost out of time. Jump ahead a little bit more. There we go. Oh, go back one. So yeah, for anybody who literally just joined or wasn't paying too much attention as I rambled on in the background, the number one key takeaway here for me is entities that actually have a plan do so much better. So if you haven't started making your incident response plans, please go ahead and start. Thanks. Back to you, Liz. Thank you, Mesmer.
Hey, Daniel, good to see you. Thank you so much for that great presentation. And I see that our next panel is coming into the studio, but I wanted to, there were a few questions. So what we can do is maybe we'll pass them to you if you don't mind.
Okay.
And maybe you can email us or whatever the answers, or you can get onto the YouTube or Facebook channels, whatever you want, and answer them. There was some really good questions going on, particularly around home situations and the personal Xbox, and then about replicating databases. And there was some technical questions flying back and forth. But overall, there was a lot of commentary about what great practical advice. And so it's absolutely excellent. Thank you for everything you're doing. We're looking forward as Cyber Houston and a geographic ISAL here in the greater Houston region, working closely with the state DIR office and your office, and continuing to help improve the cyber posture of our region.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to working with you as well.
Yeah, and I think we've got you. We're planning on having you at one of our cybersecurity leadership series forums that we do on every other Wednesday. So we'll have you on very shortly. And so thank you for everything, and we'll bring the next panel on.
Thanks, sir.
And so, folks, we are getting the next panel ready, and we're bringing on Deepak Chowdhury. Deepak, hi, Deepak, how are you?
How's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you nicely.
Perfect.
So, yeah, we've had almost coming into 2 days of heavy dose of cybersecurity content. We've had a phenomenal group of people that have gone before you, and you've got a phenomenal power group coming up. And so I will not be burning a lot of your time, but Deepak, you have been a great, one of the founding members of the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council, as well as been a great supporter of Cyber Houston. You're in charge of the BDO healthcare practice for cybersecurity, as well as you are the president of the local HIMSS chapter. So you bring a lot of information and credibility, and we're all looking forward to having a great panel discussion. So without much ado, I want to thank you for being here and for your support, and over to you.
Great, thank you. I believe we're going to have two other leaders joining this panel discussion. If we can get Beverly to come on, and Jeff Vincent. There we go. I see Beverly. How you doing?
Hi.
There we go, Mr. Jeff Vincent. How you doing?
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Great. Welcome, everyone, to this panel discussion. And really, this discussion is all about your life as healthcare technology leaders, and how the impact of COVID and the pandemic has impacted your role, the industry, and what we see in the future and what we're seeing today. As Umesh just introduced myself, I lead BDO Digital's national healthcare compliance practice, focused on risk compliance for HIPAA and high trust, and then also a community leader with other initiatives like the Houston HIMSS chapter, along with working with Umesh with this Cybersecurity Summit, and a variety of different other events that I'm part of. Beverly, do you want to introduce yourself, your background? I know you've been at UT Health for quite a while now. If you want to just provide a little bit of history on your journey to where you are today within UT, that'd be great.
Sure, absolutely. I've been with UT Health for, many years. I joined right out of college, and so I was able to get in on IT security right when it was started here. Unfortunately, our IT security program started with a breach. So I've been fortunate to work in various positions, helping to build, and I am now the CISO leading our security program here at UT Health Science Center. So happy to be here today.
Got it. And Jeff, please introduce yourself, your background, and all the great things that you're doing and who you work for.
Okay. Well, I'm Jeffrey Vincent. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Cyber and Information Security Officer here at Harris Health. I've been here 7 years. I lead all of the cyber initiatives for the organization, everything HIPAA, PCI, all of those things. Also have the BIA. I've been doing this for about 25 years across multiple industries, and I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So I want this to be a fluid conversation, so we're happy to take questions from our attendees as well. So feel free to write your comments into the chat, and we can address them as they come along. But there's been a lot that's changed in our world, right, from a healthcare perspective, especially all the changes that you had to implement in a very quick, drastic way to move your own teams into a virtual environment, and then also having to deal with potential security threats and attacks for your environment as well, along with how we consider what we consider the new norm, right? And that new norm is, I would love to shake your hand right now. I'm close enough, but I just can't touch you. That's all, right? So can you walk me through, just from a leadership perspective, what are the biggest changes you had to face in your own IS departments?
Beverly, I'll defer to you. Ladies first.
Thank you. You're always a gentleman. So for us, we were actually positioned pretty well. We had started down our telehealth roadmap, but we weren't exactly there full blown. So we had to ramp that up pretty quickly. So, it kind of didn't help that OCR kind of opened up the Wild West and said you could use a whole lot of things to do telehealth visits. So we were really proactive because we knew if we didn't kind of wrangle it in the beginning that we would have a whole lot of issues to address on the back end. So we did pretty well in that regard. We kind of partnered with our privacy department to limit the platforms for telehealth, and I think that was a really good thing. So as we evolve into our new normal, not a tremendous amount of cleanup in that area. The other area, were you going to say something, Deepak?
I was going to say, if you can just, for the audience that may not be exposed to healthcare and acronyms, can you just briefly describe the OCR changes that were made early on this year?
So OCR is the Office of Civil Rights, and they provide guidance. They're the ones that come in and investigate you if you have a HIPAA breach or some kind of data, PHI, Protected Health Information Data Breach. And so they are the ones that issued really a relax in their policy about telehealth services and what could and could not be used. And so some of the things that they were saying, that were not previously allowed were things like FaceTime. You could use those kinds of things. You could, I think for a period of time, use a vendor perhaps without a BAA in place. I'm recalling this from memory. So a lot of things we couldn't normally do, they relaxed. Deepak, does that provide, you think, a good enough explanation?
Yeah.
So lots of options out there, but we needed to make sure that we were protected because we knew once we let all those things kind of loose in our environment, it was going to be pretty difficult to rein them back in. The other area where we kind of thought we were prepared, but we weren't, we were told by our VPN provider that we had lots of sessions available for our users. And so we, other than, a flood event or something like that, we hadn't had the whole organization banging on our VPN. So we didn't have that load previously. And then once COVID-19 hit, we quickly realized that we didn't have enough capacity. And so the vendors were all very responsive. The teams worked night and day to try and get ready for that. And so those were just kind of two of the areas that we, from an information security perspective, that we were directly engaged in trying to get us ready for COVID-19 and now our new normal.
Yeah. And Jeff, what about you?
Yeah, it's exactly what Beverly described. Clearly, we had already had a remote workforce, but the mass exodus of people going home, needing to get guidance on how to remote in, and of course, deploying for the first time for some of these users to work remotely, understanding MFA, multi-factor authentication, and all of those things was a concern. Clearly, when you have the inverse of the typical workforce where most people are inside your four walls, now everybody's over half of your workforce is remote. The threat landscape changes, right? So clearly, internally, we do a great job of protecting those assets here. But once those assets move out, we have to get pretty creative as to how we're going to protect those endpoints. And since COVID started, when you look at the new normal, we'll go back and say February 14th, Valentine's Day, right? That's where the whole world started, at least from the cyber perspective, started seeing an influx of phishing emails related to COVID. And we were not immune to that either. So we needed to make sure that while I'll say over 80% of the workforce was going remote, except for the clinicians, and of course there was a desire and a push to allow all of the people that could work remotely to do so. We took the stance here in information security that we were going to have a small contingent of people always here on site so we could respond to various threats.
That's a good point. Actually, you brought up an interesting date. You brought up Valentine's Day, right? And so from a citizen perspective, to me, the lockdown started, right after spring break, right, mid-March.
Right.
So, from your perspective and information security perspective, how early on did you start preparing for COVID? Was it more reactive based on what you were seeing in the news and media, or was this something that you started preparing for, in advance, anticipating the worst to come?
Well, you want me to go, Beverly?
I'll go.
Okay.
Go. So, between Valentine's Day and March 14th is about 4 weeks. And we started to get indicators that something probably could happen. And so we started reaching out to our vendors, getting prepared for it. So it wasn't after, we were pushed to the last minute. We actually closed our doors March 14th for everybody to go that could work remote. But we spent the whole weekend and the weeks leading up to that trying to get prepared for that ramp up. So if you're saying, hey, did we wait till everybody go home and then try to remediate that issue? No, we actually were able to get a little bit in front of it.
Jeff, anything different?
Exactly. We were prepared as well. We do threat intelligence. We've been doing it for quite some time. So we were listening to the wire, understanding what was coming our way, certainly with some of the tools that we have in place, those indicators were there, as Beverly indicated. So we had some vision, some foresight of things that were to come. But luckily, we run our program, forward thinking, so we were prepared in that regard. It still doesn't mean that slipping just a little bit, because of course when COVID happened, it was all attention on deck with that, and so people are moving in a much more faster pace than normal. So it's easy for things to slip through the cracks, and for the end users to get easily baited because something says COVID and they think they need to respond. But again, we felt like we were out in front, so we knew it was coming. We just didn't know how much was coming, and it still continues. So.
Correct. Every day is a new day, right?
Yeah.
One thing that you did mention, Jeff, is that you still had a core group of folks that were coming in, even though there was mandates for everyone to work remotely. Talk to me a little bit about that. Why did you make that decision, knowing the fact that we're all working remotely. We can all remote into the systems that we need to touch. So why was it important for a core resources to be on site still? And I know that healthcare generally has a culture of people are normally on site.
Right.
So working remotely for a lot of folks in healthcare was a net new experience for them.
Right, absolutely. And you're right. Historically, you don't see a lot of remote working in healthcare, especially with the clinician standpoint. And as Beverly echoed earlier, there was a desire and a push to move everybody out that could work remotely. And most certainly my team can work remotely, and we do work remotely. But my stance was, if we're going to be subject to the same technology of remoting in as all of the new employees, as all of the remote employees, and the new normal is everybody's remote, I knew that technology would be saturated. So I took the stance to say, okay, we need to have people inside of these four walls just in case something happens and we can't remote in, because of course things happen lightning fast, and I needed to respond. Incident response is very important. We didn't want to be on the front end where something goes wild and we can't remote in and remediate those things. So there's a IR team that's here. I have some of my risk assessment folks that are here, and definitely the managers are here, but we rotate. I'm the only one that doesn't rotate and work remotely, but I think we've benefited tremendously from it. Just like everybody else, there's been attempts to get in, attempts to bait people, this COVID related. I need you to respond to this. Here's some supply chain things we need to do. But because we've been here, it has allowed us to, once again, stay very proactive, mitigate those risks, and also to collaborate. We do it in a very safe manner. Social distancing, we mask up while we're here. But nevertheless, I think for our organization and for the way that we do cyber here, it has worked very well. Like I said, I can knock on wood. we've been able to, protect the enterprise and protect that PHI in a way that is very difficult. As you saw here most recently, UHS, with the challenges that they had, and what it impacted, that can happen anywhere. But I always say, again, if everybody else is using this remote technology and you're relying on your responders, and you'll say first responders, to use that same technology, you're going to have a problem. So you need to have some people inside of those four walls.
A good point. Beverly, what about you? How did you respond from, in compared to Jeff and having resources remotely versus on-site?
So we sent all of our IT people home. I'm actually in the office. I'm the one person that comes in every day, pretty much. And then for a minute there, we were rotating, and then there was an uptick again. So people decided to stay home. So we, early on, when we were having to have those really critical sessions where people came in and we had to figure things out and resolve issues, we were coming back on-prem just so we could all be in the room, because that's what we were used to. It was really difficult for us to get away from that. But as we've been in this COVID-19 state, more of the IT security staff has been working remotely. And we may continue that with the caveat. So nobody's gone out of town. Some people ran and are working in the hill country. They can work remote as long as they're in town. And if we need them to come back on-prem, they're able to come on-prem.
Got it. That does make sense. The one thing that you guys had brought up was you're relying on technologies and had to scale up really quickly, like you mentioned, VPN access and so forth. Now, how, along with, ramping up, access to those tools, what about from a procurement perspective and licensing? Did you guys have to go and buy additional licensing to accommodate for all the users that you guys were onboarding to this remote technology?
Yes, we did. And so procurement and the vendors, everybody was on board to fast track that for us.
Yeah, and some vendors, obviously, it's like whatever you need, we'll take care of it on the back end. So some vendors obviously have been extremely supportive. Some have not during this time, and that's a difference maker. When you look at what's something that's happening now, and you have vendors that can accommodate, it makes you take a hard look at who you're actually doing business with during this pandemic. But certainly, the ramp up time was very, very small, very short to get those additional licenses. And again, some of the challenges have been just a learning curve, because in healthcare, again, you typically don't have a lot of remote workforce. So, people have to get used to, I don't have my 3 monitors. How can I see my screen at home and things of that nature? So it's just a learning curve, the new normal.
Right.
So.
Yeah, good point. I'm chuckling here. Only reason why, because we all 3 of us have engaged in professional services, and my procurement experience has been a little bit different, not as fast.
Right.
I'm probably the slowest out of the 3 of us, and you know why.
Yeah. Since we're talking about tools and technologies, are there any tools and technologies outside of what you currently had in your stack that you had to procure for combating COVID-19 and potentially the influx of phishing campaigns and ransomware and anything that you had to ramp up, buy net new?
For those particular areas, Deepak, I think we were pretty solid. So we've been in this state for a while. I was lulled into thinking, well, we'll get through it and we will return to the way that things were. And so it seems like we're going to be in this state for some time, and perhaps things are going to change permanently. So now we've taken the approach, okay, let's go through, let's reevaluate, let's change some things that we need to change. Let's look at doing some things differently. And so while we didn't procure new things at that time, we may in the near future, because we're looking at having to re-architect some processes as we move from on-prem or 4 walls, as Jeff says, and move to more of a remote environment. And we're going to have to change. And so now we're in that state where we're looking at, what's forward looking for us. So no new things at that particular time, but going forward, we may have to procure some new things.
And I agree. We didn't have to do anything new. Clearly, some people now are pushing cloud solutions. That's the only thing we may need to change up. But as we look at cloud, I always like to caution that you're just, I'll say, repositioning the risk, if you will, from on-prem to the cloud. And you may lose some control, which a lot of people don't understand when you do that. But telehealth obviously has exploded, right? So when that Beverly was speaking earlier about how OCR relaxed their stance on the technology. So we saw an explosion of that, just like the rest of healthcare. So I think that really is a new normal. But of course, as you come about with new technology, you come up with new challenges, right? So as we look at, what they're doing with all of these, the Fitbits and the monitors from home, it exposes us a bit more to privacy issues as well as the security challenges that still exist. So
that's a good point. Now, just going back to the existing point that Jeff that you made was cloud versus on-prem, and I know that the healthcare industry in particular, the provider space has taken more of a conservative approach for having PHI out in the cloud. Fast forward to where we are today in an era of digital transformation. Has your perception and your guidance around that changed at all? I know that we like to touch and see our data, right? There's a comfort level of having a data center or a co-location facility where we can go to our data.
Right.
But with services like AWS and Microsoft Azure that do have credentialing that maybe your colo doesn't even have, right? Like the high trust certifications, etc.
Right.
Has that changed your purview at all?
It really hasn't. I'll tell you, you look at what happened maybe a week or so ago with the outages Office 365 was having, and it really hasn't changed the stance. Now, a hybrid mode, certainly, I'm all on board for having a hybrid mode, but to go totally cloud, it introduces other risks and other challenges. But that's unique for us. This is a stance here at Harris Health. Are we looking forward to doing that perhaps a bit more? Yes, we most certainly are. But so far on-prem has worked very well for us. Now we have the resources here to handle that. A lot of organizations don't have the resources to handle that. And maybe you come back to me 6 months from now and I may change based upon this new normal, this new workforce. Our IT department, I think, 80 to 90% of those folks are offsite as well. I'm probably one of the few departments that's not in the clinician area that actually has a substantial amount of people here. About half my department comes in on a daily basis, and we rotate through that again. So for now, we enjoy on-prem, but there are a few other solutions we're looking at moving to the cloud.
Beverly, what about you? Especially with your Epic implementation, right?
Oh, yeah. So the business is driving us to the cloud, and they're driving us hard. It's challenging. You are absolutely right, Deepak and Jeff. We were exactly kind of where you are. We want our stuff on-prem because we know we can protect it. And just as Jeff said, when you take it to the cloud, you're still responsible for it, but you lose some of that control. And so there's this shared responsibility model that you have to implement, and you have to be really strong and stringent with your controls. And so it's definitely a shift. It's a little bit unnerving. It's new, it's a stretch, but the business is driving us in that direction. And so we have to adapt and go where the business is taking us. So we're doing it really at enterprise scale, from large productivity tools with the outages with M365, with our new EHR implementation. We're there. We've been going in smaller ways with some SaaS solutions, but from an enterprise perspective, some big things for us are moving there.
Yeah. So and that's a huge transition, right, from a digital transformation perspective, and going from an on-prem environment to a hosted environment for your EHR, right? Is that something that keeps you up at night because you don't have the control that you normally would in the past?
Well, no, I mean, because that worrying and keeping me up at night doesn't really resolve the issue.
You just finger point now to them, saying it's their problem, right?
Nope. It's still my problem. I have the relationship with the patient, and it's my job to make sure that it's protected no matter who has it.
Yeah.
So that means that I dig in and I make sure that the controls are there. We have to dig in and make sure that the controls are there to our standard, because we're still responsible for that. It's just that we're sharing it. So that means that the contracts are ironclad. They're really big with fine-tooth combs. Lots of responsibility for if something happens on your side, who's responsible and who's paying for what if there's a breach. So the shared responsibility model and RACI matrices are really big to define who's responsible for what. But you have to do it, and you dig in, and once it's done, you're clear, you adhere to your rules and guidelines, and they adhere to theirs, you're good to go.
Yeah, no, good point. We talked a little bit about telehealth, and you did mention telehealth. I'd like to pivot to that a little bit here, because obviously that is a new technology that we've all adapted in our own lives, right? As patients as well. I had an experience just 2 weeks ago where I went to my primary care provider and I had the option of doing in-person or doing telehealth. And I'm like, well, you know what? I just need a refill on my meds. So I'm going to do a telehealth because it's more convenient to do it from my home office than it is for me to drive to my PCP, right? Just not necessarily from a security perspective, but from a healthcare IT leader perspective, do you think that the number of in-person visits is going to go back up to a certain amount once we've passed this pandemic, or do you think the new normal now is telehealth visits as a primary option with potentially a secondary option, or plan B would be go to have an in-person visit? What are your thoughts, Beverly?
I think it'll depend on the type of visit that you want. If I'm just getting a refill, I don't need to go in, and I don't want to pay for parking. I don't want to wait. I don't want to do any of that. So I want the convenience. I can sit right in my office or at home and do that. However, there are some visits that telehealth just won't do. You need the doctor to look, touch, feel, and see what's going on with you. So what I'm thinking is hopefully things will become more convenient perhaps for the patient. Maybe we can carve out, hey, half of your day is spent with telehealth visits, and you can do those back to back to back. I can get an appointment maybe faster than I had gotten them in the past. So I'm hoping that it, allows us to expand to perhaps rural areas or people who couldn't get out or had transportation issues. So I'm hoping that it really expands our business and our reach.
Yeah.
And I'm hopeful, and for some situations.
Yeah.
I concur wholeheartely with you. I think once again, this is the new future here. We're looking at it. Telehealth is here to stay. Clearly, it's been there for a while, but nobody was really using it. Now they've been forced to use it, and it's working well. There are a few other initiatives at the federal level that they are expanding it. As Beverly indicated, it's expanding now. I think there's like $100 million project for I'll say veterans and low income citizens to take advantage of this. So it is certainly here. But again, as the technology comes, so do the security and privacy challenges come.
Right.
Well, that's a good point, right? So, going back to the procurement of licensing and tools, my thought is that as patients were now forced to stay home or wherever they reside, that you had to deploy remote patient monitoring tools and assets to them, right? I'm assuming that you guys had some sort of solution before, but now you had to scale the procurement. And as I mentioned on an email thread, we're working with the hospital system right now that went through a procurement process to select a product which was tablet-based, deployed to the patient, and they had IoT devices connected to it, right, via Bluetooth. Right. So your pulse ox, your thermometer, your scale, and a few other things. is that something that you guys had to evaluate from a security perspective too? Because, once again, you're now putting the data at the patient's hands, right? With the tools that you're deploying to them. So what kind of diligence have you performed on those type of devices?
The same due diligence occurs as you use those devices, on-prem or within our own staff. So I just wanted to make sure I clearly understood your question, Deepak. One way we've used tablets in that technology is with rounding. Jeff, you may have been involved in it as well, but you know how when you've been a patient in a hospital and the residents and interns all come in as a group to kind of hear what the physician is saying about your particular situation, and they listen and they learn that way. Well, we've had to transition the way that they learn and actually do that rounding. And so they're doing it with mobile devices. So we've had to implement some teleconferencing kind of technology in that way. So for patients, when we deploy them, you still want to make sure that their PHI is protected. We still have to have those business associate agreements because that data at some point is going through a cloud vendor. It's not directly from us to them. And so it's the same due diligence that we've had before. We are just having different applications for it, but the controls are pretty much in line with what we've been doing.
Jeff, what about on your
Well, once again, I agree with Beverly. We haven't had the pleasure of getting down to that type of technology, but as she stated, the same rules apply. And in fact, we have to get more in the weeds when we start looking at Bluetooth-enabled devices and mobile apps, because sometimes, for convenience, patient safety is a top priority. But again, I always like to talk to the executives here, and I say there's a direct correlation between patient safety and cybersecurity. If we don't do our job well, all of a sudden now we're impacting those patients. So when you look at not just the tablets and looking at the risk on these things, you look at, okay, it's a mobile device. How am I keeping the security patches updated, right? You look at those types of things. And we look at transport layer security. You have outdated versions of TLS. What is the impact of that? So those are the types of things that the clinicians don't think about that we have to think about to make sure, guess what, we're protecting that patient as well. So cybersecurity and patient safety intersect all the time, and it's front and center now. It's really front and center. I'll bring and illuminate the story just happened recently, and I'm pretty certain it wasn't the first time, but in Germany, how they directly correlated a hospital getting ransomware and they having to divert patients, and a patient unfortunately died. Well, that was because of a cyber event. So if we get it wrong on the cyber world, it also directly impacts the patient safety and the patient care. So it's very important what we do. I mean, clearly it's front and center. And again, I don't have to remind anyone that's listening, but healthcare is the #1 attacked industry.
Yep.
Why is it the #1 attacked industry? Because we can't not get as rigid as the other industries. There's a delicate balancing act that we have to follow. But in order to make sure that we're ultimately protecting those patients, we have to do our jobs very well as well.
So actually, I was going to lead into that question is, what makes the healthcare industry different than other industries? And I know we tend to follow financial services, right, as our big brother for cybersecurity best practices. What makes us so unique compared to other industries?
I think, Jeff, I will echo exactly what you say. I always like to say that our physicians and clinicians are our caregivers, but as IT security, we're the caretakers. We caretake that information and those devices and our network to make sure that our patients are safe. And so there's a direct correlation between what we do and impact to health and human safety. It's a noble job, I think, that we have in IT security for healthcare that's really different than other industries. It's not about protecting so much intellectual property so we can make a ton of money off of it, as our peers, perhaps in oil and gas, not to call anyone out, but, so in that regard, there's that extra passion that comes with it when we do the work in IT security. Additionally, we have the governance. We have HIPAA that if you don't get it right, if you are negligent or don't implement things correctly, then you can be fined. There's some other industries that you can be fined as well, but OCR and HIPAA is pretty good about finding people for not doing the right things, of being in compliance or being negligent.
Yeah, and again, like I said, this industry being the #1 attack industry, having worked directly here for 7 years, you start to realize those other industries can get very rigid with their security, right? Their controls can be very rigid because ultimately they're not protecting human life, right? So we can't get in the way of that patient care and that patient safety. But now you see, since 2015 with the Anthem breach, you see not only can records be compromised, and I can't change your medical record number. If I get it, I get it. It doesn't change. I can change your credit card number if it gets compromised. I can't change your medical record number and the things that ail you once that information gets out. But what we're seeing now is all of these other industries that have been under attack for years, they have made some changes on the federal level that points more towards cybersecurity being a priority. You haven't necessarily seen that in healthcare. So we talk about HIPAA. HIPAA's been around since 1996. High Trust, 2009, right? But you have not seen, even from a federal standpoint, where it has kept up with the true threats that are happening. So you look at PCI. They look at that and they adjust and come up with controls to really look at what's happening in the industry. When I talked about TLS earlier, transport layer security, they changed those things. HIPAA does not, right? So ransomware, pretty big, 2015. OCR gave guidance in 2016. But when you look now on a federal level and you boil it down and say, why is it still the #1 attack industry? Because we can have, private physicians, hospitals, small, large. But when you look at the larger organizations, as I mentioned earlier, UHS, like the other industries, we have not said, when it comes to organizations that have boards, they do not mandate that there's someone on the board that is over and has oversight to cybersecurity. They say the board only has oversight, but there's no one designated person to really say this is a true risk. So that's, in my opinion, and having worked it for a long time, I think that's one of the biggest issues. Is truly they don't hone in the healthcare perspective on cyber. But there's a lot of good things that are happening, right? From the medical device security, MedSec, FDA. There's a lot of guidance that's coming, but we're still trailing behind because ultimately you don't want to lock down your systems so much that they impact patient safety, nor do you want to get ransomware, but yet ransomware has not gone anywhere. It is alive and kicking in 2020, and it's actually has seen a huge uptick during COVID because, once again, I can easily bait the end user, and that's my way in.
Yeah, it was interesting. I'm going to just provide a little detail to our audience regarding the UHS issue. So I think it was last month where Universal Health Services announced that it's that 400 sites across the U.S. had went down with a massive ransomware attack, right? And so it drove their EHR system down. They actually had some ambulances that were diverted in the initial stages of attack, while others experienced like lab test results delays in lab test results. So there was a significant impact with this particular ransomware, and I'm not sure what the timeline was to get the systems back up and running, but it wasn't days. It took a little while for their systems to come back up, and I think even 3-4 weeks after the fact, they're still recovering from this ransomware attack. Here, and I hate calling this out because it's in our own backyard, but Legacy Health had a breach back in the summer as well, and it was because of a phishing attack, right? So they had to notify over 228,000 patients that their data could have been potentially compromised, right? I'm sure Harris Health nor UT Health want to make these headlines by any means, right? So, these are just a couple of examples just recently that you've learned about. Is this anything new to you at all, or is this just another statistic of another institution nationally that had a breach? Is there any lessons learned from this that you could adapt in your own organization?
Beverly?
I'm going to defer to you on that one, Jeff.
Well, I'll go ahead and say it's nothing new, right? Again, I talked about Anthem in 2015. If you've been watching the news and stay abreast of this stuff, you see that the breach that happened in 2015, 78 million records, has not gone away. They got hit with another $48 million lawsuit that was directly related to the breach in 2015. So it has not gone away. The lesson learned from everybody is cybersecurity should be one of the top priorities when it comes to this industry. And you'll hear a lot of lip service that it is, but then you see how can UHS, 400 sites worldwide, still fall, and all of the facilities are impacted. And as you said, Deepak, they're still recovering. Well, the attacks aren't necessarily sophisticated. It's very easy to send a phishing email and get somebody to click on it, right? It's not a very sophisticated attack, but it tells you sometimes they don't invest in the training and people, process, and technology. So the lesson learned that I always take away is the threat is always real. It could happen here. It's close. It's always close. And that's one of the reasons why I have said, hey, we need to have people on the ground so that doesn't happen here. So yes, the lesson I always learn is this threat is very real and it could happen to us any given day.
So there's a question here on Facebook here. So not knowing too much about the UHS breach, why business continuity and DR plans did not address the RPO or RTO to meet operational objectives? Do you guys have any insights onto that? I mean, I read some articles in the media, but really didn't provide too much detail on, what BC practices they had in place or why those didn't kick in. And do you guys know at all?
I can share and say typically the BCP and DR doesn't necessarily cover ransomware, right? People don't necessarily drill for that. And that's something that we need to start focusing in on, tabletop exercises. But again, it doesn't necessarily cover that. And once it starts spreading, how is your internal controls working? Is it a flat net? There's so many things you can say why it wouldn't address that. Are things segmented when we get down to the technical bits and bytes? Technically and internally, are you set up to where this network can't talk to this network, or is it wide open, right? And also you look at permissions. If everybody is an administrator on their system, guess what? It's going to spread and spread and spread, and you're not going to be able to stop it. So clearly they have some ways where you can look at it from a hospital operations standpoint. That's where you start relying on your downtime procedures, right? They always have to refer and revert back to paper, right? Unfortunately, and that's why I say in the healthcare world, is a very delicate balancing act between cybersecurity and patient safety. It's very delicate. Can you do it well? You certainly can, but you have to have the right support to do it well so you don't fall for those types of things.
Yeah, one other area to support Deepak and Jeff is that we've been noticing lately that people have, your backups are always what you rely on to recover from ransomware. But there's been attacks lately on the backup. So you have to make sure that you have good strategies there so that your backup solution's not, connected to your ransomware strategy. And the other thing too is that sometimes the time that these attackers spend in your systems and are able to do things at a very low level. So it's you have to kind of dig in and really know exactly what's going on to be able to identify them. But incident response testing is good. We actually did that a while ago to make sure that everybody knows exactly what's going to happen. What's your plan? Are you going to pay? Are you not going to pay? How do you implement those those manual procedures? And who makes the calls and what's going to happen? And are you even prepared? So all of those things come back into foundational readiness for those kinds of events.
No, good points. And then it's funny because, you're also giving the organization the benefit of the doubt that they are following guidelines and they are compliant, right? So HIPAA security and privacy rules apply to, integrated delivery networks the same way as they apply to your, independent primary care physician that has a small, business, right? So, and I'm not making any judgments here or speculation, but HIPAA is also self-managed, right? So you don't have a governing body saying, "Hey, let me see your HIPAA assessment report on an independent regulating body that's asking you to see your HIPAA reports on a regular cadence," right? You may perform them internally because of your institution and the policies and procedures you have in place, but that's not the same across all healthcare providers, right?
But you want to perform those because, yes, you're not turning them in, you're not submitting them every year, but when you have a breach and it's all a matter of when, those are the kinds of things, the assessments, the awareness training, the foundational, the basic security things that you need to do to run due diligence in your security program. Those are the things that you're going to have to show, hey, I was not negligent here. I did what we were supposed to do, and perhaps something still happened. But if you can't even show that you did the due diligence, that you tried and put forth all those foundational security things, then you can pretty much bet you're going to be slammed with a pretty high fine there.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is 100% correct. OCR a few years ago, they ratcheted up the notch a little bit and said they were going to start doing audits across the industry. So as Beverly stated, you better do your internal assessments and have the documentation that you're doing your due diligence. Otherwise, it's willful neglect, and they will hammer you big time. They now want to make an example out of organizations, and that's why the fines have gotten much more steeper than they ever were before.
So this is a good time for both of you to plug in BDO services that we can perform this assessment. I'll just switch gears for a second because one thing that's been on my mind that I wanted to ask both of you is, obviously we're all in a remote environment now, and obviously you two are clearly not. You're going to the office, but what's the impact of the pandemic on recruiting resources? Because now you've got a workforce that's local to the Houston market, but then potentially that can open up additional talent that you may need at the national level, right, or regional level to be able to work remotely as well. So, I'm not sure if you had to go through any recruitment in the past, since March or so, but if you have, I'd love to get your experience on how potentially the talent pool for you has changed.
So I've had to recruit since March. I had to recruit in a manager. There were I was surprised at the number of people actually in the market, because of different industries and things that had happened. Normally a person would get onboarded and organically we would be close to each other and we could talk and, bring that person up to speed. You take the person around and introduce them to everybody and know faces and things like that. So it's a very organic process when it's in person to get them onboarded. Much more difficult in a virtual environment. You're having to try and schedule all of these touch points and things like that to try and get a person onboarded and up to speed. And it's a challenge. As far as recruitment for, out of state, we're primarily based in Texas. So I don't think we're even prepared to recruit people from other states based on the tax laws and things like that. But that question has come up. I think if we are going to be in a remote kind of state, are we open to that? And I think absolutely from an IT security and perhaps an IT perspective, if you can recruit people and they don't have to drive in or they can work from anywhere, it absolutely opens up your talent pool. Now, logistically, whether the company is ready to do that or not is another question.
And so, Jeff, what about you?
So for me, again, we've had to recruit for 2 positions. We have 1 open position now. I see you giving me that side eye, Beverly. We actually just got one of Beverly's folks came over. And again, you won't be shocked by this statement, but for us, one of the questions is, are you comfortable with coming into the office? And they certainly have been comfortable coming into the office. Now, that's for good reason, just because of the culture that we have, and is almost like an indoctrination period for us, because again, we do things a little differently with our cyber team. So it's been important. But as far as the talent pool, I'll just say 7 years of being here in Houston, I am still shocked to be such a large city for the talent pool not to be so vast. I'm a transplant here for a reason, right? I moved here from the East Coast, and I'm still shocked that when I look for the talent, I just don't see a lot. And maybe it's because that people just don't want to leave where they're working, right? They just stay there. So it's been challenging, but for us, like I said, we have 2 new people hired a week apart, and they're here within the office, making sure that they know the tools they're responsible for and how we go about doing business. Because again, we are kind of out front. We don't necessarily sit behind the scenes, and we have a lot of tools that can impact the business, that can block things. And we want to make sure no one's just going in and adjusting something, and now the whole organization can't receive emails. We don't want that. I like my job, so we want to make sure they're doing the right thing when they get here. So.
No, and so good point. And by the way, this is not the first time I've heard where resources from one healthcare institution are going over to the other healthcare institution.
But this is the first time in 7 years I've been here we've ever gotten anybody from another organization here. First time. Amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, first time.
I don't know if that's the case for UT Health or some of the other providers in the TMC.
No, the cyber healthcare community is kind of small, and it's not uncommon for one person to go from one organization to have been at another.
Yes, this is our first time, 7 years, never from any other organization. So
that's okay.
So, well, that brings up my next question, right? We've got a few minutes left, and I really want to bring it into, looking at not only just your individual institutions, but obviously your both institutions make up the larger Texas Medical Center, right? And so at what level, especially when this pandemic started, right? And maybe even fast forward to where we are today, what type of collaboration are we seeing for information security within the TMC institutions? I want to just name off names that come to my head, not in any particular order, but obviously we've got Harris Health and UT Health, but we also got Memorial Hermann, Kelsey-Seybold, Houston Methodist, Common Spirit, which was CHI St. Luke's, Baylor, BCM, HCA as well to a certain degree. So, what type of collaboration are we seeing from, leaders like yourself that are combating the pandemic and having to deal with ransomware and phishing attacks? Do you guys speak on a regular basis, or tell me a little bit about that?
So I'll go for that. So I'm probably the new CISO to the group, but I am happy to really say that the Texas Medical Center CISOs they collaborate, they talk to each other, they help each other out. And that's fantastic from my perspective, to be able to step into a group with the maturity and the experience and the different, when you boil it down, sometimes we're at different places, but a lot of times one has probably been on a journey where, I'm taking steps on that same journey, and they are forthright with the information and willing to help. And that is a tremendous value. That I'm really pleased to be a part of TMC CISOs.
Yeah, and great. Yeah, absolutely. 7 years in, there's a tremendous amount of collaboration. In fact, Beverly and I communicated this week on a few things. We have an email that we send questions and see who's seeing what, who's using what technology. And we all, a lot of us have each other's cell phone numbers. We can text, do things out of band, just ask a question. So once again, the collaboration is tremendous. It's helped me a whole lot since I've been here, and it continues to help me. Again, I'm not just giving her a shout out because she's on this panel, but she helped me, I think, this week with a question I had about some things we were trying to do. So and vice versa, right? I gave you a
Right. Yes, you did.
so it's a great collaboration. You know, and like I said, I haven't had this type before, right? But we're so tight, the largest consortium of hospitals in the world here, and the CISOs, collaborate, sometimes on a weekly, if not daily basis, depending on the situation. And
I think it goes back to your overall mission, which is improving patient lives and patient safety.
Absolutely.
Right? That's what it comes down to. I think that's a mission that's shared amongst all the institutions across the Texas Medical Center. Just to wrap up here, looking forward, what challenges do you foresee as we continue to operate in this new normal? Beverly?
So, like I said, we're having to go back. We ramped up quickly. Now we're circling back to make sure that we did things securely and did them well, and to improve and make things more efficient. So we'll continue to do that, but I'm excited. I'm excited about where technology is going. And I think, COVID has propelled our remote and our telehealth programs years ahead. And so I think that opens up a whole lot of other opportunities from business-wise, technology-wise, cybersecurity-wise. There's some challenges that absolutely come with that, but we're at the helm. We're ready for them. So I'm just excited. I'm looking at things as an opportunity to grow, expand, and do things in a more widened perspective. We're going to have to change our stance from on-prem to a remote first kind of stance. So there's a lot that's going to come with that. Yeah. But I think it's a good move.
I totally agree. I mean, the threats are here. I don't think we will be moving out of the #1 attacked industry anytime soon. With the telehealth, remote workforce, and all the wearables that are coming out, the threats will be there. This is what I say, a target-rich industry, because the hackers and the nation states understand that we can't protect like the other industries can. And they also understand that the patient records, those record numbers are cost more, more valuable than credit card numbers. And once again, it is here to stay. But, we're prepared, we're ready for what lies ahead. It's just one of those things, again, when I get back where I say the industry as a whole needs to get more, I'll say, laser focused on cybersecurity, from the medical devices to the IoT things. We just have to get more focus on that, because again, it never stops, right? You would think, from 2015, 5 years later, that we would have our arms around ransomware, and we don't. And there's a reason why we don't.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I think we are at now the top of the hour. Thank you, Jeff and Beverly, for attending our panel discussion today. Umesh, back to you, sir. I can't hear you, Umesh. You're on mute.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that to my attention. I said, before I let you guys go, I wanted to say thank you very much to all of you for staying on and giving us this great, broad, you guys covered the entire gamut. You went from process to boards to technology to patient security to patient privacy to HIPAA. You just gave us a very broad understanding, and thank you for being here and everything you're doing. I know that our people probably got a lot of great information. So thank you, Deepak, for leading it. Thank you for all you do. It's been great meeting you, Beverly and Jeffrey. Heard a lot about you. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. So if you guys will stay on 1 second, and we want to do a quick drawing. So I'm going to give you some, there's been a lot of activity with a few people. Michael Krogstad's been on, Paige, Hella, Parmita, Nada. And let's see, I've got a couple of other names over here. Tammy, Michael Barrett, Catherine Ellett. So as those names came up, you got a name that pops up to you?
I didn't hear my name.
No, you're not eligible for this one. So
with the B name, Barrett.
Barrett. All right, very good. So that's going to be Michael Barrett. Michael Barrett, you are a $25 e-gift card, Amazon gift card winner. Thank you for participating, everybody. We're getting ready for this next panel. And let's bring on the other panel. Thank you so much, you guys, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Good to see you. Bye.
Thank you. And as we bring on this next panel and bring on the moderator, Jim Kelly, I want to let everybody know that, well, Michael, you got announced, so send us your contact information, Michael Barrett, and to info@houstoncybersummit.com, and we will process your $25 e-gift card. Now, at the end of this session, we're going to do one more drawing for the another $25 e-gift card, and it's all participatory. So
I can give you my email address right now if you like. That'll be fine.
Sure you can. Another time. Those on this panel have to perform, and
that's right. That's right.
As well. So very nice to see you, Jim, and thank you for doing this. And I don't want to burn the time on your panel, but there's been a lot of talk already over the last day and a half, almost 2 days, about how do you actually get the board involved? How do you get your stakeholders involved? How do you show the value of your cybersecurity strategy? What do you do to get people? In fact, in the last session, talked about maybe a board spot on someone on the board being designated as being the caretaker for cybersecurity. And before I turn it over to you, I do want to recognize someone who's going to be on your panel. So Andres Ruz, I want to just give a shout out to Andres. He's been a great core supporter. And Andy, looking forward to this presentation with Jim. Over to you, Jim.
Thanks, Umesh. I appreciate the time. Yeah, we're really proud to have Andy on the team, and I think this discussion is going to go right down the middle of the strategy road, right? When it comes to making strategic cybersecurity decisions and figuring out whether or not they've been effective for you. So we appreciate everyone taking the time to listen in on the discussion, and hopefully some of this will help prepare you to meet the very real challenges that your businesses may be currently facing. I have 4 guests today, 2 from the enterprise side and 2 from the vendor ecosystem. Today, representing the enterprise side of the discussion, I'm joined by 2 outstanding IT leaders. Roger Lee, CIO at Aguirre & Fields, an engineering firm here in Houston. Hey, Roger.
Hey, good afternoon.
And then also Owen Cheney, CIO at Moody Bank. Hey, Owen.
Hi, Jim.
All right, and providing perspective from the security products and services side, we're also joined by Rick Peters, CISO, Operational Technology North America with Fortinet. How you doing, Rick?
Good afternoon, Jim. Pleasure.
Good to see you. And then, of course, the infamous Andy Roos, Director of Information Security here at Meriplex. We're glad to have you, Andy.
Hola, Jim. Hi, guys. How are you?
Pretty good. So why don't we start with a quick introduction so everybody gets to know each of you just a little bit better. Roger, why don't you tell us a little bit about your professional background and maybe something that means a lot to you?
Okay, yeah, so I've been doing technology work since really 1998. In 1999, actually co-founded what was then known as an application service provider, hosting company. We hosted an ERP package. I sold that business in 2015 and joined Aguirre & Fields.
Wow.
And through my career, really what my personal mission, if you will, personal goal has been to change the perspective of IT, how IT is viewed, particularly around customer experience.
Nice.
What I found in talking to many of the clients that we had, they tried to avoid their internal IT, and I wanted to turn that around and make IT more approachable and more of a customer service organization and a real partner to the business.
That's great. Thanks for that. Owen, how about you?
Yeah, well, I've been here at Moody Bank for the last 14 years as CIO, and I've pretty much been in banking all of my career, either at a bank or at a vendor in the banking industry. I've been with AMG Bank here in Houston, Klein Bank, Pearland State Bank. I also spent 1 year in the manufacturing arena at Goodman Manufacturing here in Houston. They're air conditioning manufacturers. They're information security officer. they had just gone public and needed to comply with SOX. Helped them with that, and I moved back in the banking industry. And then I think a couple months after that, they went back private again. They had enough SOX. Yeah, all the regulations. So looking forward to our discussion today.
Yeah, we'll get to compliance a little later, won't we? I appreciate that. Hey, Rick, tell us a little bit about you and all those hole-in-ones you have on the wall behind you.
Yeah, I wish. I'm the only one in my family who doesn't have a hole-in-one. How about that?
Man. You'll get it. You'll get it.
Yeah, the Lord has a strange sense of humor. Anyway, I'm Rick Peters. I'm the CISO for operational technology for North America. I've been with Fortinet about 3 years. Always focused on operational technology. One of the challenges that I was excited about taking on, I closed out 38 years with the U.S. intelligence community, specifically the National Security Agency, and at the end of 2017. There I was an engineer. I led cyber operations both in the exploitation side for ICS SCADA as well as the defense of critical infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So I suppose today you'd say I'm living with my sins. But actually it's a treat to be able to work on the problem up close and have a chance to raise the bar across the community and on operational technology, and really for IT and OT, because they've converged so quickly.
Appreciate that, Rick.
You bet.
Glad you're here. Andy, Super Andy, as we like to call him. Tell everybody about all of your amazing attributes, buddy.
Well, I don't know. You need to ask my wife about that. She will disagree with you about all the amazing attributes. So, well, my name is Andres Ruz. Everyone call me Andy. I think that's a combination of not pronouncing correctly my name, but the true story is from Tom Home. They call me Andy. So I think over there they could not pronounce my name either. So I just graduated from school and I started a job with my degree. Now that's a lie. So 20 years of experience in IT and InfoSec, like Roger, since NT version 4, probably doing stuff in the infrastructure field. And I specialized in security for the last, in those times, we didn't call it cybersecurity or all these fancy names. It was just part of IT operations. I remember my first firewall with IP change was probably when I was 21 years old, right? So since then, up to now, it has changed so much. So I specialize in this. I have an MBA in MIS, 7 certificates, 4 of them in security.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate that. And a little bit about me for the audience. I'm the Vice President of Core Technology here at Meriplex. I've been here for about 2.5 years. And Andy is on my team, on the Core Technology team. He heads up our cybersecurity division. We are a Fortinet partner, and we work with these with Roger Lee and with Owen on their security solutions. And we enjoy the opportunity to bring Andy and his expertise and some of our partners together. And we appreciate this forum that Umesh has invited us to. So thank you for that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the businesses involved here and in recent strategic initiatives. Roger, can you give us a quick overview of Garion Fields and any recent security initiatives you've been working on?
Yeah, so I think what I always like to start with is when I describe our company as our purpose, because we're very much a purpose-driven company. And really, Garion Fields exists to provide our communities with leaders who have great character and leverage innovations in the infrastructure solutions. So we do roadway design, transportation projects, and that's such. And our commitment really is to our communities, and we believe part of that is keeping this data, this design work that we're doing safe. So over the past really 3 to 4 years, several of our partners, teaming partners, and other vendors in the industry had been hit with ransomware. And actually 5 or 6 years ago, before I was here, Garion Fields was hit with ransomware as well. And so we started little by little trying to implement some security controls. And then last year, we decided, we need to get more organized about this. So one of the key initiatives in the company this year was to implement an information security program. So we reached out to our friends at Miraplex and said, hey, we're ready to get organized. We're ready to be a lot more deliberate about this. And was introduced to Andy, and just knew that he was the perfect fit for us. He got our culture right away. He dove right into our business, and we'll get into some of the compliance stuff later, I'm sure. But he helped us uncover and really develop a plan, and then implementing the program. So I would say that's been our key initiative.
A formalized IT program for the business has been a focus this year for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Specifically around security, yeah.
Specifically around that, absolutely. Owen, with Moody Bank.
Yeah, I don't know that we had any big initiatives. It's a lot of, the blocking and tackling, just keeping up with the day-to-day. As Roger mentioned, ransomware has been so prevalent recently. So earlier in the year, we looked at our backup strategy, because that's what you're going to use to recover. You don't have to pay people, and just made sure that, that was secure. We were getting everything we needed, getting it at the frequency we needed it, keeping up with the patch management routine, just all the general things that you need to do day to day. I think that's been our focus, just shoring up those things, making sure they're getting done.
Yeah, it's a huge component to the whole process. I was looking at some of the earlier presentations and saw some good outlines of the different phases of preparing for incident response and how you implement some of those countermeasures. And a lot of those countermeasures have to do with that blocking and tackling, exactly like you were saying.
Yeah, I was listening to the presentation, the healthcare presentation prior to us. They were saying we're the #1 attack group, and I'm like, I feel like banks are pretty high up on the list. We got the money, we got the accounts, everything. So everybody wants to get access to us somehow, some way.
I completely agree. I think data is money in all kinds of different verticals. I think it's a good point. So when it comes to initiatives and the actual as you said, you're doing the blocking and tackling, but budgeting security solutions, you have to convince a lot of people, right, of where you need to spend the money and whatnot. How do you approach that at Moody Bank? Your cybersecurity budgeting. Do you have a specific budget for that? Do you tie that to a business objectives? Can you give us some perspective on that?
Sure. Yeah, and we don't have. It's part of the general IT budget, and we look at lots of things in developing that. And we're in budget season right now, so this is a great time to talk about it. And we try to do some kind of gap analysis each year and look at what we're doing. We have multiple tools that we use for that. We have a good relationship with our audit department and our external audit, and they kind of help us when they come in. They tell us what they're seeing in other institutions, other businesses, where we might have some weaknesses. We look at vendors like Miraplex and other vendors and get feedback from them. And then we do, we're highly regulated. We're going to talk about that later, but we have some tools that the regulators have created for us. One's called the Cybersecurity Assessment Tool that has 492 questions in it. And we can look at that. And it's actually a decent tool, surprisingly, from the government. We can look at, yeah, and it'll map us from baseline to innovative, and we can see where we can fall in that. And then you can say, okay, to get to the next level, which questions did I answer no on? And then you can go back and say, well, what would it take to flip that to yes? Does that make sense for Moody Bank to do? Some of the things don't make sense for a bank our size. They only make sense for Chase or B of A to do. But some of them, we probably do need to look at. So we do a gap analysis and prioritize those things and get that information from multiple sources. Forums like this and other industry user groups are also a good source to hear what other people are doing out there, because that's kind of the best thing in the industry is what works at another bank. It's a good chance it's going to work at, at our bank versus something that we're trying to do when we're the first ones in our industry or whatever trying to use that. So getting feedback from other institutions and user groups.
Yeah, no need to reinvent the wheel, right? Make sure that you're following industry standards and whatnot. I'm glad you brought up, some of the regulatory tools, industry vertical specific ways that you, as an institution, look at your budgets and obviously your gap analysis. How is that different for you, Roger, with the Geary and Fields? Do you have a different approach in the engineering vertical to your needs?
It's a little, I think it is a little bit different for us because of the way that we ultimately win work. And the way that we win work, because it is for the public, is it's qualification based. So we don't even do any scoping and feeing when we're putting a proposal in to win a project. It's really just purely based on qualifications. So we do a self-audit annually to come up with what we call our overhead rate, and then we're able to use the overhead rate to negotiate with our clients on the scope and fees of projects. And obviously IT is part of that. And if our overhead rate is higher than what their threshold is, then we sort of just have to eat that part of it. And I go back to our purpose, which is we want to be leaders and innovators. And so we're okay with that. When we look at IT spend, which security is obviously, cybersecurity is obviously part of that. We don't have a specific bucket for just security. It's just all one big IT bucket. But we look at our industry, and they typically spend between 3 to 5% of their revenue on technology. And what we decided was we wanted to be at the top end of that, and frankly, we're even much higher than that.
Okay.
On our IT spend. So we actually, being in IT at Geary and Fields is awesome because we do have a pretty generous budget. And for that reason, we're able to invest quite a bit into security. Because again, we want to serve our communities the best that we can. And a big part of that is keeping their data safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that. Do you find yourself capitalizing or, expensing on the OpEx side, your security solutions? Is there a preference for your business or your board? Do you see anything there changing, or has anything changed about how which bucket it comes out of?
So yeah, good question. So the funny thing is we do prefer to capitalize. We like to spread the value over years. What we decided though for security is that we prefer an OpEx, frankly, because the skill set needed to properly manage, execute, and monitor is pretty high, and it evolves, and the technology does as well. So in this case, an OpEx made more sense for us.
That's great.
On the side.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Owen, how about at Moody Bank?
Yeah, banks tend to want to capitalize things as well. We have money in a vault downstairs, so why would we need to do that? But kind of like Roger was saying, a lot of things are moving to a subscription-based type service where you can get it cheaper by having somebody else that can leverage the efficiencies across multiple customers on a subscription basis. So then you're paying a monthly run rate for some kind of monitoring or some kind of tool out there. So it turns into an OpEx. It's kind of been trending in that direction more and more recently.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's ask some of our industry experts. Rick, what are the trends you're seeing in budgeting, for cybersecurity efforts, and have you seen that change over the past 3 years?
Actually, I have. It's a great question. I'll start with OT simply because it's now connected, right? You're hearing a lot about convergence of IT and OT.
Right.
And that acceleration towards converging them has been driven by the very thing that everyone's been talking about, the desire for more data, decision making, accelerated, efficient business processes, and understanding how all that works. That sounds great, but then you've got to look at the other side of the equation, which is you got a very expanded attack surface, particularly on the OT side, because of all the legacy technology. You've got aging infrastructure, not uncommon in oil and gas, energy. So energy manufacturing, to see technologies capabilities are 20, 30 years old. And, top of mind for them is performance, safe and continuous operations. And now I'm bringing the IT folks into the game, and their value systems are different. Again, the IT folks say, hey, we've been practicing a long time. We understand how to do it. We have a CIA model that's trusted. It works great. We have all these best practices, and the OT guys are building fences to keep them out. So it's trying to merge and marry those, and at the same time have that conversation with the C-suite executives to have them understand what does their return on investment look like, because they're looking for cross-cutting return. They want to understand, what's my gain going to be? I need to have a sustainable return, and whatever I'm going to spend that resource on had better churn into productivity on the OT side. So it's kind of a new thought process. I mean, everyone's aware of all of the cases out there of loss, right? You can read all about them. There's a ton of them out there. I think 2020 exacerbated the situation. We were heading into it. Proliferation of enabled technology was becoming top of mind with all the IoT and IIoT product out there. I think the last count, roughly 6 billion, 30 billion plus actually was the last count when I was reading about it. So you have to worry about understanding how you're maintaining your environment, your enterprise from a visibility perspective, and that requires great attention. So there's much at stake. And the last point I'll make is leaders are recognizing, we're now seeing cybersecurity show up as top 5 and better than 70% of those we poll and survey. So it is a rising concern, exacerbated by everything that's gone on with the innovation acceleration as a result of the pandemic.
Yeah, all great points, Rick. I appreciate that. Lots of rabbit holes to go down there.
Yes.
But I definitely think that the rising nature of the visibility and some of the things you described are related to just the different mindsets as OT is merging with IT in a lot of areas is something for a lot of companies to think about, especially in those sectors. Andy, can you give us your perspective on budgeting within these different verticals and the evolution of enterprise cybersecurity budgeting, where you see it?
Yeah, so thank you, Jim, for the question, and everyone has very good points. I think we found two things, right? In the traditional way, the CapEx model everyone was very used to that, but there's two things that are happening. One is your CFO sometimes is asking you to change the way that you are expensing some of these big items. And the other thing is the vendors are asking you. So this is coming from two different fronts. In some cases, it's internal requests, but in some other cases, the request is coming directly from the vendor. The best example I can find is Office 365, right? In the past, you used to buy the big licenses for your Exchange server and everything. Now it's a subscription-based model that you have to pay pretty much every month, and you don't have an option now. That's what you will consume. So I think the industry overall is going in that way, and even if we don't like it, I think that we're going to transition to that OpEx model for the future. Now, when you talk about budget season and we prepare for budget, for me, something extremely important, and both Roger and Owen know this because I talked to them about multiple times about the subsidies. You have to relate risk to budget. There's a correlation there that you cannot not get alignment between where your company is going, what is the risk of your organization, and quantifying somehow that so your budget makes sense. There's way too much noise in our industry that a lot of people has the latest and the burst, and if you install this, nothing will happen to your organization, and that's really not true. So what you have to do is you have to do your homework. You have to analyze what are the key things, as Owens was saying, what are the key things for my bank, that makes sense for me to deploy, that will give me to the best next step. Or, Roger and I work on this almost every week. What are the key things that we have to move on to make sure that that's going to deliver the value to the organization that the organization require?
Yeah, that's great points. Especially, linking risk to budget. It's a critical piece when it comes to running any business. As we all know, running a business is just a series of risk management decisions, right? Whether it's on the security side or the operational side or wherever it may be, in the relationships and the vendors that you deal with. So, let's talk a little bit more operational now that we've talked about the budgets and the money and the different approaches there. When you're evaluating the effectiveness of a cybersecurity initiative within your organization, there's a lot of noise in the space these days where people are selling products that'll do everything for you, or they'll be driven specifically by one risk per se. Okay, and there's everything in between. Okay, I think it's important for us to discuss how leadership teams evaluate their security solutions, and how do they know that they're getting the bang for the buck that they're looking for? Is it meeting your needs, right? Roger, have you gone through this exercise with the leadership team at Geary and Fields recently?
Yeah, we have, and I'll say, first and foremost, we consider security really at the foundation of being able to manage and create the infrastructure solutions we're ultimately producing. So we see it as a critical component of it. And we do look at it from also from the perspective of what's the cost of downtime. So we evaluate this is how much it's going to cost to put down. And so some of the things we do in the security realm sort of look at it like insurance. It's not foolproof, obviously, but that's a perspective we take on it. And then to help quantify it, we did come up, and Andy was a great deal of help in this, come up with a way of measuring our security maturity. And so that's a metric we're definitely tracking, and that encompasses many data points from we've implemented certain security controls that are directly aligned with our business objectives. And so based on the business objectives, we decided we need these security controls to make sure that we can meet those objectives. So we're giving ourselves a grade essentially on how well we're progressing on those security controls, and we're factoring in long and short-term solutions that we're implementing. So in the end, we have a maturity goal that we're trying to achieve. We're measuring our progress as we tick towards it.
So it's quantifiable. You're using a quantifiable approach to the efficacy of your programs.
Exactly.
That's excellent. Owen, how about your team?
Yeah, I'll talk about it in two areas. One is how do we measure what we currently have, and then how do we measure new systems or innovations.
Sure.
When we're trying to do some of the things that Roger talked about in having statistics that we're looking at to see, how efficiently, how quickly, how many systems are getting patches, looking at our reports on our backups, looking at certain statistics from the event logs, phishing. We do monthly phishing tests of all our employees, statistics on that. Some of that we group together and we take to the board, but some of that's just internal, looking at how good we're doing internally. It gets a little trickier in looking at new products out there because I think Andy mentioned it. There's a lot of noise. I probably get 10 vendor calls a day just trying to sell the latest and greatest whatever it is that's going to solve all of our problems, and I don't have time to investigate them all. So that's one where kind of referrals, like I mentioned before, either coming from one of your business partners or another company that have a network with, and then doing a proof of concept on any new system or application, and putting it through the test and saying, okay, you said it's going to do this. Well, put it in here for 14 days or 30 days, and let's see if it lives up to. And if if they stand by their, product, they should be willing to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great points. I agree. Lots of noise. Measuring. You mentioned that you even put some of these measurements in front of your board.
Yeah, we started quarterly. I go to the board now and do a cybersecurity presentation. This is I don't know if we started late last year, but all of 2020 I've been doing that. And so, it's getting easier to get the funds, versus 10 years ago. You get cybersecurity and they're like, what's that? Why do we need to worry about that? And now there's a much more awareness, because there are so many things in the news and things going on. And it is insurance. It's something that, hey, you don't want to have to use, we wish we didn't have to do this, but the cost of not having it is so much greater.
Yeah, they tend to take care of the locks on the vaults. They should probably lock the virtual vaults too, huh? That's important. So Andy, as a service provider, what types of questions are you getting from the customer base regarding prioritization and effectiveness of security solutions?
Yeah, this is a good question. And this is something that a lot of our customers have big struggle to provide to their boards. That value, that measure that is going to prevent, to make sure that you're doing the right thing. So the question as a vendor that we get with customers is very oriented on products. And that's something that we normally try to change the subject of conversation, right? The product is very important, but the product is as important as how you put your process and the people that is using the product to kind of protect the organization. The product is not going to give you everything. There's no silver bullet in cybersecurity. So the conversation needs to be handled on the strategy, and needs to be when you align that metric that you can capture to produce the value that your board expects to see. I like to say that, when you present this information to the board, they don't care about how many events your firewall is stopping, right? That doesn't mean absolutely anything to them. What they care is about how much risk you are reducing with the work that you are doing. And that's why, Russia and I work on this again every week. We have to define important measures that make sense to the target audience. And you have to have your IT operations measures, up, down, those type of things that they have to pretty much evaluate and keep track, and the amount of firewall events is important for them. But then you have to have some relation between that and what you present to your board.
Yeah.
And that needs to be very clear, very well aligned, and you have to track it so you can produce the value and at the very end get the funds to protect your organization.
Yeah, it's hard to prove a negative, right? It's hard to actually show them, well, this is everything that we stopped, because you're not sure what you stopped. But getting everything aligned that way, and once again, being organized and quantifiable. These are some common things that I'm hearing. Rick, what are you hearing with people that you're working with in the OT industry and others?
Well, I'll speak across the IT/OT transom, and it's interesting. If you're going to achieve cyber resilience, I think it starts with a point that I heard already, and that is understanding your cybersecurity maturity. Where are you? Understanding your pain points. I heard Roger talk about the cost of downtime. I think that's very important. You got to understand your business, and if you're going to quantify the risk, understand what it costs if you're going to be down or disrupted for any period of time. Also, I think it was Owen talked about the avoidance of trying to push a product, and then again, Andy was right lockstep with him and saying, hey, there is no silver bullet. I think the key to a lot of what we're doing today is based on trust and thinking solutions that bring an ecosystem flavor into it, so that you start to think about partnerships, trust, and then you start to think about solution longevity. I know when I'm working with an OT client, they're not interested in a rip and replace. They want us to come in, first understand where their pain points are, where their gaps are, and start to think about how we can use our technology alliance to build on what they're doing and take them on a journey to get to where they want to be, ideally. 3 threads I'll pull quickly, and I think they're the common denominator whether you're talking IT or OT, and that is, if I'm working with a client to try and solve a problem, they want to make sure that what I'm delivering is transparent. And by what I mean by that is it's not incurring latency. and OT, that's particularly important. They also want to ensure it's scalable because the dynamic of what we're doing is changing fast. The number of devices we're having to tag into, the sensors we're pulling from means you better be situationally aware and better have a level of trust. And we hear zero trust network access spoken of frequently today. It seems to be the common point. And then speed is the other element. If you're designing it in, you better be able to gain that automated awareness, because if I'm going to disrupt the kill chain and preserve my business, I have to be able to do that at speed so that I'm sustaining my operations. So I'm doing a lot of back-end intelligence work to ensure that my readiness level is on par with the challenges that I'm facing.
Yeah, that's great. I think all good feedback from the team. We mentioned earlier about budgeting, about a lot of this moving to an OpEx model or having to have vendors involved, and there's a lot of noise. And you guys have made a choice to work with Meriplex on a couple of things here. But we know that we can't be all things to all people, and that you've worked with other vendors and in the space. I'd like to talk a little bit more and maybe give the audience some questions that they should be asking their security service providers. Let's start with Andy. Andy, what should our service providers be hearing from their customers? And how can the customers know that this is a good answer from their service provider?
So this is a good question. This is a question I like a lot. It's not that I create this question, but this is a good question. So first of all, this is a little bit on the philosophy about how I believe the cybersecurity services should be provided, right? So this is a little bit on the personal side about my philosophy about how these services should be provided. One is you have to believe in the products that you pick, right? So you have your portfolio, and those are the products that you pick. So you, as a customer, should ask, how do you pick those products, right? Well, that's one question. Tell me a little bit about how you pick your products, how you make sure that those products make sense. The second question is, who do you have in your team maintaining those products and the level of certification, education that they have, right? Is these people, that is prepared, or you're getting them out of high school and putting them in front of the screen? The third question is, what happens if I pick a product that you do not support? Put them some pressure there and say, what are you going to do with that? Because at the very end, if you as a vendor support a certain amount of products and you want both of us to be successful, I really hope that the relationship from the advisory side persists. And Roger and I talked about this multiple times, and I always said, I will never tell you about the product that I do not believe. And we have here two great partners, Brilliance and Fortinet, right? And we will not offer those products if we do not believe that those products are good for our customers. And it doesn't matter what product you have. If you have a bad product, I really hope that when you engage with your MSSP services, they will tell you that that's a bad product. And the most common area here is the antivirus, right? We have experiences with antivirus, I'm not going to name anyone, that are not really very good, right? And if you tell me that you have your antivirus, I will tell you that I don't like it, and I will tell you why. And I think that that's what you should look in the service provider, someone that you can trust, someone that you can consult. Even if there are things that we don't provide to other customers, you have to be there for them.
Yeah, that partnership is really important, right? That you trust each other and can actually have the dialogue around the choices around the program. Let me pose the same question to you, Rick.
So when I'm thinking about compliance and what it means to achieve a cybersecurity strategy, we're building on trust. You heard me mention that point before, and I'm typically thinking about how do I integrate. One of the things that's been popular as long as I've been part of Fortinet is this idea of a technology alliance. So you're building trust. So whether I'm talking about working with a threat intelligence vendor, whether I'm using our security fabric suite, whether I'm talking about a control vendor or a GSI, I'm building trust based on a knowledge of what it is that the client needs, what I need to be able to sustain. And you get a confidence there that one, you already have trust. Two, you have performance. I heard someone mention before the idea of being able to prove what you can do via POC. You've got to be able to step into the environment, showcase what can be done, and then be able to talk about the cost implication, because that can't be overlooked as well. Too often, you can sell a great idea, but if the cost doesn't fit into the model for the business, it doesn't make sense. So there has to be some scale in terms of cost as well.
All great points. I think that really sums it up right there, is that there has to be demonstrated skill in a POC. There has to be some trust there and a partnership. And those are the good things to look for in the relationships with your vendors. Thanks for all of that. We're running into the fourth quarter of the game here. And we've been mentioning compliance here and there. We've been hinting at it in different states. Let's go ahead and hit this head on. Owen, you're in the banking industry. Why don't you give us, how you've seen compliance change over your tenure with Moody Bank for 14 years? What was it like 14 years ago, and what's it like today?
It is night and day different. It's amazing. I'll tell you, I was in banking in the 90s, and we would have audits then, and an audit, I'd get 2 a year, and they'd last 2 days, IT audit. This is in 96, 97, 99, and that was it. So maybe a week of my time was spent on audits. This year I've had 3 audits. They last from 4 to 6 weeks each. So that's 3 to 4 months of time that I've got auditors. It's all remote this year. That's been the nice thing. I don't have to house them. But I've got to field questions and get documents together. And then the nice thing, they all ask for a lot of the same stuff. So once you've collected it for one, you've got 90% of it for the next one down the line.
You can pull it out of your 420 tab.
One of the things they ask for is that they want to see that we've completed that. That's an annual requirement. So yeah, there's just been so much changes in the financial industry. And some of it's good. That was probably not the appropriate amount of time to spend looking at IT back in the 90s. But as the government tends to do, they kind of swing from one side of the pendulum all the way over to the other. So, they've gone to the other extreme there. But, you've got regulations because of the mortgage meltdown and things like that, the CFPB that's been created in the last 8 years or whatever, and GLBA, Sarbanes-Oxley. So just, and then there's other things that are not IT related that we have to deal with. So I have to support the other departments because they'll come in and do what they call BSA audits, the Bank Secrecy Act. Well, they want to see data. Where does the data come from? Well, it comes from our IT system. So we have to help them extract all that data so that they can look at it and make sure we're looking at the right transactions or whatever that they want to look at. So it's just grown exponentially over the last few years. So that's a lot of what we look at. One is, a lot of requirements around information security, like GLBA, Graham Leach Bliley. We've got to protect customer information. So we've got to put in the systems to do that. But then there's other systems that we just have to implement to comply with these other regulations that are not necessarily IT related. They're just data collection systems that we have to comply with certain regulations.
Business drives a lot of that, right? Just the nature of moving to more online banking and more automation in the
think of the last time you came into a bank, you had to go into a bank. Now it's mobile. You can do image deposits on your phone. So
do it all on my phone.
As in a lot of industries, technology is driving where the industry is going, and that'll continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Roger, how about the engineering vertical? Have you seen any compliance creep into what you're doing?
Interestingly enough, until about a year ago, which is actually what triggered me to reach out to Meriflex and ultimately Andy, there was no contractual compliance obligations that we really had. And then last September or October, somewhere around there, our largest client, which is TxDOT, sent us an attachment to our master contract, and it outlined a whole lot of security compliance that we needed to comply with. And frankly, I was smart enough to know that I'm not smart enough to know what they want me to do. So I called in for help. And so Andy and I partnered together, and we went through and we figured out the best framework for us to use to implement a security program, and that's what we've done and are continuing to do. What does make us unique is the way we do business. Is if we're awarded a contract, we typically are teaming with other companies to deliver the service. So these other companies will be directly accessing the data that we're hosting and the design files that we're producing. And so now that adds another complexity, because we're still required to comply with TxDOT's security expectations.
Yep.
Even for the folks that are not employed by us, that are helping with the work. So we're in the process of working essentially a vetting process, a questionnaire really that we'll have folks fill out that want to team with us, and then we're going to get that down to basically a risk score, where we think they fail, where they fall. And then ultimately it potentially will change the way we do business, because it may be that there's a partner out there that needs to make some improvements in their security. We are hoping that we're going to be kind of the security leaders in our industry and security advocates. And our goal is to elevate the security maturity of the industry.
Yeah, that's great. I think that's great to be a leader in your industry whenever possible. Obviously, we're always looking for competitive advantage in our verticals and whatnot. And security is on everybody's mind. Cybersecurity, whether it's personal or privacy or whatever it may be, I think that's a great strategy by Agarian Fields. Rick, on the vendor side and product development side with Fortinet, and the increased need for auditing and compliance, how are you seeing products adapt to that?
So it's a really interesting question. I almost want to flip it, because it isn't about buying a product and being compliant. I think there's that misnomer. Somebody believes they can plug and play and all of a sudden check the boxes and they're compliant. They just made the first mistake. I really like what Roger was saying. I wanted to foot stomp that one. I like the idea of a vetting process, so you characterize risk, kind of understanding yourself first, because when you step into the compliance requirements, say NERC CIP as an example, not all of that is security product oriented. I mean, you can strip it back and say, well, yeah, there's a component of it that's security management, there's personnel and training, there's information protection, supply chain risk management. All those elements are important, but you're not going to plug a particular product in specifically to say, okay, yeah, I've checked that box. It really is understanding information flow, understanding what it means to build that security framework. And I would point any client to that first. Really establishing a cybersecurity framework is very important, because then you can start to look at that entire circumference, right? From the identification to protection, detection, response and recovery, and then look at the complete cycle, because all of that's going to knit into your compliance requirements anyway. So you build that vetting process, that characterization of risk by going 360 and building a continuous trust assessment, as opposed to trying to patch.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. It's definitely not a product-centric problem. We want to have good products to support those efforts that you described, to be able to get you the technical solutions that you need. But it's really about a culture. It's about process. Andy loves process. Andy, on the managed services side of the industry, right? Have you seen anything change that way when it comes to compliance? I know that you and Roger are working on some really good stuff when it comes to putting a framework there. What else are you seeing?
So honestly, the biggest change I think is coming related to compliance will be on the privacy sector. I think that we have seen, different states doing kind of a little bit of different approach on this, which will be a lot of fun for us that we do work in this field. But I think that that's what's coming. With the new California Act this year in effect, I think that that's where I would say that the much maturity compliance impacting pretty much all the verticals are going to come this way. There was a session these days on Elizabeth. Elizabeth is a reference in the Houston area for privacy. She and I talk about this, and as we all have this, the cybersecurity program. I see coming very soon that every company will have to have a privacy program in place. And I really hope that it is going to be something that's more federal, more national, that we all kind of get in better alignment instead of each state doing whatever they want. Because as you can imagine, that will be really, really complicated for us to deploy. And again, we have seen that in Europe not long ago with GDPR, right? If all those countries can get together and make sense with this, I hope that our states can come together and have a single privacy, because I honestly think that that's coming to all of us.
Yeah, it's a great point, Andy, on privacy. Certainly front and center today with, obviously the buying and selling of data, the hacking of individual data and where it's at right now. It's truly capturing a lot of the headlines up there with some of those other, breaches here recently and ransomware and whatnot. We could talk about this stuff for days, but we've got an hour and we're wrapping this up. I think it's important that we thank all of our panelists. Thank you, Owen, Roger, for coming on. Rick, for your expertise. We really appreciate it and the partnership. And of course, getting any of Andy's time. They actually billed me internally for his time as well. So I'll have a large bill for Andy's time on this as well. But we really appreciate you guys sharing your valuable insight and spending your valuable time sharing with the cyber security community your experiences and helping us all try to get through this just a little bit better. So it looks like I'm gonna have to pick a winner for a gift card. I pick Roger. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna work that way.
It's too late. You already picked.
Let's see. I've got to pick between. Let's go with Sujit Shah.
Love it.
All right. They gave me a list of names in the chat, and I just picked one that looks good. So Sujit, congratulations. It looks like I get to pick another one. Pick a second winner, Deborah Mansfield. How about that as well?
Oh.
Can't hear you.
You did really well there, Jim. Very active all day. And you know what? It's very interesting, but I saw a little spike in our viewership start happening about 15, 20 minutes ago. So definitely the last couple of questions, but we've had a very well attended day, second day. It's amazing. There's been a lot of participation. Everybody that's so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pick one more winner. So go ahead and say thank you very much to this panel, everybody. You can already see some people coming in saying awesome job, congratulations, great job. So great job, gentlemen. This was very insightful. Getting a lot of getting some comments here. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for taking time out at the end of your day. And I'm going to, there's been another person who's been very, very involved, Nada Khatib. I want to go ahead and acknowledge Nada and give her participation. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm assuming it's her. If I have said this wrong, I apologize. But Nada Khatib, we're going to give you an e-gift card too. So how that's going to work is that you get, just send an email to info@HoustonCyberSummit.com, and we will process a $25 e-gift card for you at Amazon. You should get it in about 48 hours. If you do not, please get in touch with us. We want to make sure you enjoy that. Again, folks, everybody, thank you so much. Jim, Owen, Andres, and Roger. Rick, sorry, and Roger. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
Cheers. Okay. Bye-bye. And so, folks, we're coming to the end of day 2. Hope you've all had a wonderful time. Tomorrow morning, we will be back on at 9:45 Central Time. We have a great keynote planned for you with Adrian Garcia, Harris County Commissioner Precinct 2. He will be on at 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. And then we will be followed by Andy Sawyer, Security Chief over at Loch Lord. We will have a desktop exercise on incident response, so you will be able to take notes from Centerpoint. Centerpoint is running this show tomorrow. We have Mel Navarez and Paul Hutenhoff who will lead that exercise with a few of their people at Centerpoint. It should be very interactive. And then we will move into Houston startup ecosystem and cybersecurity. We have Harvin Moore, president of Houston Exponential, coming on with a couple of clients and talking about our new innovation strategy for the greater Houston region and how cybersecurity plays into that. After that, we have a session from one of our partner organizations, ISACA, Information Systems Audit Control and Privacy Association. They will be putting on a privacy and audit program. We'll move right into securing patient records. You heard about healthcare today, but we will be securing patient records. Phil Beckett, CEO of HASA, is going to run that session. And then we have the Cyber Hatch, which is about young innovators and promoting young innovation in the Houston region. And we will be having a few folks pitch their best ideas, and the audience participation is important. We will also have judges who will pick a winner. And then we will do a fireside chat with Representative Capriglione, member of the Texas House of Representatives. And that's from 4:30 to 5 p.m. And then we will just round it out for a few minutes from 5 to 5:30 p.m. with some prize drawing, some more gift cards, and the winner of the Cyber Pitch competition. So with that, everybody, had a great day, day 2. We're looking forward to day 3. Come ready, come pumped in the morning, and we will see you then. Have a great day.